about to jump. XM finds him onto Skitter, backs away. Roar onto Ame. He's very far forward. Ame in trouble now. The Roar, the second salvo. He didn't have anything. No more buyback yet again. The stun now onto XM. He's gone too. XXS stands alone amongst the cores. Says it now. Ame. He turns. He finds Skitter again. The bushwhack. Saved by Crit. Can he stay on target? Stay on target. One more hit. It's all he needs, and he gets it. Skitter is going to fall.
Malorine's back in.
The battle, it just keeps on going. They can buy back if they need to on Nature's Prophet. Can they chase this one down? Can they turn it again? Hex is there. He is dead. Ame stands tall. Triple kill. Find him a third. Woohoo! Ame is back, baby. Way too strong.
Oh, the snowball save. He's done it to them. Now the Dawnbreaker ulti coming in as well. Sunstrike's good damage. Kiyotaka dropping low. He'll die. Invoker realizing it's coming will TP mid. It starts off the Weaver. Bristleback face tanking it while Flyfly has just died. Nightfall has munched on him. Weaver is gone and GG is called. They just tap out with this and give up. Beastmaster so far surviving. Toronto Tokyo wants another spear across. Decrep saved, but the Sonic Wave comes in. The life drain heal, that's not going to keep Beyond alive, and in fact puts Ollie in harm's way. While Baboka, he's up on the high ground feeling like he's safe, but Kiyotaka's going to come in, give the damage to him while there. Flyfly Alchemist, he's joined the fray. Right into the middle of four of them. Baboka's being dived under tier 3, Flyfly in trouble, and this is where Aurora bring the 5 heroes in.
Jump in, Echo's there, Mac with the setup. He found 2 targets, but Fade's not dead yet. He's still walking out of there, and now RCY to jump in, just right smack bang in the middle of all of them. Raven's in trouble. Fade has somehow walked out, and Mac's also going down. He'll survive for now, but not against Speed. Global Sun's also forced out. There's a big vacuum, and the slam! Oh, there it is! They make it happen.
Nigma Galaxy obviously know the timing courtesy of TA.
Avatos. There's the Congregations, gets deleted, but might be in turn for Omar. Big astral step onto 2. Barrier's actually keeping him alive. Sumail taking a lot of damage. He's already at half HP, but the BKB from Mickey is running out now, along with the God Strength. Noob gonna try to right click to his heart's content. Gonna get another Congregation to the deep with the coil to follow. They're gonna be able to take out Mickey. Sania and Saberlight get deleted off the face of the earth. Ultra kill for Ghost. Make it a rampage.
Strike!
Finally, Jack Boys will get here. The Wisdom Shrine has been taken, and Nemesis. Are they going to turn and fight? They're going to try. Sonic Wave goes out, doesn't hit much, and a big explosion of damage out from Jack Boys on Armel that takes out 3. A teleport away from Akashi, a desperate play. It will work for him.
Okay, this is a good opportunity. There it is! Whipped into the Cataclysm. Yuma, he's in a lot of trouble, but he does have a Satanic. Look at the damage he's dealing. The Glimmer Capes, the 4 staffs away. It's not going to be good enough to save Fade here. Yuma able to easily... That was a 9-second BKB. Holy moly. They bring in reinforcements as well. King Jungles joins the fray, but RCY has been patiently waiting for this moment. BKB's expiring into the black hole. Counter initiation. Speed, he's in a little bit too close. And Speed, he's already used the Supernova. A huge Requiem on top, and they just call it!
Oh, and he's gonna be in position here. DM, they see all of this. 9 class, Skewer, RP, BKB is out though, and then, no, the Hex reveal, the Roar now dead! And into the fray, they jump in.
They find a Razor Clam.
No, nothing to say. Looking a little bit more razorish. The Congregations of the Deep. They take him down and Bach. They get the Doom on the Tinker. This is everything. He was a Razor Clam all along. DM, you got to get the hell out of there. That is no longer 100% on your hook shots. Get the hell out. Ooh, but they do trade over and they break the Lincolns and now they have over control too. No one. You got to get out of there, buddy.
They're flying back. They're coming into
back
this.
Everybody, is this going to work? Wait, BKB was saved that entire time. No one realizes, I don't want this anymore. If they lose Satanic again, this could all be over. They jump in, they find a Bach, but he gets away. How does Tinker do it? Now starting to spam out the abilities. No one goes down. They're buying back again, finding him. Satanic in trouble, but there it is. The Hex, the control. Do they have the damage? Yes! Shiro did it to him, baby!
Niku looking from the side. Jump. They get the opening who stop. Niku's going to try and jump over all sacks. They get the follow-up arrow in on towards the Pugna. Can they actually finish him off? They can't. The barrier's coming
He's
to
still
play.
alive.
Zaxa lives. The Chrono's out onto the three of them. That's got the juice. And Niku dead without buyback. Tundra ready to close this one up as Riddies will fall. GG is called. Tundra will take the series today against Na'Vi 2-1.
And we're back. Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the road to the international playoff stage. It is MLP Dota, and of course, John Xfire joining you for day number 3. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. We're almost there, Jonathan, through the playoff stage here of the road to the international. How the hell are you doing?
Doing great. We had a couple of surprises coming out yesterday, and already a couple of heartbreaks, of course. Well, maybe not surprises, but the heartbreaks were certainly real. Nemesis have been sent home. The #1 team through the qualifiers in Southeast Asia already having to pack their bags up, being eliminated by the team that they originally dropped in the qualifiers down to the lower bracket, if you'd recall that qualifier. What a twist in the story, Mikey.
Twist is one way to put it, Jonathan. They did indeed get kicked out here, Nemesis, and they're the first team to get out of the road to international playoffs, Jonathan. Very disappointing stuff. Very disappointing indeed. But nonetheless, though, Jonathan, props to the other teams. They're all still going. You know, we've still got a bunch of teams going. In fact, only one team out quite yet. As well, I guess I don't know what we just looked at, but we looked at something, Jonathan. The stars. There we go. There we go. There's the bracket, Jonathan. Beautiful. Look at that.
Yeah, and again, we've gone through a couple of rounds in the road to TI playoffs now. And again, Nemesis, first team to be eliminated, first team to hit that threshold of 4 losses. But for the rest of our rounds, I mean, we're already shaping up to teams that are going into the next stage. No problems. Like Xtreme, Tidebound already 3-0, maybe breaking a lot of predictions for people there, as you know, a lot of people had Team Spirit in that position, not even up there. Nemesis as well may be ruining some people with an expectation of at least one series win, and maybe Wildcard more to blame for that when they did play fantastically. And of course, the rest of our pack starting to form somewhere in the middle. You know, you still have this danger zone, but that's going to be in the next round for teams that are still 1 loss away, 1-3 scoreline. You can see in that next round there. We are still at the point where we have some of these matches to play for our 2-1 teams, and again, the 3-0 team later on, and our 1-2 team. So are already done. But the 2-1 teams are going to be an interesting one. I think this is where you get a lot of your powerhouses that should be able to take these next few slots to go into the next stage, into TI itself. And, you know, this is when, because of the format, because of the Swiss format, we start to trim the fat and start to get really even matchups, right? Like, day 1 was maybe a bit more lopsided with matchups like Team Spirit versus Wildcard, but now you're ending up with teams like Spirit versus PVISION, Falcons versus Liquid, Aurora versus BB Team. And all of those matchups should be pretty close. I think overall, this is when things start to get really exciting and, you know, really nail-biting. Not that the stakes weren't high before, but this is where you're not going to find any easy matchups anymore. There's not going to be any gimmies that some teams would count as gimmies, maybe, you know, thinking that other teams are a little bit weaker. It is very even overall as we are starting to close out here, Mick.
And we do have a schedule that we can look at as well here for today. And as you can see, plenty of games to get us started. Of course, XG and Tidebound going to be up against each other on the mainstream. NGX and Na'Vi also fighting for their lives here in the road to the international playoffs on the mainstream. And of course, Stream B, Team Spirit versus PVISION and Wildcard against Boom Esports. Again, Boom Esports and Wildcard fighting for their lives right now on the B stream. On the C stream, Jonathan, Falcons and Team Liquid will be going at it. Both at a 2-1 scoreline. They're not in danger right now, but they'd sure appreciate a win. And of course, on our stream, you're going to be getting started with Aurora up against the BB team. And they are also not quite in danger yet, but they'd appreciate a win, I'm sure.
That they would. And again, their path to the main portion of TI is still relatively straightforward. I think looking at these two teams throughout the year, it's been pretty heavily favored towards the side of BB team in the past year, I will have to say. There have been a couple of moments when Aura's been able to kind of take a win, but statistically it has been better off for BB team. And the year has been much more generous to BB team than it has been for Aurora, of course, managing to snag a win in the last Wallachia, getting far in a lot of bigger tournaments, you know, coming in from even last year's performances with ESL 1 Bangkok and the last Slam. They have been very consistent here for the side of BB team, whereas for Aurora, it's just been a little bit touch and go, right? As you can see again in the results, there's been some tournaments where, you know, Aurora's managing to go in, BB team isn't, like Wallachia Season 3, a little bit further back, but just look at the standings. BB team, both of these teams from the same region, right? And BB team tends to be that spoiler that blocks the slots, and you can see for a good reason why. They've been consistently ahead outside of a couple of outlier tournaments. They've been very consistent in the past year. I think even though, you know, their highs haven't been the highest, you know, they really want to get the bigger tournaments under the belt. Of course, they want to get something like TI. They want to get multiple Wallachias, for example, or multiple slams. They are starting to, you know, they are starting to find their foothold, and it does feel like this is the year where maybe that stability starts to kick in. It's looking pretty sharp here in the road to TI playoffs.
I'm very curious to see as well if Aurora, I mean, you kind of went over the results already this year, but Aurora, still a very strong team, a team that can certainly surprise you. And of course, this is TI after all, so no holds barred. You're going to have to go with all you got. I'm sure they've got a game plan going into this matchup up against BB team. And you'd rather win this matchup if you can, John, because chances are, if Aurora do end up losing this, they're either going to have to verse the winner of Falcons and Liquid in the next round of the elimination round, rather. So, you know, you'd rather be at that 3-2 spot if you can. You know, just make yourself really, really safe. We'll see how it pans out. Of course, their opponents are going to be BB team, and as you've said multiple times, John, BB team have been looking rather fantastic this year, especially up against teams like Aurora. Are they going to be able to continue that kind of play we've been seeing from the boys? I think so. I imagine it should be a good series coming right up.
That I would, and I think the one thing, again, it's that these two teams are from the same region. They've played against each other so many times. We know for good reason that a few teams have been playing in, you know, trying to sneak their way into other qualifiers because of the fact that sometimes Aurora is there, sometimes the BB team doesn't get the direct invite, so that's something you want to dodge. And for BB team, I mean, just looking at how they've played their games, how few games they've had to play in comparison to Aurora. Aurora did have, well, actually, they did play slightly more, and BB team having to extend into 3 games in their first round up against NGX, but their matchup against Boom and Na'Vi were pretty straightforward for them. It's also really interesting to see for the side of BB team that their hero drafts have been pretty wide, especially on Miero, and I think that's where I'd be looking for in this match, this offlane comparison for Miero and for Toronto Tokyo, because Miero has played like, what, 7 heroes across the 7 games. He's played quite a fair bit, very different heroes every single game. And then you look at Toronto Tokyo for Aurora, he's played 2 heroes. He has played over 6 games, just 2 heroes, just Mars and Dawnbreaker. And majority of that has been Dawnbreaker. He's played 1 Mars game, 5 Dawnbreaker games. Surely BB team is the kind of team that will ban it out.
I mean, we'll see. Maybe they just want to play against it, John. You never really know. I dare say it's probably worth the ban, though. Dawnbreaker has been looking pretty darn amazing in this current meta. Of course, hero diversity on the side of BB team. It is a lot more versatile, I want to say, from BB team, Jonathan. Seems like a lot more heroes across the board from these boys, and I suppose you kind of anticipate that from the arguably better team here in this series. You know, their versatility is going to be somewhat higher. We'll have to see what they bring out, Jonathan. I hope we get to see some even newer heroes, though, you know, probably make it a bit too versatile. But there we go. Draft 1 now officially underway. Aurora, BB team fighting not to not be eliminated, but you are fighting for a better placement in the elimination round. See what we do have coming.
Yep, nothing too different so far in the bans. Beastmaster and August Siren, Marcio, all pretty much the top picks of the tournament, along with Monkey King. I'm a little bit surprised Shaker doesn't get the higher priority ban, considering how often we've seen Shaker thrown into really rough matchups and still have a lot of impact. Again, this Dawnbreaker idea that Aurora keeps leveraging, I would believe that either BBT are very, very prepared to counteract the Dawnbreaker, or, you know, they don't care for it and just kind of leave it. And either or, it doesn't seem like they care, as they will take care of it on End Nature's Prophet, with Quap being taken care of by Aurora. And there you go. Shaker again, first pick. We've seen this many times. We've seen Shakers in matchups that are pretty atrocious, and Shaker does still finds its foothold. Sometimes it takes too long. The triangle becomes extra important here on Radiant side. It's maybe a little bit easier to contest for the Dire in terms of just sneaking in, dropping some wards. So that's something I'd really want to see coming out here from Saver, whatever they want here for BBT. But just block the triangle, prevent that sort of build up, and you can kind of make this a little bit rougher for Kiyotaka. Again, the mid matchup option for BB team, if they want to lock it in early, is something like that Leshrac. We've seen it before. Crushes that mid up against the Shaker. You get this blink rush build up that a lot of players have been leaning towards, and it can feel pretty painful to play against. I think this idea of Pugna as well feels really good into something like Shaker, who wants to be standing back, spamming his spells, doesn't really clear out the Nether Ward, and his spells aren't the cheapest spells to spam out. So that Nether Ward will do a ton of work here every single time, and I think that could be one way as well if you want to kind of pick up something that's not blocking in your mid matchup, but certainly does, in a way, simplify that game, at least helps to put some risk in team fights here for Aurora.
Still thinking here is BB team. If they do want some of those options, Leshrac, Pugna. I even like just the silencer right now. Just seems really nice if you're anticipating the Dawnbreaker pickup from Toronto. You still have that option. They are actually going to go first pick SF though, which is not anticipating to get us started. But well, there you go, BT straight into the SF apparently.
I like it. I think it has some interesting potential here. We've seen GPK play it. We've seen Pure play it, of course, as well for the side of BB team. And I would dare to say a mid SF versus a mid Shaker is pretty terrifying. And I do like that it keeps it open, right? Like you're not necessarily committing to have to play SF into Shaker. If the Shaker gets flexed, you can just run safe lane SF as well for good old Pure, and that still works out quite nicely with the Lasting Presence. So it leaves the draft very open for BB team. And again, when we were looking at that hero diversity stat earlier on, BB team is the kind of team that can kind of juggle these heroes around, or at least in the few games they've played so far in the Road TTI, they've had a wider pool to pull into, a wider hero pool that they can draw from in comparison to what we've seen here from Aurora. So I'm curious to see which way Aurora goes. Like, again, it's just, I'm not putting any fault in Toronto Tokyo or anything, but the team has been heavily leaning legitimately on Dawnbreaker for the first 2 days. So I'm curious if that's something they'd want to drag in. Shaker Dawnbreaker is a pretty beautiful combination, especially once the blink is up, of course. So that is something that pans out well. Dawnbreaker can be flexed. You can kind of run its support. It has been done, and it does still have some power in that position. So I wouldn't mind it early. I'm wondering if they try to ban to protect something like that. Like you mentioned, Silencer is still in the pool. That's been a pretty high contest hero as well. And if you are wanting to get something like the Dawnbreaker pickup, you'd have to clear out that Silencer. Nyx, probably less of a threat. That hero overall has just been relatively dead since the removal of Mind Flare killing creeps, so I don't think you need to worry about any Spike Carapace anytime soon. But certainly the Global Silence. You know, even if you're not going to pick Dawnbreaker, we've just seen Silencer be a tremendous nuisance to a lot of teams, and surprisingly Aurora will ban out the Mars themselves, wanting to remove this easy combination to play with the SF, taking away a hero that we've seen Miero play for many years now to a great effect, but it also just removes the one other hero Toronto Tokyo's played in this tournament. So statistically, the only hero he has left is, again, based on his 2 days of playing here at the Road to TI, statistically Toronto Tokyo only has the Dawn left, which is, it's kind of funny to think about. Like, sometimes you see supports stuck on like a 2-hero pool because, you know, these supports are just stable. They never get banned. They do what they need to. But for an offlane to be limited to that, I mean, Dawnbreaker's strong, but it's interesting.
It is interesting. We'll see if they do want to go ahead and take it for themselves. If it doesn't get banned, that is. BB team, having a think about it. A lot of the reserve time already used up, just 25 seconds left. So these next picks looking to be quite fast here from BB team. It's like they've already got the game plan down pat. Wonder what kind of ban they're really thinking so heavily about. 10 seconds left even in the reserve time. Aurora having a lot of conversation as they do end up banning out the Pugna. Well, fair enough. You did mention how great that hero was against heroes like the ES, as we are going to go straight into a Disruptor pickup.
I like seeing that. We've seen a lot more Disruptor coming in. We haven't really seen Kinetic Fence. People are just going back to just standard Disruptor play. Not the highest win rate, but this is a hero that's been picked a lot, and it does provide quite a lot without really committing too hard, right? Now, if you think about Dawnbreaker, if she Solar Guardians in pre-BKB, you glimpse her back. Toronto Tokyo is not going to be too happy about not really contributing much to the team fight. You at least get something with a little bit of hold and save from Aurora with that Shadow Demon on hand. Very important to have this kind of hero as well to stack up that triangle for the recovery form that you'd be seeking here on Kiyotaka. And it does provide a lot of potential, right? You can easily interrupt the SF early on if he's looking to Requiem with Envision. You have a way of saving your own heroes as well from that combo. You have a lot of push potential just from this hero. Laning presence is pretty decent. And again, setting up for Shaker's quite nice. Stacking for Shaker is going to feel great. So it does tie into what Aurora wants to do here quite well. Now it's just a matter of kind of building on these foundations, right? Like you could afford to kind of go for your secondary support now as well. You don't kind of need to show your hand with Shaker just yet, although it does feel like for the most part, it has just been mid-Shakers, and we will get maybe a little bit of that flex with a Snapfire on hand on top of things. So there's this potential now to shift Snapfire onto mid if you are expecting the SF mid, right? Like if you go full bore Snap into SF, that is a pretty playable lane. There's a lot of nuking damage that can come in. This hero has felt pretty darn good. Teamfight potential is high. You've got the setups that you can play with from Disruption, from the Shaker as well, for the kisses to get done. And there is room for a Silencer pickup on the side of BB team as well, but they will just opt for a Centaur and Hoodwink combo instead. So they have a way of just, if kisses come in, just run away. Nice and easy. You have a good way of reaching out as well and interrupting that backline with a Bushwhack. I do like seeing this from BBT. I think it ties in to their own draft as well. There's a lot of ways of taking wider team fights, going in and out, and just avoiding this area control that Aurora will try to toss on top. It does mean you don't have that easy interrupt globally for the kisses, but that doesn't tend to be the biggest concern anyhow for most teams in comparison to something like a Bane with Grip, which is just not a concern this game.
I mean, I do like the combo even just for the laning stage as well. Hoodwink, it's a pretty ugly lane to have to play against, to say the least. Let's see what Aurora are planning to pick up as their POS 1 though. I mean, obviously that will change the mid puck for themselves. So that should be the mid puck against that mid SF that we're looking at, though you can also just flex the SF to the position 1 role if you really want to change things up. My curiosity, though, is what the POS 1s are going to be looking like here for either side. Again, I think BB team have the stronger offlane right now based off the Centaur Hoodwink. I do wonder what Aurora want to play in that POS 1 role that can kind of sustain itself against this kind of combination.
The one straightforward thing against Centaur is maybe something like a Razor, right? For Aurora, if you want to run it in, you're going to have a decent time. You've got potentially the Disruptor in your lane, or even just the Snapfire works as well. If you want to keep that Disruptor up top to try to get stacks up, and the Shaker Shadow Demon's pretty stable on hand. They will ban out the Dusa instead, considering that they don't have an easy way of melting through the mana later on, which is fair enough for the side of BB team. And for Aurora, having to take care of the pause once here for Pure. Rather interesting. They're still expecting the SF to just be for GPK, which, to be fair, I do believe that's the way BB team tends to lean with the SF in recent weeks. I do recall in the last tournaments they were playing, this was the way they'd go. So maybe not expecting anything to try to manage that puck, which is fine. I think SF puck lane does tend to draw even, maybe slightly easier for the puck, just having that puckish, although it's not too efficient up against the SF with ground targeting anyhow. Void Spirit being taken out as well. It's just a matter of, just what do you want to lane into Centaur? There's that Razor idea. There's maybe something like a Life Stealer as well, which could be decent with a Shaker jumping in.
Yeah, I mean, Lifestealer could work. I mean, Sven could kind of work. Like, Warcry would be nice against the SF pick. Nothing really pops out as good as, say, yeah, there's a Sven. Nothing really pops out as good as, say, the Ursa, but they had already banned that out, so they will go down the Sven route. I mean, I agree with that. I think the Warcry value against SF is going to be really nice this game, and your other options were just honestly pretty garbage. So, Sven is going to be the pick.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's going to be a good ball up coming out from Aurora. You have a lot of jump potential now as well. Natural sort of blink carrier in the Sven with his timing that we see Mask of Madness, Echo Saber, Blink, BKB in somewhat of that order. And it can easily join in with the initiation we'll get.
Oh!
I do like this pickup from the side of BB team though. Troll comes in, whacking away at wall and dying, as he tends to. But this does feel like a pretty decent game for Troll, right? Like there is some kiting potential here. Having to pick Troll into Shadow Demon, that alone might be
100%.
a little bit tricky coming in. But yeah, Pure's been winning on it. Of course, they've only lost one series, so it does make sense. They pulled this out to win. And again, overall, in the context of this game, it does feel pretty good. It's a nice way to pin down the puck when you can just run in with a BKB. It does feel like you need to take care of this backline. Again, Mira's probably the biggest threat here for the Troll. With all the control he is going to be able to provide true debuff immunity and just kind of kiting this here around. But there are some good ways to mitigate. Like, Miero could actually viably farm an Ags here and just toss Pure onto his back if things get dicey later on and still get some good value out from the Troll. Could be one way to go later on. Laning-wise, I will say that the potential for the lanes from Aurora are pretty damn high. Like, Nightfall and Panto on the Sven Snapfire, that's a double stun lane. It's a lot of magical damage as well with Panto on hand. It's not going to be the comfiest for Miero if he is going to try to jump in a walk forward and try to leverage the threat of Hoof Stomp and Double Edge. I think there's enough punishment here from Aurora to at least slow Miero down. And I think that's where it really has to kick in here for Aurora. The lanes have to come out pretty darn strong. You want to be able to get this kind of start going for Nightfall where there's enough pressure down bot. He gets a slight advantage. He can just sit back in the jungle. The rest of the team can kind of connect and play around with Kiyotaka without the Sven being contested. I think that's the ideal here for Aurora. Same thing kind of goes for BB team, right? You do have this Troll. He will want to sit back and form. We've been seeing much more of the Ags build up. The Battle Fury build up in comparison to the Ags, which, again, it's just going to take time until you reach that point with farm here for Pure. So you are going to be looking for connections with GPK. If they do get that ball rolling here on the side of BB team, though, like you say, you get even lanes throughout. No one's losing anything. And then maybe you get a slight advantage somehow in GPK. You're not waiting around too much for, say, blink times. You're not waiting too much for initial items for your offlane and mid to be online. They just kind of need levels, and then your supports can get the setup done to get a good Requiem, get a good Hoof Stomp. That's where the threat is. Like, in an even lane setup, I think BB team will be able to leverage like level parity a lot better. Their spikes feel a little bit earlier, and that's where Aurora has to be somewhat cautious. Again, I feel like Aurora just need to win out a little bit more in these lanes to get that advantage over BB team.
An early fight as well from both sides. Both level 1 timings are actually pretty nice. Good luck, have fun's coming out here between the two. And timings are definitely a little bit scary on BB team's end, but it could also work the other way. You know, you get a quick blink on this ES. Things could change very, very quickly.
30 seconds.
This wraparound is here, BB team. They are going to run right into Toronto, Tokyo, but not going to be within range for any kind of a glimpse back. They will just allow them to walk away. And all they really want, by the looks of it, is to just block these camps. Which is what you should be doing every time against these core shakers, because it just ruins their game if they can't just slam the stacks.
Yeah. We've seen it so many times. It's just that control. Even on the offlane, Toronto Tokyo is going to have to put in the work to just find his levels, find his form. Maybe, again, going back for the Aftershock build, leveraging some free harassment out, and just kind of try to CS and control the lane as much as possible. Walking into the Shaker, walking into the Troll is not going to feel great for the Shaker whatsoever. Easily punished, again, by Kataomi as well with that glimpse back and the kinetic field if you're not too careful. Still, that mid matchup is where it's going to be a little bit spicy. GPK up against Kiyotaka. The SF versus the Puck. Very old school mid that we have seen GPK pull out quite often in the past few months. This is a hero that he does love playing. And Kiyotaka, I mean, he's going to be able to manage. You do have a window to dodge. He goes for the curveball as well, trying to maximize some poke back with the Illusory Orb as it goes further and further, which is what you want. Keep that spacing from the SF. A very mana-intensive lane in comparison for GPK, for sure. And that does mean rune control is going to be doubly important for BB Team, but that is where their supports kind of shine. Both sides do have supports that feel great in terms of rotating into that 6-minute power rune, 8-minute power rune, even say a 4-minute water rune sort of steal away. It does feel very plausible for both sides. And that's really going to be one of the big things that dictate mid. Although GPK is copping the short end now with some free harassment from Kiyotaka, and he is down in mana. Does have the 2 mangoes, but not in the comfiest of spots to have to pop that yet.
It's very annoying against this puck with the puckish that you do get with that phase shift. Just so annoying to try and contest. How are the side lanes going? I mean, we were having a look at bottom where you were seeing Nightfall and Panto. In fact, hold that thought because a quick disruption out. But never mind that because bottom lane glimpse back. In fact, at the top lane, Toronto Tokyo still in trouble. Is gonna make it. Stick charges will be enough as Mirror now chasing down Pure. Doesn't have any kind of other spells to throw out. No Shadow Poison yet at the level 1 mark. So Pure going to be just fine, but already playing on the edge at this top lane is now Nightfall also getting caught. He'll get a stun out, but it's not going to matter. Save with the Blood Grenade, able to get enough damage off in the end. Like I was kind of mentioning during the draft, like this combination, it's really, really ugly to play against if you have the initial Bushwhack setup.
And it is. And it's a nice, easy setup, of course, with that Hoof Stomp ready on Niero. Not the toughest hero in the world to try to melt down with all the magic damage you do have here on BB Team. Having that value point in that double edge just makes short work of Nightfall. You do have to watch that spacing. The lanes are starting to get a little bit tough for Aurora. So you are seeing BB Team just finding more. And that top lane is the one that's pretty scary for Toronto Tokyo because of just how much threat there is from BB Team. Like you can just completely bully out the Shaker. At the least, Mira has managed to clear out the sentries in the triangle, so he is opening up the potential for stacks later on. Whether or not Kataomi has the time or resources to block those camps again remains to be seen. A bit of a chase down bot. Lots of long-range poke, of course, with that full-bore scatter blast from Panto. At least providing some spacing out here for Nightfall to build his resources up. But you already have that level 3 threat up on Niero, and he does have an open skill point. Oh. And I like seeing this from Mira as well. He was holding on to that extra skill point at level 3 until he got the opportunity to double edge Panto. You can see just that damage is insane. Oh. It does force out a Lotus use, but you're getting a free lane out for your troll, and it is room for Toronto Tokyo to soak up some EXP. You're more than happy with the damage you're doing here and maintaining that pressure on the Ancients, keeping eye on the stacks. Bot lane, a lot of pressure coming out onto Niero with more damage coming in from Panto with level 2 Scatter Blast. It's starting to be a threat, but Niero's not too unhappy. He has that Ring of Health. He can hang around under the tower. He's not too far off from his full Vanguard as well. Now you have an isolated Toronto Tokyo with not much mana here.
Oh, here we go. Toronto, top lane, will go down. Nice and easy here between Pure and Kataomi. No real contest whatsoever as BB Team continuing to get away with murder. And of course, giving these free kills to Pure, never really going to be a great idea. Because he's already having a fantastic old time up at that top lane. And well, that Battle Fury looks like it's going to be timed pretty well.
And it ought to be. Again, a relatively free lane, no real contestation coming out from the Shaker matchup as you would expect. not really the highest pressure lane that you can think of here for the side of Aurora. And for the side of BB Team, they found everything. Mid matchup for GPK, despite the early pokes, has worked out his way. Can just easily sit back, clear out camps in between shoved out waves. Is still finding even water runes, maybe even a power rune, although you are setting up maybe just a little bit better on Aurora, with Mira again hanging in that triangle for the stack and contest. And you might be able to get away with just a free first power rune for Kiyotaka. Maybe you could get a play out if you get lucky, get a dream call going elsewhere.
You could try.
Nice rune as well.
Indeed it is. They'll rotate top now with an amp damage rune on Kiyotaka. Would love to find Pure, but it looks like he's going to run into Karaomi instead. No, in fact, Pure, he will reveal himself. This could be very dangerous. He's trying to make the move in onto Toronto, Tokyo. Toronto, who happily turn around, but they actually go for the Fisher on a Karaomi first. And in fact, Karaomi, he still ends up finally tying. So they don't even try to bother with Pure. They'll take the Karaomi kill instead. I thought you would have had enough with the amp damage rune to try for the Troll Warlord, but apparently not.
Now that spacing was just beautiful out from Pure, right? Like he's hanging so far on the left side of the lane. They're very split apart. They had the good game sense that they didn't have control of the rune bot. You know, Kiyotaka's not going back to mid to settle that wave. So certainly a rotation coming in, and we play defensive. It does pay off. Not the biggest kill to find for the side of Aurora. An important one for Kiyotaka to at least get that ball rolling just a tad bit. But you're not hurting too badly. At the least, getting that kill does guarantee there's no fight for the Shrine of Wisdom. So it's a 1-for-1. Very even state of affairs there overall. And because they aren't on the aggressive early on for BB Team, they don't contest early, although you grab Mira. Nice little freebie. But GPK is already clearing out some camps. So they actually still get to intervene into the triangle stack, still manage to clear out. And, I mean, it's just a large camp, but it is a significant amount of gold. We've seen this impact the Shaker game so badly. GPK just going to be so glad to have walked up there, get a little bit of a freebie his way. He leaves the Skellies. It's a little bit of a last insult to keep it semi-blocked. You're going to have to stack and waste some time there. You want that. Power rune again?
Had a bit of an internet issue
Welcome
there.
back.
They are going to go for a... Thank you, John. They do get a regen room for Kiyotaka. Karaomi. Yeah, he's going to be just fine to walk out of there, no problem. As a BB Team, they are still just getting away with practically everything. Like, they've given one life away so far, but it's still 3-1. 2k advantage their way. All the runes have been picked up. Well, I mean, not all the runes, obviously. You just saw Kiyotaka pick one up, but it seems like BB Team is still just getting away with too much. And I wonder if there's any particular timings you're going to be looking for here for Aurora to try and start some aggressive style of plays. Nightfall actually pops God Strength down bottom. Thought he was going to make the jump onto Miero, but looks like he's just going to use it to farm instead.
Yeah, you just kind of want to sit back and farm right now on this Sven. Some timings for you to watch out for. Probably just this blink timing on Toronto Tokyo to help simplify these fights. Maybe at least the Echo Saber blink for Nightfall with the Mask of Madness if you want to finish that up. That's when you can start to depend on the Sven to jump in as well. It is a massive risk. I think just having your large camp stacked in the triangle taken away is a pretty big loss already. GPK, again, very sneaky with that move while they were trying to play around up top and just cuts down some of that farm for Toronto Tokyo. Still has the Ancients, and that's still a huge injection of cash flow here for the Shaker, but not as much as you'd want it to be at this point. Again, it's just more time for BB Team to play to their own tempo. You know, this is a troll who needs a battle fury. He needs a lot of space and time. You are getting that out from this game so far. You're being a massive nuisance down bot, but Save just constantly getting bushwhacks and acorn shots out to make Nightfall feel like he's under some pressure. Play behind his tower more, not really hug the laning creeps, which is just worth a little bit more here. And again, just kind of dictate that pace. Aurora has not really crossed the river anytime in the past few minutes. It's been BB Team every now and again just making that foray into the enemy triangle, trying to get stuff going. Rune control, again, has been pretty sharp here for the side of Aurora, though.
Mira, he's going to get away. In fact, he gets the Purge out onto GPK. Nice silence coming in from Kiyotaka, forcing the Stampede, but the Dream Coil is going to lock him down anyway. And now they've got a bonus. Save will also drop. Kiyotaka even looking for a third target now, will chase down Karaomi, but he has no way to lock down the Disruptor. It won't matter though. A huge set of kills in the mid lane for Aurora. and they can start to think about that mid-tier 1 tower with the siege creep timing. In fact, Kiyotaka not done yet. Continuing onto Kataomi. But again, really just doesn't have the lockdown. They will glimpse him back though. You've got Save moving in and another TP in from our SF, but Kiyotaka still looking relatively safe to try and find a way out of here. And he will jump, but he's trapped in the corner now. Cookie to the high ground, but they still catch him with the bushwhack, but it's not gonna matter. There's no glimpse back. It was on cooldown. At the very least, BB team, they do hold on to the mid-tier 1. So there is one bonus in all that for BB team, and that is that the tier 1 tower is still standing. But it's a gentle breeze would basically knock that thing over.
And it would. And it all stems back to just this insane rune control that Aurora is leveraging. Right? Every 2 minutes, they're dragging all their heroes mid to contest. They're not giving any leeway for GPK to actually get his bottle topped up for him to try to make a rotation around. And it does feel like Aurora has managed to get a good read, because we've seen this with GPK before. If he doesn't manage to, get what he wants from lane, even though he's finding some farm, he gets a little bit greedy. He tries to fight for the field rune, tries to feel like, all right, maybe he can burst down the Shadow Demon. Doesn't respect the fact that Aurora, again, are just tossing 4 heroes onto mid. And that is the punishment Aurora is looking for. Sets things up nicely. They're still buying a lot of free space for Nightfall while this happens. The big threat is, again, Pure is getting a free ride into his own Battle Fury. But the Sven timing, at least, is a little bit quicker. Every single time.
They really are getting every power room. And that is the one big, and GPK even tips him for it. He is just getting every single power room on this park. And that could be really saving the game for Aurora. Like, we've seen quite a few fights now where they have been able to play off these power rooms with Kiyotaka. So it's been a big loss for GPK, just not getting lucky whatsoever with his random guesses. Still having a great old time on the SF nonetheless. Second in net worth, in fact top of the net worth now. Pure right behind him, but my goodness, you'd like a bit of a power rune if you're GPK.
Yeah, again, he's not been able to be active on the map, right? Like, he's not really looking for opportunities because of that. Maybe this is an opportunity up top.
They will jump Mira, and Mira is gonna die by the looks of.
Yeah. Not the big skill. They did have to expend Static Storm just to find that pesky support pickoff, and they still lose their mid off of it. Again, as you mentioned, just a breeze getting that done here for the side of Aurora. BB team, they still are in a slight advantage. Again, Pure's had a relatively free game. Battle Fury up into the Yasha next, and you're also lining up for that blink on Miero, but Aurora have done a great job of just stalling. And you've already got the Mask of Madness. Echo Saber just part off for Nightfall. That's where things start to really ramp up for the Sven. Starts to connect with his team. Starts to think about taking a team fight into maybe threatening for Roche. We'll have to see if they can kind of find that opportunity. The side of Aurora is starting to go out for a little bit of a smoke now as well. Got the Witchblade up in Kiyotaka. Got the Kisses ready as well on Panto, looking for that flank up top. Kataomi is the only one presenting himself, though.
Kiyotaka. Well, he's going to indeed find Kataomi. So he's going to be a bit of a freebie on a Kataomi, but that's about all you get. They will eventually run into Pure. Coil out, Pure. He's going to get locked down. Kisses to fly in. He has been silenced, but the Stampede is going to allow him to barely get away as the chase does continue. Kiyotaka, he does have the Witchblade and another orb up in one. He'll try and back up Fisher. Will force out the battle trance here from Pure to try and survive, but Kiyotaka's going to try and chase him down, see if he can snipe him, but it doesn't look like it. He's going to be okay. Just barely does Pure get away from that scenario. But my goodness, was that close.
And it was. It's just 2 ults again dropped to just save Pure. Stampede defensively. Oh.
Echo Slam committed. They have found Save as well, but Save's going to be perfectly fine. It's like Toronto was just trying to lock him down as long as possible to allow the backup to come in, but it just wasn't there in the nick of time. Nevertheless, if you're Aurora, you're having a great old time now. Like, sure, you're still slightly behind in farm, but you are finding some decent trade-offs in these fights, and again, the game is a lot closer than you would have first anticipated.
Yeah. It just goes back to how much activity you're getting out here from Kiyotaka in comparison to GPK. Right? It comes down to that rune control earlier on from 6 minutes to 8 to 10. Those 3 runes just ruined GPK's time, especially around the 8 to 10 He contests that shield rune. Mira picks it up. They get to contest it really hard. And the side of BB team just didn't have someone they could play off of. Mira was just stuck farming down bot. They'll try to get aggressive now with a smoke. They've got that blink and Mira they've been waiting for. But they don't really have the angle to find anyone. Maybe.
They're trying. Looks like they will at least run into Mira. So Mira tanking the gank quite nicely here for Nightfall, as we are seeing Kataomi still chasing down the Sven. Almost got vision for the glimpse back, but not quite. A little bit unlucky, not able to find the much bigger target they were hoping for. They still get something. In fact, they'll find a secondary target now on Panto. Panto will just go straight for the TP play out. GPK, he could not resist the power root. It's his first one, though. Give him a break. He just wanted the haste to be picked up. He didn't care for the snap fire kill.
No. Probably a little bit more important to have that haste on hand anyway. It allows some way for the SF to actually get in, try to leverage some of these slows on the raises with Shadowmire, maybe even look for a Requiem coming out with full Yasha Kaya up. 4-5, very even game so far. Aurora, again, utilizing this early game quite nicely, moving across the map quite well, especially with that emphasis on mid. And they've managed to buy so much time and space for Nightfall. Tied up in terms of the top net worth so far. 4 heroes, Pure, GPK, Nightfall, and Kiyotaka, all tied up in that build-up, and that's a very good spot to be in if you're Aurora, especially for Kiyotaka, considering how active he's been on this map. Already has the blink with that Witchblade up, a lot of damage, a lot of mobility. Now the blink up on GPK as well, all finished. So there are tools for both sides. It's just a matter of who can get that jump in first, who's willing to. Because when you look at Aurora, their initiation feels very safe. Dream Coil cancels out the Stampede Escape. It's very non-committal for a puck, considering there's no hard lockdown outside of Static Storm. And if you jump the backline, catch out Kataomi anyhow with a silence, it could just go very badly for the side of the BB team if you're not too careful.
Here we go. They're going to go for a quick fight now, bottom lane. Requiem going to be channeled immediately. They'll jump in as well, looking for the puck, but no. Kiyotaka, he was able to phase shift away from it. They'll glimpse him back, though. Coil is down. They caught 2 of them. And now the slam. Toronto. Perfect setup here from our puck, as they even get the Stormhammer now on GPK in the Fisher block. GPK needs a way out. He'll run towards the east. They'll fight back now, looking towards maybe some support. Mira dropping low, and so is Nightfall, but Nightfall continues to just run away. As Mira, he'll try and tank the gank that was incoming. And they will take him down. Toronto also on the run, still chasing down Save, who is also dropping pretty darn low. Mira will drop. Toronto's still running. Miro, GPK, they're all there chasing him down, but a nice Fisher. Toronto will take GPK with him, as they'll continue trying to find this puck, but they just won't get there. Kiyotaka's fine.
Wow, that's just huge punish coming out from Aurora. Beautiful way of just kind of stalling out that fight as well, right? Like, again, BB team, you can see how much pressure they're under to try to catch out Kiyotaka. They know how good of a game this puck has in store for it. They know how slippery it's going to get as the game goes on. And even after throwing all the resources out, if you don't find that angle for the Static Storm usage with a kinetic field onto the puck, you're just not going to get that hold you want. Very well-timed smoke out from Aurora here.
Can they get the vision? No, they cannot. They almost found Puro. We'll be okay. Bit of a shame that last team fight for BB. Ooh, in fact, hold that thought. I was looking at GPK for a second. I was going to say a bit of a shame for GPK, because he just had that Yasha Kai, that last team fight, but yeah, the Requiem setup, it probably wasn't as good as he would have hoped. They were trying to catch Kiyotaka off guard, but unfortunately for them, the phase shift is lasting too long, and you're kind of seeing just how long this fight breaks out. And the thing is as well, like, you had multiple heroes that were just chasing Kiyotaka the whole time. The amount of space he bought to find these couple more kills, it was very impactful. And they're going to smoke again now.
Wow, I don't know how you fix that control issue. And it's so hard when you have to think about just the angles Kiyotaka has found for himself. Nice little haste rune steal from Pure, but that should make it a little bit obvious that they're also under the cover of smoke here on the side of BB team.
They've got the blink up as well on Nightfall. He could surprise them with this BB team. They're going to reveal themselves. Pure, he'll run right in, breaks the smoke. They do see him. That's not quite the target they want to start with, though. Miero, he doesn't see them yet, but he will jump in for a two-man hoof stop, and now the Requiem will be thrown right out into Mira, and they even found Kiyotaka with it. Oh, Miero, he would have loved what he saw once that smoke broke. And with that, of course, they can turn right back towards the Tormentor now.
Yeah. Nice quick objective to find. Nice big kill to find as well. That's the initiation we were lacking inside of BB Team earlier. And just the puck's too damn slippery. But if you can land those chain stuns, the hoof stomp to bushwhack, static storm to cover, that is more than enough. You're going to need something defensive here later on from Kiyotaka. Still focusing on the damage. The chances to find such control is relatively few and far between for Kiyotaka, so long as he plays it smart. Not quite fully protected in the guise of smoke there. And BB Team now leverage that lead into a 7k advantage after finding that huge kill. A massive streak from Kiyotaka. And for BB Team, this is where things really get rolling. You know, a BKB being formed up by GPK. Same thing for Pure at this point. That surprise going from Miero, just doing wonders now with a full pipe as well to protect some from a lot of that magical damage that you are reliant on from Aurora. The kisses coming in, the shadow poison coming in won't be as impactful. Even the damage, of course, from Kiyotaka is not going to be as painful now with a little bit of that barrier and aura play for BB Team about to kick in. For Aurora, I think the big thing for them is just waiting out their own BKB timing here in Nightfall. Like, if this Sven can start to feel comfy in the middle of these fights, you know, it can start to look into that back line, maybe just kite around the troll as much as possible if you can, and just look for a pick off into Roshan for either side. It would be massive for Aurora if they could get that first. Just a matter of, can they find that engagement they want?
They're going to find Toronto here for BB Team. Toronto, no way out of that scenario. A very nice catch by Karaomi. With that, BB Team in a position to try and force some kind of objective if they want. They probably won't, though. There's not really a tier 1 tower nearby. They're going to go for a smoke instead. See if they can twin gate to the other side and find someone a bit more valuable. And, well, Nightfall, he is currently farming the Ancient Stack right by the twin gate. So it's perfect timing for them if they do run towards the west, but instead they're running through the bottom lane. They'll run into Mira instead. Mira, he'll break the smoke. Panto, he'll be the one to get spotted. A nice cookie, though, allowing him to get away, but no, the glimpse is there. They will lock down the Snapfire, but they may be unaware they just missed out on a much more valuable target in the Sven. Just unfortunately for them, they chose the target they could see first. Roshan it is.
Yeah, and again, this is the opening you'd want on BB Team. It's that threat. Aurora wanted the same kind of move, weren't quite set up for it. They do have that full BKB up on Nightfall now, but the timing's just off. First ages to go the way of BB Team, lining up some big timings as well. Pure starting to get that build up into the Ags, has the full Sonic and Yasha. That stat res can do a lot of work in the middle of these engagements. And a secondary life safety net with a battle trance up means bursting down this troll, it's going to be a little bit more effortful. Kiyotaka, though, does go for that defensive item we were talking about. Skips out in the full Pharasma and does just go for the BKB, as we have seen that control be devastating onto him. Nothing to pierce through that debuff immunity at the very least. So Kiyotaka has a window where he can dance around once more if he's smart here.
They're having a look around. They're going to find Mira. Top lane, they do pick him up from Kiyotaka. He got caught in the static storm, but he does have the BKB now. So he is okay to get out of there. But that will be the immediate usage of the BKB from the puck, as it just came out. So no surprise reveal for it. Already 1 second off the longest duration, and you're not going to be too happy about that as Aurora. Especially considering the BKB timings for Pure, for GPK, they're all up now. So chances are they're going to want to look to fight soon too.
That they would. And as this game goes on, it's not like this BKB is a save all for you. You do have Kataomi, who is already trying to save up for the full Ags, has his blink up, just going to go straight for that utility if he can. And if that timing does hit, if he does manage to survive a couple of these fights, you know, it lasts longer as well. If the game lasts long enough, you hit that Ags timing, you are in danger for Kiyotaka. Like, there's nothing to be done up against that control that Kataomi will provide. Heck, even Nightfall is going to be under a little bit of threat there if he's not too careful. BB Team, they're starting to hit their stride. Full basher up for Pure. More control to leverage onto that Sven, even if they do get on top of you. And they still have a lot of time in this Aegis. They're just going to go for the rundown on the tier 2 bot. Not going to take too long with a Troll Warlord on hand. Early Fortify forced out. They are posturing around here in the side of Aurora at the very least.
They are, but not the whole squad. Panto's going to reveal himself. Does get a nice cookie away. The chase will continue though. They land the sharpshooter. Though Fisher, Toronto buying more time. Blink is up in 5 here for Miera. They're going to be careful not to go too far for this. They'll glimpse back the Snapfire, and they will take him out. So even with that much of a dive from BB team, Aurora's still unwilling to make the TP rotations to try and force a fight. I mean, fair enough. They are fighting into the Aegis of the Troll Warlord. But BB team, they're looking to maybe knock on your high ground. In fact, they won't. They will respect them enough to leave.
You still have to be cautious about such a tight area up against a Shaker. We have seen some big slams already, although it has taken a little bit longer. You don't have that setup here. It still is a threat in such a tight spot, and no need to kind of pressure too hard. You do have that early 9k advantage, quite significant at 26 minutes in, and you have a lot of room to grow. GPK, just one part away from full Ags, is just going to wait for that farm to be up, and then you have this issue with the Requiem. Right, he gets in, he gets that really fast Requiem, he gets the fear off. That's just so much control that Aurora have to be concerned about, that they have to be very disciplined about, because there's a lot of AoE follow-up to set up for that for that Requiem here from GPK. We'll have to see if Aurora can break BB team down one by one, as we have seen before. I think that's where Aurora shines. A little bit of a hit and run, utilizing their puck to find some softer targets or isolated cores very easily. They just need to find that, like GPK is, although...
Oh, yeah. Not quick enough. Kiyotaka gives it a crack, but GPK just a little bit faster with the fingers. Mira, though, is in position. Gets a ward down, but it is going to be spotted. GPK very well aware that they were looking for him. Meanwhile, top lane, Pure just casually taking care of business, as he still has about a minute left on that Aegis. And it looks like he might try to force a fight now, instead of letting the Aegis expire for nothing. At least the tier 3 tower to be had. Glyph will be forced. Still not really too much of a reason for him to look to back, but it looks like he's made the choice to take it easy for now.
Oh, Mira.
Mira. Nice pushback. They aren't able to steal the shrine away, at least. So Mira does take it away, but they will still secure his life. And well, BB team now an 11k net worth advantage. And absolutely zero stress for these boys at the moment.
Well, no reasons to be concerned whatsoever. Again, they've got that solid lead. There is this potential from Aurora still left. And they are getting into the BKB time for Toronto Tokyo now as well to be realized. It just doesn't feel like it's been a game that Nightfall can just, stand and hit. He's had a decent game. He hasn't been active at all in these kills. So you've been basically almost been playing 4v5 here on Aurora.
Oh boy, Kiyotaka! Oh, they got him. They got him all right, Jonathan. These wards from BB team, they're just seeing everything. A very nice ward on that Radiant jungle, and it never got de-warded. BB team able to find Kiyotaka another time, is now Pure going to run right into Toronto Tokyo. And Toronto going to have to find out the hard way that there's no escape. It's Pure even willing to just pop the BKB to ensure there's no shenanigans.
I like that. Just get the free kill, take that advantage. You can actually clear out objectives within 40 seconds, maybe even force a buyback. Because you're a troll, it doesn't take too long to melt through some of these tier 3s once you can get hitting, and you will get started early. You don't have Kiyotaka for 20. Again, you have the buyback ready on Toronto, but he already utilized the slam. What threat is there on Pure? Outside of maybe Nightfall coming in, but again, as we've seen, he doesn't feel like he's ready yet. He's got the full Daedalus. Surely at some point the Sven actually joins the fight.
Well, he's coming now. They've got to go sometime. They'll disrupt. Pure. Oh no!
No! Let he BKB! Let he BKB! Nightfall, you do this!
Oh no!
Look, he BKBs to TP, but he doesn't BKB to stop a glimpse? Oh no! No.
I mean, I guess they made the call not to fight. It is what it is, John. It is what it is. He's made his choice. Nightfall probably needs to leave the area though. It's looking a little bit spooky down here, and he will. He's all right. I can't say the same for the courier, but that's okay.
Oh. Nah.
No, it's all right.
Nah.
It's made it.
I feel like that if we've actually witnessed a reverse Nightfall. Haven't we? Like, you know, like, everyone likes saying, oh, Nightfall did a Nightfall again, BKB TP. It's the reverse. This is actually the antithesis to it. That's pretty cool coming from Nightfall himself. So what's the synthesis of this gameplay? We'll find out soon, I'm sure. Again, this Sven is getting big. Right? Again, Daedalus up, Godstrength's ready. He's ready to twack away. Maybe he wants that Satanic disassembly first, sure. But he is 0-1-0, Mike. He has been playing Farmville. The investment has to kick in. It has to kick in.
Kind of ashamed I played that game once upon a time, to be honest with you, John.
Hey, everyone did. Everyone did.
Did we?
You know, it was fun. It was fun.
Sad game.
Yeah, but it's a fun time killer, right? You'd invite your friends on Facebook back then as well. You remember? Help me with my crop.
Oh, well, that's
good times.
Really do. I didn't have anyone to invite, John. That's why I quit the game. Why'd you do that, John? I need to show off about the fact that you got friends. Just a Facebook user. Anyway, 3 shots for Miero. Amp damage as well for GPK. So you're really getting everything now for BB Team. I mean, you just popped it out of the bottle. Can they find Aurora and force a fight? Well, not right now, because Aurora, they're smoked up. They're the ones looking for said fight. It's a long run up towards the top lane, though, and it looks like they're going to find a shield rune here for BB Team on their way in. So Pure will say thank you very much for that. He's sitting at about 5k HP with the shield rune, if you count that. So Aurora, not spotted yet. Pure, so close yet so far, though he does jump in, and we'll see Panto eventually. Meanwhile, a Stormhammer in the back save. Does get caught by Nightfall. That's 1 down for BB Team. They're going to jump in, though, onto Panto, finding the snap by Mira. He'll buy a bit of time here for Panto to try and find a way out. Meanwhile, Mira continuing onto Mira, as they are very patiently waiting. They'll jump in onto the Centaur. There goes Mira, but they will lose Panto. So 2 for 2 so far, as they might spot GPK in a second. In fact, they've jumped into Kataomi, and GPK will get caught out. The BKB team, BKB Requiem is there, and they've got Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka is gone. Toronto, he'll try to run. He's got no TP. Nothing really to be done here for Pearl Toronto Tokyo. He will drop. I guess you get Nightfall out of there, but not the greatest of news if you are Aurora.
No, certainly not. Again, this all boils back to just how well that map read of BB Team is. They take Tormentor, they instantly scan near to Roche, but not fully on Roche. They were scanning towards the secret shop more of into the ramp areas here on that lower area. And that's just enough for them, for that scan to go on and off, on and off. They know they're hanging around by the ramp, by those camps. They get the positioning right. That fight is a little bit split apart, but that's exactly what you'd want. Aurora's looking for you to clump up, looking to maximize the slam, maximize the dream coil, maximize the cleave of Nightfall, but he's not getting these opportunities. They're playing it piecemeal on the side of BB Team, splitting them apart. This move by GPK was just so sick. It gets the side of Vice off onto Kiyotaka at the tail end. Not enough output to burst down this SF. And he just cleans shop, gets the big kill he wants.
Well, as we saw in that replay as well, it may have been a bit of a miscommunication. Because they jumped GPK. They had him at less than half HP, but Nightfall, he was already running to the top lane. So it seems like Nightfall made the call to just retreat. I think had he been there for the SF, chances are GPK would have just been dead. But nevertheless, maybe they just miscommunicated at the end of that fight a little bit. Not 100% sure on that.
It does feel that way. Maybe there's some concern here for Nightfall having to go into the troll as well. Right. Like that is something that doesn't feel the best for the Sven with all of the mischances. Especially with the eventuality of an Ags down the line for Pure going for that Swift point first. But there's a lot to have to think about for Nightfall to go in and out. This is something we've seen from a few teams now, though, in the Road to TI playoffs. If you'd recall, like yesterday, Akashi just not joining his team in time, not being in that initiation. It feels like there's been a little bit of a disconnect for some of our carries, and it is kind of deciding how some of these games go, right? 9-23 now, 20k lead for the side of BB Team. A refresh next for GPK, double BKB, double Requiem, double Scythe of Vice. Gonna be a world of hurt here for the side of Aurora. The Ag's already up in Kataomi. Makes this game a nightmare for all of the cores on Aurora to have to play into now. And BB Team are just on cruise control. Maybe find a freebie here.
Well, they should. Panto's really got no way out, so he's just definitely dead. So side device from GPK being very annoying here for Aurora to deal with. Interesting to note as well, Nightfall. Looks like he has... Oh, in fact, hold that thought. We are going to have a bit of a gank down bottom as well. When I say gank, I mean you just kind of ran into Pure. He's very confident with the Aegis up. John, he'll just casually pop the battle trance to ensure they get the kill. And they want to go for bottom tier 3 tower. Why the hell not? Even without the battle trance, Pure really just isn't being contested. He's 9-0-4. He really just doesn't feel like he can die right now. And that's fair enough. I don't think he can.
I don't see it. Again, it's a difficult game to leverage all of this area control, this area damage you have on the side of Aurora. With how disciplined BB Team is playing, look at how far apart they are. Just use Pure's bait. If they want, they're going to have to commit a lot of control onto just one guy and lose that advantage.
A little bit early on the jump in from Miero, but he's just ensuring that Pure doesn't lose a quick Aegis out of position. Bottom racks not being protected whatsoever. That will go down as the coil is there onto Pure. They'll throw the kisses out. Pure is actually just tanking through it with his Glimmer Cape though. Maybe eventually he dies, but no, they force staff him away and he won't even lose the Aegis. So now you have the opportunity to just reset and go back in. In fact, Battle Trance is back up. He just wants to fight. He doesn't need the reset. He just wants to blink in with the Swift Blink and pop Battle Trance if he has the chance. But he won't, as they will hug those tier 4 towers, and Pure doesn't want to get too close to that fountain in the Battle Trance, that's for sure. But at this stage as Aurora, like you're left kind of wondering, what do we do when they come knocking onto our racks? Because so far it just seems like they haven't found an answer.
No, I mean, there's no easy answer as well. Again, the ideal here for Aurora is maybe forcing BB Team to clump up when they shouldn't be. Like it requires really smart BKB usage and really on the edge gameplay out from, I want to say, Kiyotaka, maybe even Nightfall, having to put himself in the danger zone just to get that full commitment out from BB Team. But if you can drag them in, wait out the BKB somehow, get the coil, get a big slam off, a lot of good cleave targets out for Nightfall, you can easily clean up. It's just, again, BB Team aren't falling into that trap anytime soon. They're being very patient. They're hanging behind with a smoke as well.
You got the level 25 talent on SF now as well, so that Requiem's going to be really quick when he decide to throw it out. There it is. There's one at the very least. He has a refresh orb as well. Nightfall's gone. No buyback. Refresh orbs up on GPK, so he's got a second one ready. And without buyback on your Sven, I just cannot see any kind of a defense. They jump in, Static Storm locking down a couple, even the side device into the glimpse back into the Requiem. Time to call it, I think, for Aurora, as they do indeed do so. And BD Team, I mean, early on, it was a much closer affair. But once he hit the mid to late game, it just seemed to completely fall apart as Pure, ending off, I believe, 11-0-5 on the Troll, being completely uncontested the whole time. Aurora, I don't necessarily think it was a drafting issue, John. It felt like they never hit the timings where they were confident enough to start moving as a unit. It always felt like they were trying to just keep up or play catch up with BB Team. And, well, the issue is with BB Team's draft, they just will eventually outscale, it would seem.
That they will. And I think, to be fair to Aurora, they were trying quite a fair bit. If you think about the first 10, maybe even 15 minutes, right? GPK never got a rune. It was BB Team that was playing across the river. They weren't really able to sneak around too much. There was no play for the SF early on. You were finding some good farm on Nightfall. He hit this timing with, say, the Echo Saber quite fast with a blink and Mask of Madness, but it didn't feel like they could leverage it. When Aurora was trying to hunt again, it just didn't feel like they were finding the kills they really want. They weren't in a position to get these key pickoffs onto some cores. Like, you were seeing some good moments, like this bait coming in and out, a little bit of poking out from Toronto, Tokyo, Kiyotaka just being slippery, being a menace. But it just felt like, in particular, I want to say, we didn't really feel the presence of Nightfall. Right? Like, for a long time, he was 0-1-0 until the high ground came out here from BB Team. And he had so much gold. He was soaking up that entire map on the Sven. The investment had to come in from him. And this was the fight you were talking about, where they re-engage and Nightfall's just walking straight towards mid. away from that engagement. Maybe just feel like God's Rent's down, he doesn't have the damage to try to sustain, but at the same time, for the rest of Aurora, if your core doesn't want, if your highest farm core with all the damage doesn't want to go, perhaps you should second guess whether or not you want to go onto the second highest net worth on the map as well in GPK. And it feels like there was some pressure built up there.
In fairness to Toronto and you know the squad that were there trying to kill that SF, I mean, I think they had the right idea. Like you look at that replay, if they had that Stormhammer to follow up after the stuns from Toronto, I think they would have had enough time. Nevertheless, obviously we can't go back in time, and there's no point talking about it anymore, John, because we do have game one being thrown the way of BB team. Props to them. I don't want to say they made it look easy, John, but they clearly had a game plan and they stuck to it. Standout player-wise, I mean, it just felt like a complete team style of play here from BB team. It looked like another day. Didn't really break a sweat. I think we can confidently probably say it's just pure. You know, the man just goes completely unkilled the whole game. Does his job. You know, you can't really go against the guy that's sitting 11 on 5. And yeah, I mean, you can kind of see why they picked the troll. Yeah, he made it look pretty easy on that carry roll.
That he did. Yeah, his lane matchup was excellent up against the Shaker. I love that read from BB team, that the flex would come in. I feel like Miero also deserves a little bit of a shout out. I mean, GPK did fantastic, but Miero, once he hit that blink, right, like he was just all over the place. He was setting up for the team. He was actually he got that big catch on Kiyotaka. The first death of Kiyotaka turned the tide heavily into BB team's favor with that big streak Kiyotaka had, and it's all off this Centaur just jumps in from Miero. Again, a very stable offlane. We've seen him perform at this level for such a long time, and it's looking great for BB team as a team overall. I think Aurora, looking back at this game in resetting for game 2, I think, again, they had the right ideas. I feel like, again, they had the right ideas for the first 10 to 15. They were denying these runes. They were keeping their triangle open. They got the catch-up form. Toronto, Tokyo, and the supports were connecting with Kiyotaka quite nicely. It's just they needed more. And I think it's a matter of how do you start to play with your carry more when he has these initial items, when, you know, a Sven could easily, it's risky, sure, without BKB, but you can kind of take these fights with Blink, Mask of Madness, Echo Saber. That's one of his early highlights for Sven. And I think they just didn't manage to capitalize when they could have been a little bit stronger there.
No, I certainly agree with that sentiment, Jonathan. Of course, we are going to have to head off to a break. And right after the break, we'll be back with game number 2 between Aurora and BBT. We'll see you soon.
Hello, I am here with Nightfall from Aurora Gaming. What would you say has been your biggest challenge this year? How have you overcome that challenge?
I mean, biggest challenge, I'd say, like just to bring all people on the same page, and so people put their own ego down and just work as a team. And yeah, so they just everyone communicate well, don't tilt, just play Dota and try their hardest to win. And yeah, just to make it all happen, I would say it was quite the biggest goal.
Let's talk about the meta. What do you think the current meta of Dota is looking like? I've had one answer very consistently. I wonder if I'll get the same answer from you. What do you think the meta looks like in Dota at the moment?
Honestly, I don't really like that meta that much. I feel like you can really play all heroes. I would say the pool is like, I don't know, I think every team has their own hero pool and it's not quite big. It's like playable maybe like 50, 60 heroes. But right now I'd say the overall meta of like Dota, not even really about this patch, that all players and teams kind of play what their comfort is, and everyone kind of just trying to play their best heroes, regardless of what kind of current state of meta is. Yeah.
What about this Helm of the Dome business? Everybody's talking about Helm of the Dome, Helm of the Dome. Do you think that's going to be a huge factor? Or do you think people are going to figure it out?
I mean, for the huge factor, not sure, because I feel like it's all anyway gonna come down to team fights, and Helm of the Dome is not the most useful item there, but obviously it's strong, quite strong, but I don't really think it's the thing for like you know, half of the meta heroes. I'd say just things that makes maybe 5 max to 10 heroes like playable, where compared to where like Dome would not exist, there would be not playable, I guess. So it's just, yeah, item for some heroes to make them alive. Like for example, Void.
Right.
It feels nice to actually that this hero came back to meta finally.
He's a fun hero, right? He's kind of iconic as well.
Yeah, it's quite iconic hero. You just have a big spell, you're hard to kill, so you can make highlights. So yeah, that's nice hero.
So if you could pick 4 other players, you could pick any 4 players at the tournament to help you get MMR, which 4 would it be? 1 for each position.
I mean, I have some friends where we also have same Discord server, and I'm kind of confident if we're in same team that we're gonna win. I mean, but for every position, I mean, for mid it will be Malrine, for 5 it will be Ducalis. Since we're quite, yeah, know each other and sitting in same Discord, I'd say, every day. And for other 2, I need to think more. I mean, who's most try-harding ones? For position 4, I mean, probably will take Safe, because we already have some talkative players, and he's not in pub. He's not talkative in pubs, but we just need some try-harder plus high skill.
Some quiet try-harder, like Civ, okay.
Who just gonna listen calls.
Okay.
And do his job. And for 3, I mean, let it be Toronto.
Okay. He'll be your 3.
He's quite try-harder, I'd say, in pubs as well. So yeah.
That's a pretty good team. Looking forward to seeing you, and best of luck.
Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're here for the road to the international playoffs, and we've got Aurora against BB Team. And of course, if you weren't watching game number one, BB Team ending up pulling off game one in pretty convincing fashion, I want to say, up against Aurora. Aurora clearly something to be had, Jonathan, going into this game too, because they did look a little bit, I don't want to say torn apart, but you know, there was a couple moments where we were a little bit confused as to what was going on, and it didn't seem like BB Team were confused at all, Jonathan, going into that game one. Game two, is there anything in particular you'd like to see changed up here by Aurora?
I'd like to see Aurora maybe taking advantage of these early wins that they find much more, right? Like, again, you had this really strong start out from Kiyotaka. You had this moment where GPK literally could not get into any of these engagements. He was not getting power runes for a good, 14 minutes? I think he got his first power rune at 16. It took him that long to get rune control. There was one moment where I think he fought over the shield rune at either 14 or 12 and died after picking a fight with Mira, who took the shield rune, right? Like, you had so many early wins there for Aurora. You had really good free farm coming out for Nightfall in a lane that wasn't heavily contested. It felt like Aurora, with the right push, could certainly could put more aggression, put more pressure onto BB Team while they're sitting back and farming, because we've seen this happen to BB Team before, right? We know how Miro plays. You saw how long it took for him to be active as well, joining in once he had the blink. Like, he had to get Vanguard, a little bit more aura into blink before joining his team. That was a lot of time where your offlane center was only applying Stampede. It was time that Aurora could, again, step in the pedal, apply that pressure. We'll see if they'll do that in this game too. I don't think the draft was an issue whatsoever, but I'm still keen on seeing what adjustments will be made, as we do have that draft on hand here, Mikey. BetBoom, or BB Team, banning out the Abaddon along with the SF, and Aurora taking care of the Naga, the NP, the Shaker, and the Beastmaster. So they take care of the Shaker themselves. It's been a very strong first pick overall. BB Team does have first pick overall as well, so you don't want to hand that over. Surprisingly, Marcy's in the pool, and BB Team don't have to ban it. So they could pick a Marcy first pick here, and that hero has been kind of nutty. It's so flexible. You can take it on safe. You can take it on any of the support positions. Both facets, Pick Me Up and the Unleashed facet, have just been bonkers. So I'm guessing that's where BB Team is discussing now. Will we first pick Marcy? Can we get away with a first pick Marcy? Should we just ban it out here? Because that's been probably one of the top contest heroes overall in the Road to TI playoffs so far.
Certainly has. We'll see if they do indeed want to just take the Marcy for themselves, or whether they're going to actually ban this out. Has felt very broken with that Helm of the Dominator build, that's for sure. And they are going to take it. Well, of course you are. They'll ban out the Magnus instead. So BB Team, more than happy to take it for themselves. Aurora must have known this was coming. So what do you do now as Aurora? Like, you've given this really busted hero away. You've got priority of your own now, but you know, what other first pick could you make that feels this potent right now in this meta?
I mean, you still have something like the Silencer, which could at least break up this Marcy when she does jump in with Rebound. There's a window where you can still pop Global Silence before Unleashed comes in. Could be one way. Something like Pugna also makes it a little bit tougher for Marcy, having to force her to buy something like a Nullifier, of course. So these can be a little bit of soft counters to the Marcy if you want to go non-committal about it on Aurora without expending a core pickup so far. And the Marcy, mind you, I mean, it has been the top contest hero. It's not been the most winning hero. I believe its win rate when it has been picked up is hovering at around 44% overall here. So maybe not the most successful in the games it does slide through, because teams can control it, and it is around 44.4% of the time, considering it's been banned 57 times. It's probably one of those cases where the only times it gets to be picked up are in cases where its matchup is rough, where the game isn't the clearest shot. Marcy game where she has to play maybe into a lot of, again, Ghost Scepters in, decrep kind of saves, lots of backline saves, or just a lot of core matchups that feel awkward for Marcy. Some good burst and control can kind of keep that Marcy pinned down. Aurora do have the right idea going back into this Puck for Kiyotaka. Not the highest win rate either, but it does feel like Puck is one of those heroes that you kind of just pick because it does a lot without committing to too much. It's so flexible in what it can do for the draft. It provides everything you could ask for: mobility, control, a very stable mid as well. And Kiyotaka did have a fantastic time mid in terms of rune control and evening out that matchup into the SF, although you were still getting a lot more for GPK, which is to be expected for the SF with his wave clear. it can kind of slow the Marcy down. Just with Dream Coil alone, this could make it awkward to look for those rebound plays, to keep chasing further down. This can be quite disruptive coming in from Aurora. And for BB team, seeing that early puck, I'm wondering what they'd want mid. Because when you have a Marcy safe, an SF mid still feels pretty good with presence of the Dark Lord. Just more minus armor for Marcy to play with sounds fantastic. GPK has been enjoying his SF mid. So if Aurora don't ban it, I would actually expect BB team to try to sneak that in again for this puck matchup.
I wouldn't blame them. I would not blame them for going down that route. We're having to think about this final ban out for Aurora. The emphasis being put on the Miero heroes potentially. Pretty hard to ban against a player like Miero. He does have a pretty high hero pool and always tends to perform really well on whatever he does get given. They'll ban out the DK. Fair enough. Not Aurora. Couple supports to come, I'm sure. You still have that silencer you talked about earlier that's available if they want to go down that route. We did not see that last game. You do have the hoodwink that you saw last game if you want it for either side, but that was just based off the combination with the Centaur. I think it doesn't feel very good on its own.
No. I still feel like a Pugna is just so annoying. Yeah, they'll take it. It's such a massive nuisance for the Marcy. I'm enjoying these animations, man. We saw them last year and they're even better now. Like a 10-man life drain, if only. If only. Can you imagine if you could play line with a 10-man mana drain as well? If you can get a 10-man on Pugna. Oh, if only. Make it happen. Anyhow. This is fantastic. Now you're forced to buy a nullifier on this Marcy. It's not going to feel fun. You have a lot of saves. We've seen life drain do a lot of work. Void Spirit is the call here for the side of BB team, along with the Disruptor once more, which I appreciate. Static Storm just does so much in stopping this puck, and we saw that fast build up into the Ags there last game around, and it just ruins you on the side of Aurora. So you have to respect that on the Disruptor. Plays nicely with Marcy, who can kind of provide you some forward reach as well to get some vision out. And of course, the Void Spirit, once you get the Ags going, can feel really good. Mid matchup against the puck should be stable here for GPK. Probably still a little bit better for the puck, but not unplayable for the Void Spirit whatsoever. You have a barrier, you have good right click, you can run up to the puck. There's nothing for the puck to kind of get puckish from outside of range creep and tower harassment. So yeah, the Void can kind of work that lane quite nicely, almost like the Monkey King to an extent. And again, I like how well stitched together the BB team draft is, because now you have this backline jump for the Pugna. And Void Spirit can just easily look for him, pin him down, get some control off. Again, this Ags buildup will just ruin your saves as well. Or just going to go right into the Primal Beast here for Mia for their off lane now, or likely for Toronto, Tokyo. And that does provide some good control. I will say it's not the freest Primal Beast game. You're playing already into the Disruptor. Glimpse alone is going to be annoying. You're a standing target for Static Storm as well, which I suppose if the Primal Beast is the one getting Static Storm, your puck is going to be tanking you for it. So there is that, but it's not the most simple game to fully dominate here on Primal Beast overall.
No, certainly not. Aurora, see how they're going to follow up with this Primal Beast pickup. Still needing another support for themselves. Still feels like a nice game for a silencer. You know, if you did want it. Still feels like it. Like, you're against Void Spirit, Marcy. It feels pretty decent. Aurora, they're going to go for the Snap instead, so which is also a pretty nice support in fairness in this current meta. Not overly surprising to see that popping out. BB team, however, how do they respond now? They still need a support of their own, unless they want to flex the Marcy into the support role and pick something else for the off lane. Though I don't think that's quite necessary with this Helm of the Dominator meta. So BB team. I mean, do you just take the silencer on BB team now, John? I mean, you got Mortimer's Kisses, you got a Puck, you got a Pugna. Seems kind of valuable, but no, they're going to go Lycan instead, apparently, and maybe it is a support Marcy we're looking at.
I mean, it could be. It could still be a Miero offlane Lycan as well. Like, either option kind of works out here overall. And we could end up with... at the least double dominators here, as we've seen a couple of times now, and that can feel a little bit of a massive nuisance. Good heroes to build Nullifier as well, so Lycan can easily go for it, and it is likely to be our Miro offlane, as that's what they've done before. I don't mind that too much. I think this combination of Lycan and Marcy is pretty scary down the line. You use the Wolves to scout out, you can kind of rebound from pretty far away, or at least glimpse back as well. Like, there's a lot of options to utilize this scouting potential of pack leader Wolves, and that becomes a big threat for... Heck, this actually looks like a pretty decent game for Alpha Wolves if you want to go that direction for Miro. Although it does feel like most people have been sticking to pack leader nowadays. Curious to see what they will ban out. They are banning out the supports. Take care of that Shadow Demon with the Purge on hand, just to ensure that you will get max value and force the Nullifier purchase. So forcing some gold usage here from the side of BB team without any sort of easy ways to dispel. It's nice. I wonder if that silencer is still a consideration like you were talking about. Again, into what you have in Aurora. Kisses, as you said, the Puck not going to enjoy it. Puck no life drain disappears. Pulverize just gets cancelled out. There is value for it. My concern for BB team, if you do go silencer, is that your support hero of Disruptor Silencer isn't an amazing amount of control when these ultimates are down. So you're going to have to play really around these relatively long cooldowns, much longer, of course, in the silencer than anything else. They actually banned a Hoodwink, showing a lot of respect for that last game, but they do leave that silencer option open, and I wouldn't mind it for BB team. I think it would fit Aurora's draft better, but they don't have room for a support. So BB team can kind of just get away with it. The lanes don't look bad. Like, Marcy Silencer is a scary lane. Disruptor Lycan is a pretty decent lane as well. It allows the Disruptor to focus more on trying to get that build up into the Ags and Blink. I think it works out for BB team. It's just a matter of what carry don't you want to play against. They already take care of Troll. Stuff like Terrorblade's still there if you're concerned. Range matchup for Marcy can be not completely awkward. You have Gap Close, but TB is very high armor. It can just rip you to shreds if that's something to be concerned about here. It can be something that Nightfall will want to fall back to. The Sven can also be annoying. It's the Ursa instead that gets banned out.
Oh.
And it's time to show that flex.
I feel like the Ursa was probably the best choice as well that you could have gone for Aurora after that troll ban against this Marcy. It's just so hard because every time you see like a position 1 Marcy, just the amount of damage they can pump out, even against high armor heroes, it's kind of ridiculous. And it just happens so darn quick too, once that Helm of the Dominator is available. The BB team, they do pick up a Wind Ranger for themselves to finish things off. I believe that is arguably just support. Wind Ranger should be a position 1 Marcy for Pure that we're looking at. Aurora, I mean, maybe they've got to play some guessing games because you never really know exactly where everyone is going on BB team, but I dare say it should be a support Wind Ranger we're looking at. Aurora, they are still lacking a position 1. It does feel like a pretty hard choice, but they're going to go back for the Sven. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, it makes enough sense. Again, it's high armor. Warcry is going to do wonders. If you get your shard up, it's going to feel great. Nightfall was farming up a Storm last time around. I will say the one difference I want to see for Aurora here is I'd like to see Nightfall take some early activity with some mid-game items, right? Like that timing for Echo Saber Blink alone with Mask of Madness should be the start of the Ghost Signals, unless you're really concerned about being jumped. But it feels like Kiyotaka buys you so much space up front that you could probably ride around without the BKB, acting as cleanup for your team, and you'd be pretty happy here on Aurora. For BB team, I think the one thing that comes out here with this kind of draft setup is that your lanes aren't necessarily as strong as they were in Game 1. Your control's a little bit more lacking. Your ways of trying to contest is a little bit harder. Pinning down Kiyotaka will be a bit of a tough job, because last time it was Mero with his Blink that was helping set up. Now you're really reliant on either a good Blink Shackles out from save or Karaomi playing from the fog nicely with Static Storm. And that is your most reliable way of actually catching Puck. Arguably, it's really just Static Storm at this point to pin down someone as slippery as Kiyotaka unless he missteps. So I would expect this to be an even better game for the Puck in terms of team fight, in terms of early engagements. But for BB team, I think their scaling actually comes in a lot faster with this Marcy and Lycan. There is this big threat of the double Dominator timing, of this huge push that can just come in. And you are kind of set to stop these creeps at the least, right? Like, you have enough decent damage coming in from your Pugna and from your Snapfire here. Toronto Tokyo can just kind of run around and crush some of those creeps, but the constant pressure will be there. It's going to be harder to land smokes if you're playing with extended vision from the creep and you break it within the creep's vision, right? Like all of that sneaking around is something to think about here on Aurora. I will say again, Aurora, with this kind of draft, we just need them to play around with her earlier spike more. Because we saw that potential in game 1. GPK didn't have a game on his SF. And in this case for the Void Spirit, if the Void Spirit falls behind early, it's even harder for a Void Spirit to catch up. SF has so much farm clear, so much ways of playing the jungle. Void Spirit's a lot slower in that sense. So it's much more pertinent for a Void Spirit to actually draw even in lane, to have that foundational start, to actually get things done on the map. And if Kiyotaka can get that rune control with his team again, it could be much more challenging for GPK to actually have that early impact that we saw him have at the last game at around, say, 16 minutes there.
It could be a very hard game for Aurora, that's for sure, Jonathan. I think we both agreed that this could be a very intimidating style of game for this Dire side if they get off to the wrong start. And we shall see him in Aurora. Certainly not out of the series yet. Game 2 now officially underway. You've got to keep tabs on this Marcy, though. These Marcys, they tend to pop off so quickly if they get the right timings. There'll be a smoke out from both sides. It does seem like Aurora, they're going to wrap around towards the top rune spot. And BB team, they're going to wrap around and try to enter the Dire triangle if they can. Well, not even that. They're just waiting by the Roshan pit for now. Probably want your full team there if you're going to go for the early fights. Though Toronto actually walking right nearby BB team, but they kind of miss him. Instead, they'll go after Kiyotaka. Still scouting up the high ground with these wolves. So they know nobody's in that Dire triangle at the moment. Hoping they can snipe Kiyotaka on this puck. But no, he's not going to give the opportunity. And it will be a 2-for-2 trade on the bounty runes eventually once Pure picks up the secondary one. And so no level 1 team fight to happen here, John. Unfortunately, but that's okay. Nice even start.
Yeah, I think BB team are a little bit more cautious about the level 1 command of Aurora. It can be threatening, and you're very reliant on maybe having to go rebound for Pure to get that working. So you're happy enough to just get a 2-for-2. Just go back into the lanes, play it out. This mid lane, again, for Kiyotaka, we saw him work it out quite nicely against the SF, although he was lagging behind CS. This time he should be in relatively good control. GPK doesn't have the range advantage. He doesn't have a wave poking back at Kiyotaka unless he steps forward, cops a couple of right clicks before the Resident Pulse comes in. And Kiyotaka has a lot of free reign to just get some freebie hits off, trading very positively here into the Void Spirit. Mind you, again, there is a timing for GPK once he has some of these stats up, like this full bracer up that he can feel confident in just running down, that we'll have to see later on, almost like a Monkey King. Taking a gander down bot, already seeing some early pokes coming out onto Mira. That Thunder Strike does make it a little bit tricky to trade, not the healthiest here to do so. And the 1v1 matchup for Toronto Tokyo and Pure here is actually not too bad for Toronto Tokyo. He has this threat later on, although...
Mira. Dispose is going to be there onto Mira, and it seems like Mira has no good way out of this as Kataomi able to secure first blood along with Pure, and that was just level 1. Just Mira kind of got caught out of position, and Pure knew if he could land the Dispose, he was as good as dead. And that only gets worse as time goes on, because now you're going to have Glimpse and Rebound available sooner rather than later. In fact, they're going to go again now just with the Unleash and the Dispose. Meanwhile, top lane, Save dropping a little bit low, but he'll try to turn back onto Panto and Nightfall. And these Wind Rangers, you've got to be kind of terrified as well of this hero, because these executes with that kill shot facet, it is just so frustrating when you get sniped. In fact, they're looking for wolf blocks up at top lane. Miero is doing his best to get some body blocks with these wolves so they can go for that execute with the power shot. It's a pretty hard lane for Aurora on both the side lanes if you really think about it here, John.
Yeah. It's not a fun time. Eventually, you should be able to maybe leverage, again, this threat of doubled stun up top for Nightfall and Panto, but early on, you don't really have the damage to clear out these wolves. You don't have the point in the cleave. You have to get the war cry up for Nightfall just to be protected from the wolf poke anyhow. Save maybe a little bit far forward, but a hard target to hit with a wind run up. And again, you're just finding everything you could ask for right now on the side of BB Team. Even the mid matchup for GPK, almost the same story as game one. Not as bad for Kiyotaka in comparison to how ahead GPK was in terms of last hits. A little bit more even in that regard, but still a slight advantage towards this Void Spirit early on. And, you know, it's all just ramping up, this consistent poking from Save, getting the control onto the Lotus as well. All the resources in the world coming out here for the side of BB team. The constant threat of that execute with how well they're poking down on Nightfall. It's not a comfy time right now on the side of Aurora. You are getting some pressure, but I mean, there is this combo of Decrep plus Trample that can be strong from Toronto, Tokyo, and Mira. Whether or not Pure is fully into that, though, remains to be seen. He still has a Lotus and 10 charges on his wand here left to go.
And he does. Pure going to be okay. Glimpse back. They are going to try it on to Mira, but Dispose was not up. But just a bit of damage being dealt. No Dispose means no real kill attempt. That'll be just fine, but certainly the threat is always going to be there for this poor Pugner. A mid lane, we in fact hold that thought because Pure, he's going to jump in for a Dispose, but it is just a casual Dispose into Toronto, Tokyo. It doesn't really mean much. They are trying to get this D-Ward off in the large camp, but Kataomi's just making it impossible for Mira to get that off, and it's going to be so frustrating because it does feel like with how low Pure is, he shouldn't be having any kind of farm going his way, but they just can't pull the creep wave back without the camp, so it's very, very annoying here for the side of Aurora down at this bottom lane.
And it is, and you're just getting constantly topped up on Pure, just getting all of these shared tangos up. He's got a few extra branches to chow down on as well. I believe he's got a salve coming in now for that full reset. So he's maintaining that lane. Again, none of the lanes are feeling too comfy for the side of Aurora. Top lane is still a little bit of a struggle here for Nightfall.
They're going to be careful top.
In terms of trying to clear out.
I think that. Oh, they missed! It won't matter though. Save still gets it. Won't matter in the end. They'll find the kill. That'll be a 2-0 already, the side of BB team. And, you know, I did say both side lanes were going pretty well for BB team, John. Even the mid lane, GPK, he's top CS right now on the Void Spirit. There's no contest for him at all. So, already pretty concerning signs when you think about how important this laning stage could be for Aurora.
Yeah, doesn't bode well. Again, the one thing you do have going here is that in terms of CS, this is somewhat similar to game one for Kiyotaka. It's not exactly what you'd want to be seeing, the same result from game one, but we know what he did off of a slightly behind position. As long as rune control goes the way of Aurora, there's a lot this puck can still get done, almost at the level 6 mark now as well, but a slight EXP advantage in comparison to how ahead GPK is. But the Dream Coil will do wonders if you can find it. The question is, will you drag the resources down towards mid? It looks like the answer is yes. We're walking down already along with Panto coming in from top. But you do have the early wards this time from BB team to actually contest for once. Let's see if they get lucky.
Fine Mirror. So it looks like a bit of a freebie here for GPK. And of course, Kataomi will just leave him to get the work done. GPK already very happy as it was with the way the CS was going, but now with a freebie kill, he's feeling even better. And he gets to walk away with a nice amp damage rune. So now the side lanes have to be even more cautious as Pure actually getting chased down bottom. Gets the healing Lotus anyway, though. It's Toronto. Unable to get there to contest in time. And what I was about to say is if you're in the side lanes for Aurora, you've got to be pretty careful now because GPK, he's got amp damage plus a TP ready. So if you dive and try to go for these kills, it could really just work against you pretty much immediately.
But it would. And again, you have good coverage coming out from the side of BB team as well. Really good wards to watch rotation into the bot lane. On top of things, right behind Roshan, you are getting that steady buildup you'd want. The Dominators aren't too far off for our Marcy and our Lycan. So that key early timing for the durability to kick in is pretty much there. I mean, you've got the Iron Will plus Crown already up on both the side lanes. So there's just no easy targets to go for. And losing rune control now for Aurora in comparison to game one, that's a big difference. GPK getting rune control, again, it's a threat.
Bottom.
It's a very... Oh.
Toronto, he's going to be okay. I do agree, though. GPK getting rune control not going to be very good for Aurora. In fact, speaking of the devil, he's jumped in right now. Aether Remnant does connect. Looks like Kiyotaka going to try and run the shackle. Not going to land. Nice juke away from Kiyotaka. But GPK does not look done quite yet. He's got another Aether Remnant if he can land it. with a step charge. He's as good as dead here on this puck, but he's just out of range. Glimpse back though. Oof. That's one way to do it. That's one way to do it. Glimpse him back into the Aether Remnant.
Oh, that's just sickening. Kataomi at the right place at the right time. They even managed to steal away the region rune again. There's no rune control here. Mira. Oh boy.
You really don't want to be doing this. Like, you know, like GPK, double kill now on the Void Spirit, already 3-0-0. He's having too good of a game here on this Void Spirit, and the side lanes again have gone really quite well for BB team. I mean, the slowest one was maybe Pure's lane. But that guy, he's going to have another 20-30 minutes to farm if he wants it, John. I mean, he only needs Helm Dom anyway. Let's be frank.
Yeah, he's not too far off. You already have the Dominator up on Miero. You're getting that early start that you didn't quite have for GPK last time. Look at this. Goes for the Urn, already has the 2 charges up from those kills, and just instantly on the hunt. Just wants to keep that pressure. In comparison to Game 1, Aurora had much freer space to farm. Look at this, they're scouting with the Lycan Wolves. They see Nightfall.
Oh,
they have a good flank if they want it.
This is what I'm saying about Miero. Like, he's one of those players where you can never trust that you're not just being watched. The TP away, not gonna happen.
Goodbye.
See you later, Nightfall. It's very reminiscent of for example, Fade yesterday from Wildcard. Like, you've got these particular Lycan players that will never stop microing those wolves to get vision. And those are the ones you've got to make sure don't get this hero. Because it is rather revolting to have to play against if you're behind.
And it is. And it's a nightmare scenario. You know, you're always going to be checking for these wolves. You're going to have to buy a lot of sentries to ensure you're not under vision. GPK is very confident to keep playing almost at the Spirit Vessel, hunting for more.
Panto. I mean, there's no need to not hunt. That's the issue. They know how far ahead they are, and they've got so much kill potential just between GPK and Save, as you can see. And just no need to play passively right now for BB team. And of course, why not just take a T1 mid tower, John? You got the Dark Troll Summoner.
Kiyotaka?
You happy?
No,
Kiyotaka, no.
These wolves, man. It's too much.
You can't blame him. You can't blame him. It's not his fault. Gotta be careful though, Don. You've got 2 Dark Troll Summoners right now on the side of PB team, so just be wary. Skeletons can push real quick. In fact, we might see it soon because Mira has been caught. He'll go for a run. Shackle's perfect. They will still try out to Pure, but he has Unleash. Be careful, boys. Toronto's moving in. The Pulverize is up. He'll try for the Disruptor, but I think Pure might just jump back in for a fight now. He knows he's safe if he does go in. Here comes the cavalry. There's the stun out of Mira. He's down. Onslaught in onto Save. Save might drop, and he finally will, but the chase is on for Miero. And I believe they'll have a glimpse back in 2. So it's not like Toronto's making it out of here. Kiyotaka, he'll try for Pure, but he doesn't realize the Unleash was available. Still, they'll move in with the Sven, but the rebound out. He's not dying. Can he TP away Toronto? Oh, he can't get it. He can't get it. At least he gets the dominated creep.
They find something. It's 10-1. Miero is the luckiest man on Earth in that chase, by the way, a while ago. Chasing down Toronto, Tokyo. He finds another Dark Troll Summoner that is just taken away, but the threat from having double, it's a bit much. But all that damage you get stacked up in such high right-click heroes anyhow. And it's about to get worse. Miero already has the recipe for his Overlord. Only about 500 gold away from the full ultimate orb for that Helm of the Overlord coming in. And, I mean, it's 10-1. At 12 minutes in, this is dire straits for Aurora. We were talking about this in the pregame of Game 1. I was expecting a bit more of an even match.
They got the Static Storm if they want it. Glimpse back is going to be there, and that will not allow the jaunt away for Kiyotaka. It's so tough. It really is. I'm not even sure if Miero's Wolf was there for a second to watch, but they knew exactly where that puck was. So I'm going to take a wild guess and say he was spotted prior to the Wolf dying.
Pretty sure he did. And I don't know, if you're Aurora right now, what do you do? Like, in comparison to Game 1, this time Kiyotaka does not have a game. You've got decent enough build-up on Toronto, Tokyo, but he's going to need Blade Mail or BKB Rush. He's trying for his shard for more control. Let's try to group up. They do have that coil ready.
Well, I don't know
Instantly
about this.
broken.
It's already broken. Yeah, GPK, he's happy to fight as well. Shackle's going to land the onslaught through, trying to burst down GPK. Maybe they can get him. Pulverize is out, and they do find it. All right, so the smoke, it ends up paying off. There just wasn't enough support here for GPK, and he was just too confidently moving in, not seeing the rest of the squad. It's a big kill.
That's a massive kill for Aurora. A big one to ask for in your second kill of the game. And that does set a good tone. I mean, that's an 800 gold swing back their way. An important kill for Toronto Tokyo in that build-up for his short. Again, just have more utility in these fights. And for the side of BB team, I mean, you're still in a pretty happy spot. Like, you're building up into that ag shard now for GPK. He shouldn't be dissuaded. He should still be connecting with the supports, though. And so long as they keep using these pesky wolves, you're never safe on the side of Aurora. That's the sad part. Like, they can just go again. They don't really care.
Oh, Miro? Well, Panther does go down. Miro...
oh, no, Toronto!
I know we didn't see what just... I know we didn't catch that fully because we were watching bottom lane and Pure killing off Panther, but Toronto kind of just onslaughted in and then tried to TP immediately, trying to be a menace, and didn't realize that he had the Ancient Prowler creep that can root you. And, I mean, it looked really weird when it was happening, John, because it was like, well, why did he do that? Why did he do that?
You know, I guess he just wanted to, you know, fight a little bit. You're at the camp, shove Miro away, but
he took
it's optimistic.
I think it was about 50 gold he got out of that.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
He only lost himself about 300 from dying. No, it's all right.
That's a
good trade, worthwhile. It sends a message, Michael Phoenix. It sends a message that I'm willing to fight no matter what. Well, it's a good message.
Well, you know, if I was the receiver of that message, John, in this game, I wouldn't be too upset. They've even found Kiyotaka now. Kiyotaka not having a game. This Lycan, man. This might just be the hero of TI. Like, these wolves just scouting everything. It's too much. You don't have enough detection to see it. Like, there's 10 sentries in the game. What are you going to do?
Yeah, you can't do much. You can't do much. I mean, he just pushes in, no contest. Creep waves being cut slightly by Panto, who really even cares. Back Taurus gone. Tier 2 goes for free like that. You have all the room in the world to get the swarm up.
Lycan's just straight up a puck counter now, it feels like, right? Like, because if you don't know they're coming and they can see you as puck, you're just screwed. You know, it almost just feels like a direct puck counter, just the fact that you can constantly keep tabs. And here we go. They'll smoke again. Wolf form is available. They'll pop it. They'll get the Ancient Prowler creep to scout out everything. In fact, look at Miro in the back just dying so quickly. They'll get the life drain off. They're trying to control Miro, but Miro's just kited them out. In fact, he'll move back in and, oh, Miro, getting the full Prowler creep experience, but he's okay. For now, here comes the cavalry though. Everyone moving in to try and force this big fight on the side of BB team. And Pure, he jumps in, takes down Mirror. They do at least pick off save. That's all they've gotten so far though. As Kiyotaka will try to jaunt out of here, but it's just no chance for him as Pure takes him out. And I will say, by the way, John, like, let's just remind people that Pure is walking in with only a Helm of the Dominator, basically, right now, John. And nobody can deal with it. Don't even look at the Mithril Hammer. You know that's not doing anything. It's just the Helm of the Dom. He rebounds in, and everybody just has to dissipate. They can't kill him.
Yeah, I really can't believe that Marcy facets were just not changed since, you know, since they added these facets in. I feel like surely someone took a look at Pick Me Up and this Fleeting Fury and realized, maybe we went over the line. Maybe we gave a little bit too much to this hero that was already pretty darn strong. And apparently not. Marcy is still insane. And for good reason. You know, you can self-set up. The Helm's amazing. It's probably the poster child for Helm along with Lycan here for two very distinct reasons. You do have that blink timing up for Nightfall, but this time, I would not recommend this.
Well, I mean, you know, he's okay for now. He will be protected for a little bit, but not for too long, as Pure is going to jump in, and that'll be Nightfall to go down. A pretty depressing death. There's now Mirror, also caught. We'll try, but obviously there's nothing he can do. 18-4 now, 6k advantage for BB team. I'm not going to be that guy right now, Jonathan, but I'll tell you, if I was in this situation, my eyes would be darting to a certain letter on the keyboard. And I might just press it twice if I'm feeling nice.
That does sound about right. Look at all these skellies. Look at them go.
Oh, there it
Look
is.
at him, CJ.
Look at him, John. Don't you miss when this thing was like a 2-second cooldown? And you could have like 20 skeletons on the T1 tower?
Yeah, that was bonkers back in the day. Yeah, that was some good stuff.
That's when my Enchantress career started, John. It was amazing. They just know. Oh, hold on. Oh, Kiyotaka, look at this. What's he meant to do? Oh, he does get a phase shift, but there is backup, Jonathan, unsurprisingly.
Oh, no.
Well, there's nothing he can do, John. Like, he's just being watched everywhere he goes. What's he meant to do?
Nothing. He's buying space. You know, Nightfall is soaking up all this farm. He's going to get the BKB next. Maybe you can get something done once that's up and running. I don't think so quite yet, but perhaps. Again, if it's almost like game one, except this time BB team went away with a running start instead of a relatively even start in favor of Aurora. Roshan is open. It's not going to take too long to clear this one out. Nice little pickup for BB team, and Aurora can't really fight into that area. Again, you are starting to approach triple BKB timings. You're still 2 parts away for Kiyotaka, and 3 parts away, well, really just 2 parts away for Nightfall as well. So not too bad. And Toronto Tokyo just lacking recipe. This triple BKB timing is when you have to put up a fight. You know, right now you just have to cede ground, mitigate losses, don't get caught out by the wolves farming in the jungle, and don't get caught by the static storm as well. And yeah, just stall for time. Feeling like you're gonna need at least 6 minutes here to get everything going, maybe 5 or less if you farm really efficiently here, which it does look like they have control down bot, at least for the side of Aurora. But BB team has just been relentless. Again, they've had a good read. You had an amazing start on GPK, and Miero's micro is just showing off. He's got a nullifier set to come in at 300 gold. Like, decrep's not going to be an issue. So your saves on Aurora are just gone. And it's just, again, it's just going to make these fights a lot tougher when you're already 7k behind here.
For mid lane, Pure actually gets jumped here. It's a good start. Pure, though, he gets rebounded away. He's fine. And now he can just turn around and fight. They're going to try and pulverize through the BKB, but it's not going to make the difference. Pure's perfectly fine. Now Nightfall also caught out by a beautiful shackle from Save. They'll at least get the Aegis of Pure. Not going to be making too much of a difference, I don't think, but they're still trying to fight. Mira getting bitten in the backside, and he's gone so darn quickly. There's Kiyotaka as well, also down. So they got an Aegis. That's about all they got. They couldn't chain stun Pure long enough before the rebound came out. It's not enough.
It's not, and that's probably the ideal fight for Aurora as well. Maybe not the ideal target. I think at this point you'll just be happy enough with actually killing off Kataomi. Like this Disruptor is doing way too much work in interrupting and forcing out BKBs at awkward moments, just making the game a lot harder to play. Yeah, Pure is really not the target you want. Even GPK is a really tough one to pin down. He has so much HP at this point in the game with a full Ags up that it's not feasible to see him dying anytime soon. Or have to be able to look for softer targets. Like, sure, the Cash Bomb, if you manage to find one of these cores, is huge. You just don't have the burst to get that fast enough. Unless these fights happen on your side of the river, which they have not when Aurora is on the offensive. So, I have to see BB team again playing a clean game. No Aegis means maybe the high ground's held off a little bit longer. There's no towers to play for any longer anyhow. But this time to build up is going to lead to some big items. Blink and Ags for Pure. You've got the Shard coming in for GPK. Already has that Ags with the AoE Silence, as we saw earlier. Blink for Miero to jump the backline. Ags being farmed up now for Kataomi. We're reaching that state of the game. And you've got a Blink for Save to get even better shackles going here. So, I don't know. It's just getting harder and harder for the side of Aurora. At least, again, we saw Toronto Tokyo's BKB earlier. You will have Nightfall's BKB in one part, just lacking the gold recipe at this point. So, BKB timings are still there, but I don't know, man. Like, I'm not yet convinced that the BKBs alone are going to be enough. Need a little bit more, especially since everyone's starting to pick up a everyone could start to think about like boglets, about some prowlers as well for stuns. It would be pretty funny to see more of those coming out.
Well, now you've got the full Ags up on Pure, so he's going to want to go for a fight immediately, I think. The team is connecting up top lane. I think they spotted out the... In fact, now they definitely know Nightfall's up top. Farm the creep wave. It's like Nightfall's trying to get towards the Twin Gate. Pure instead is going to take Mirror's life away, and it seems like Nightfall is just going to stick around the area, not going through the Twin Gate. This is interesting. Save is having a look around, but he will go for the TP. He's all right.
Not the big pill you'd want for the Ags reveal, but a freebie that you'll take. Maybe it could lead to some pressure. Kiyotaka.
Oh, Kiyotaka is still silenced, but he's not held in. Although save.
Oh.
How long range is that shackle? How does that shackle land that far? How did that happen?
Pure skill, Michael Phoenix. Wind Ranger is a hero. And now the push begins with Mayor. Mayor doesn't even care. He's just on mid. Like, why bother with these kills? Playing for the objectives, and without that puck, it's a big part of your team fights. That coil needs to come in. Respawn's relatively short, but buyback ready at the least.
I mean, it's one thing to be here for the fight, John. It's another thing to actually win a fight, and that's just the problem I'm seeing right now. Like, Aurora, can they actually win a fight? Look at Kanomi. He's actually ready to just force the TP cancellations bottom lane as well. They've jumped him. They've taken him out, but how do you defend your axe? You lost Mirror in the meantime. Are they just going to get megged? Nightfall does not have TP for another 10 seconds. Toronto has no TP, so they've got to walk. Nightfall can TP soon. So I guess they're just letting two Raxes go down because they just believe they can't defend anyway, which, in fairness, I agree with. They will come back now. It will be one Rax and one tier 3 tower. They won't stick around for the rest.
Yeah, I appreciate that from BB Team. No need to go all in yet. Wait for your Disruptor to be back up. Static Storm is still ready if he manages to reconnect. And there is a Blink to help him reconnect with the team quite fast. Roche is still a little bit longer as well. So we start to see whether or not it's going to be a long cooldown or a long time until the respawn's up. So there is a window here to relax, but we are venturing outside of base here.
Uh-oh. They know Nightfall's there. They know Toronto's there. Nightfall, do you want to go fight this one? He's holding out for now. They're not confident. Toronto, he's still alive, but they'll force him back now. Toronto's still just casually walking out. Pops his BKB late. And it's all too late, and now they're just going to try and run, but the rebound. Just complete indecisiveness as they even call Kiyotaka. He's just not willing to force the fight. They had Nightfall? The BKBs up. Nightfall, it's a bit late, sir. He's going to try and run back to the fountain. Pure might just dive him. In fact, he won't. He'll leave him be. But you've committed your BKB for the Disruptor kill, so now when your teammates respawn, John, chances are you can't fight.
No. And it's BKB and the God's Strength as well. There's just no presence now for Nightfall. It's... You're going to get completely wiped. Like, it's going to be Megas Pure.
Uh-oh.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nightfall. Yeah. I mean, in fairness, there's not really much he can do if he's alive anyway. Life Drain is out and he's down. Defend the Dire Ancient is Nightfall's advice. He's going to buy back. They'll move in onto GPK. They can't get in though. Mirror's the one to fall. Meanwhile, Pure, he'll jump in from the back with the Unleash going. It looks like Nightfall will keep up the fight, hoping the BKB will wear off rather soon, but the rebound out is going to be there once again. As now Miero, he's the one to frontline for his side, but it looks like he might just need to leave the area. And that he will as save. Lands a 2-man. Even the Gust to blow them back. And these buybacks will mean nothing as they'll pop a smoke now. Still no God Strength for another 15 seconds, mind you. And they're going to find nothing really for their trouble with the smoke either by the looks of it. Maybe they can hope for Kataomi in the mid lane, but they haven't spotted him. So the smoke, it just felt like a pure desperation smoke to try and find a straggler, and they won't even find that.
No. Not quite, and I'm curious, just ready for someone to course correct up top. Look at this. Hanging around with Kataomi. Someone missteps here, they're gone.
He's even got the Banisher as well to purge off the war cry. You love to see that. Jump in, static storm. Yeah, there's just nothing to be done.
Fiyataka.
I mean, maybe he can get out, but the glimpse, no, it's not going to be enough. Nice save here from Panto, just in time.
Was on the edge. That little stun coming in, no BKB up on Pure. But it's such a short cooldown for this Unleash as well. With Yags, 30 seconds. Less than 30 seconds at this point. You are free to just run and gun. 31-6, 18k up on the side of BB team. Aurora, and what are you left to hope for? Triple BKBs are there. You just need to connect as a team, but you're so far behind. The damage can somewhat be there on Nightfall. It would help if he had full Daedalus. I think that's where, you know, even at this disadvantage, you could always hope and pray for some lucky big fat crits on God's Strength. It's just, I don't see that gold coming in anytime soon here for Sven. I think BB team will just keep applying that pressure. They've got a little bit more time until next Roshan is up, as it's a little bit of a mid-timer. A bit of a smoke out from Aurora here.
Counter smoke from BB team. It looks like they're very well aware this could be happening, as Pure is going to try and jump out and blinks away in time. They've wasted God's Strength here. Not good news. Mirror's already down as well. Looks like they'll jump Pure out of there again with the rebound. It's not a waste of God's Strength if they find kills though. Nightfall, he's still going, but they've lost Panto now. In fact, Nightfall, the moment he gets caught, he just gets destroyed as they call the GG. BB team, just too good of a team here today. And poor old Aurora. It seems like history will strike again and BB team will once again emerge victorious.
And there's a reason why this team is up there. There's a reason why this team doesn't need to play qualifiers. They've been very consistent in bats here for BB team, and you know, there's always been this rivalry as to who's in that second slot. Right? Let's be realistic. Around the second, third slot in EEU, BB team is just occupying that second spot usually, along with Team Spirit at first, and for good reason, right? And Aurora is not a weak team by any means. This is still a very strong team in a very competitive region. They've had some good results. They've been up to a ton of lands. It's just, you're seeing that disparity. And we've talked about this with BB team for a long time. This roster has kept most of its players throughout its years of existence, and it's just built up more and more and more every single year. Every single land they go into just looks better and better for the most part. It's been a consistent growth up. And you are seeing that growth measured up against a relatively younger roster. It's a hard thing to measure up against for Aurora. BB team, I mean, they just outplayed them entirely. I don't think it was outdraft by any means. This Marcy, probably a pretty big mistake on Aurora to let that go. Again, statistically, not a winning hero, but there's a reason why it's been banned so much. It's such a high contest hero. Because in the right hands, it is a monster, and Pure shows off why that is in this game. And again, in comparison to game one, this time around, Aurora couldn't get that start they were looking for. They couldn't slow down GPK. Rune Control slipped away from them this time around. Went all the way to BB team, and you see that difference. When GPK can actually rotate with some of these power runes, builds for the early game as well with his urn build-up into Spirit Vessel, like, he is a monster. He was setting up all these kills with his supports, hanging in there with Pure and with saving Kalumi just hang around as well, and it's just devastating. You had no way to counteract on Aurora. And again, to be fair to Aurora, this is probably one of the harder matchups overall. I mean, all the matches, again, are relatively even in terms of how hard they would be for each team. But this is probably the one that they were hoping not to get, just because it feels like BB team has been their kryptonite for a while in the region. And theoretically, going down 2-2, like, yeah, the matchups are still a bit rougher, but I think they should still have that confidence that they can win series. Right? This is still a strong team. It's just BB team are, you know, for some people, the favorites to kind of go the distance here overall and just take that title. But man, this was a little bit of a slapping around here from BB team, Mikey.
Yeah, absolutely. You could kind of see the writing on the wall after the draft phase, and in fairness. And MVP-wise, I want to say Miera was probably the biggest pain point for Aurora. I mean, we went over it over and over again, but Miera, like the Morph micro, he basically was just having walking wards across the map the whole game. It was just an impossible match for this poor old Puck to try and survive, and it is what it is. Miera just proving to be too good when it comes to these micro heroes, and once again shows us a fantastic Lycan performance. BB team looking really good. Obviously very happy with now a better scoreline after this matchup, and Well, for Aurora, again, this was not an elimination match. Everything is still fine for them, but they may end up with a harder matchup in the elimination matches that will eventually come. We'll have to wait and see, John, because we have to wait for other results before we can confirm anything.
Yeah, but that's the excitement again with this format for the Road to TI playoffs. Every single match counts. Every single match, you're not getting gimmies, right? Like, I'm sure BB team, they're probably really confident. They're the one team that playing into Aurora, probably like, yeah, you know what they do. But, you know, it's a little bit of an outlier because this is, again, another inter-regional fight. They know each other very well. And BB team is just that kind of team to have a little bit of an attitude playing against their own region. They know where they are. They know their position. So I think moving on here for the side of Aurora, like you mentioned, you know, you're not losing out on much. You still have a safety net. You're still in the strike zone to make it into the next round. You are still relatively happy. So I think all they need to do is reset, learn from that. You know, maybe they were testing out how to play against Marcy here. Doesn't seem to have quite panned out, and they can kind of use that in their next series.
Absolutely. Well, with that, Jonathan, of course, we do have to head to a break, but right after that break, we'll be back with some more Dota 2 action. We'll see you soon.
Hello, I'm here with Kataomi from BB Team. Kataomi, first of all, how are you doing?
Great. How are you?
I'm doing great, thank you very much. You guys were direct invites this year. Have you had a good season? How would you describe the season with BB Team?
Best time of my life, like the best season I ever had. I always wanted to play with Pure before, after Entity, and we finally managed to do it together, and we won 3 tournaments during this year. I'm pretty happy about it, and I couldn't be more happy, to be honest, like 3 tournaments in 1 year.
How did you guys prepare for TI this year? And did you do anything differently this year compared to other years?
We just prepared on bootcamp, like every team. Nothing special, to be honest. Just like 1 week of bootcamp, 1 week of scrims, and that's it.
So you were saying you guys don't have any expectations at TI, but how far are you hoping to go? How far do you think you can go?
I'm hoping to win this tournament. Yeah, that's all I want. Like any other places doesn't matter to me anymore. Only win.
Talk to me about the meta at the moment, because everybody's got a different idea about it. What do you think the game looks like compared to previous patches?
Just objective Dota, you know, like taking tower, taking Tormentor, taking not losing Crush, meanwhile taking Tormentor and taking Crush. Just sticking together, to be honest, after minute 15, 20, like just if you're a good team, you're just always close to each other, and basically you can just run down the enemies, to be honest.
According to my research, the hero that you've played the most on 739 is Bane. Now, my friend James thinks that Bane mid is amazing. And to be fair, we do win with it a lot. Do you think Bane mid is viable? If you had to play Bane mid, how would you build it?
It's for sure like great mid hero. You have really strong nuke. You have stun, you know, it's like you have a lot of HP stats, you know. I'll probably just max second spell and then sleep like on support and just run around the map with active runes and just fight, you know. You don't farm too much. Maybe you need to buy shard actually minute 15 to so you scale into some core items. Yeah.
Perfect. That's going to make my friend very happy. Lots of people have complained that like supports are I've heard loads of pros complain that supports are OP, but I feel like they could be stronger. Like we need more strong supports. Do you agree?
I mean, I play PUBs lately, and there's some new heroes which is really strong right now. So I'm just kind of worried about the meta. So it's gonna be like the Warlock meta, and like these heroes. I just don't wanna meta again where it's only 4 support heroes is strong. You know, it's very boring and not healthy. So I think supports is really buffed right now. Like it's very easy to grind MMR on support role right now because right now all the save heroes, heal heroes is in meta. You don't need to use much brain to play these heroes. You just kind of heal and kind of save your core, and then when enemies come into your core, you save him and you turn around the fight and you win the game. So it's pretty easy meta right now.
All right, well, Kataomi, thank you so much for your answers and talking to me, and best of luck in the tournament.
Thanks so much.
no warning. It simply casts you into the abyss, where some echoes never stop reaching back. Every leap, every crack in the stone were invisible hands shaping the hunter within. Discipline sharpens instinct until the arrow obeys thought alone. There was peace in the fall, a silence only the wind could understand. But even in that quiet, allies found me. I did not choose this path, but I walked it to the end. And when the moment comes, my hands do not tremble. Now, I walk alone, so innocence never follows in my footsteps.
Sunstrike.
welcome back to the Road to the International. Thanks for joining us bright and early or in the afternoon here if you're over in Europe on this Saturday. It is September, not October, the 6th. I'm Secret Striker. Joining us is Gunnar. We're back here on the road to TI. Gunnar, how does it feel, my friend?
Good. We have a really exciting match here, and it's not the biggest match, I think, in terms of placement. It's more for an easier opponent for the chance of making it, but I think any edge you can get to, you know, make it to that international, make it through the road is anything these players want to do. So it's basically the winner gets an easier match in a sense for their like final qualifying best of 3.
Yeah, the road to the international one littered with the bodies of teams that just haven't made it, and both of these two teams now sitting at a 2-2 scoreline means that they will be having to play a determining match, right? Versus I guess teams that are 2-3 versus teams that are 3-2, or the other way around, however you want to put it. So it's this best of 3 where you're not out if you lose, but if you make it, you're in a much better position. Our two teams here, we've seen the Yakutou Brothers before. I've seen them all throughout the year. We've seen some Baboka position 4 puck.
Unfortunately, yeah. But we also have seen them get success, right? As funny as sometimes what they do is, I think a lot of the stuff that they do is really good. And I also think it's a confidence thing where if you do the stuff that you actually believe in, you know, the puck 4, maybe it doesn't work one game, but maybe it works a different. And I also did see, speaking of funny stuff, there was a Holy Locket Storm. Someone else built it. I think it was BZM. So I think we might be uninformed. Also, I think it might have been a Koifa thing from Koifa stream.
We might be seeing the new thing then. I mean, as far as
it might
Liquid,
be some
of course,
tech that I'm not aware of.
We'll see. Maybe that's going to be the item of the tournament. For Liquid, of course, defending TI champions, they find themselves here after a mixed group stage. I think a lot of people had this team going through on 4 wins, not necessarily after the determination match. I certainly did myself. I'm a little bit surprised to see them here even at 2-2. But, of course, this team very strong, and I think it is going to be a tough opponent for Yakutou Brothers.
Yeah, I had them as 3-1, so I was hoping for. It's alright. It's not even that for me. They're right now 2-2, so the best I can do is 3-2. But I feel like Liquid has always been one of the teams that they warm up in tournaments, like consistently for some reason. And no matter what their roster is, even like the older Liquid rosters, they've always been this slow at the start of a tournament, and then they ramp up. They had the whole lower bracket at what was it, TI7? It was a completely different roster, but maybe it's an org thing. And I think for them, not making it through the road to the international would be a pretty big loss.
5 seconds remaining.
Yes, I'd agree. I'd be personally fairly surprised myself if that was going to end up being the case. But again, you know, I think fortunately here, this is just going to be a BO3 for seeding. Basically for the next round is kind of how I would consider this if I was playing it. Still pretty important. I'm not sure, you know, unfortunately our savior Liquipedia at the moment not showing me the rules, but I would assume that there's a little bit of a preferential status for teams going in 3-2. Maybe like, for example, you get to choose your opponent, which could be something very strong, right? Because that's the entire thing of Swiss is, generally speaking, you don't always choose your opponents. It just depends on your results. But heading into this last round, that could make a really big difference. If, for example, the best team sitting at 3-2 with the most 2-0s gets to choose their opponent, that's pretty good. That feels significant.
Yeah, or it's just RNG, and everyone just 3-2 just matches a 2-3 guy, and you just hope for the best. Which
pretty much.
I know there's a trend for a lot of the teams where when you have to like pick an opponent, they'll like flip a coin because they don't want to pick wrong, or they don't want to get in their head like, oh, we picked these guys, we have to beat them.
Yakutou Brothers turn to pick.
But I think that's kind of a tomorrow problem for both these teams. I think the biggest problem right now is going to be winning this series, which again, even though it doesn't matter that much, I think it's a confidence thing for both teams, like especially for Liquid. Already having this awkward 2-2 stage, you don't want to. You want to like fix it. You want to be like, we're 3-2, then we're gonna be 4-2. We're gonna be off to the international. No harm, no foul. And for Yakutou Brothers, I think this is a perfect time to prove themselves and be like, okay, guys, we beat Liquid, we beat the TI champions, we can make it through. And
Lots
already
of papers
there's
in front of Boxy there. That just looks like that looked like game rules or something. It looked like extremely fine prints there.
there's a lot of data people get these days with it's actually crazy. We worked with some, I don't know, like data company or something for last year, a few tournaments at the end of last year, and it was like you see the average warding patterns for teams, their most common hero combinations, their most common first picks, their most common like just kind of like everything, like what they respond to the meta heroes with. And you see like all these things. You also see the stuff that you do and the stuff that they're likely to counter pick you. So there's a lot of data people can actually find. And I know our supports would like study it pre-game just to like plan out the wards. They'd be like, okay, they like these wards in the pre-game, so we're gonna place it here and here, and we're gonna maybe blind sentry here. So there's actually a lot of data, I think, nowadays that can get prepped like pre-game that people want to just like look out for more than just the draft. Like you could do way more than just draft prep now.
Yeah, especially on some bigger orgs like Team Liquid. I know that's what SAP does in general.
Yep.
They're like a big data crunching firm. And Liquid just being one of the more established orgs in the scene, right? In general, just in general across all of esports, having access to a lot of those resources. So not surprised to see a lot of data as Mickey getting prepared for battle here. What are you thinking about like the meta so far that we've seen at TI? Because to me, at least from our games we've seen personally, I've seen a lot of teams sink or swim around their offlaner.
Yeah, I think I think it's both the side lane cores. I think it's, I want to say the offlaners are the one that look like they have a really high impact, or they carry the game because they get this like random dom timing or auras or blinks. But I feel like a lot of it gets enabled by the carries, actually, rotating. So like the carries who take the gates and open up these tier 1 towers, or they TP to the mid rune and they're just randomly out of rune. I remember even one of the last few tournaments I watched, Yakutou just like showed up to the 4-minute rune fight as a carry SF, or maybe it was the 6-minute rune, but he was like level 4 and he just walked mid, had boots, just like killed the enemy mid. And I think plays like that are really the big thing. And in some of the games we've watched, we've even seen where one team carry shows up and the other doesn't. It's like a really big difference in how the game plays out. And I would say, if anything, that's a mid-game meta. Because if from last year's TI, one of his best heroes was Nature's Prophet, which is the perfect hero to just show up to these fights. And I think that quick, fast, aggressive carry playstyle makes the offlaner shine. Because since they're so tanky and they usually have like utility or team fight spells, that when it's a 5v5 early and they actually have the support, this like extra bit of damage or maybe another guy to help you tank, they look really, really strong. And then they just kind of like scale that into the mid-late game.
Fair. A very good in-depth answer as well. I like it a lot. And I think Night Stalker for Yakutou Brothers is kind of where I was going to pivot off to. Giving themselves a nice leg up here, right? With that Night Stalker. Can be a strong laner with the Night Rain facet, giving you a bit more of a presence in the early lane so you don't just get bullied. And then just having vision and having that presence in team fights with the ulti.
Ooh, okay. I'm interested for the Naga. Because a lot of the games, we've actually seen this banned first phase. I keep being like, oh, they could maybe Naga. But it's always banned. And so far, look at that, 71 bans right now in this tournament. It's only been picked 4 times.
Wow.
I know in pubs leading up to the tournament, at least in like whatever pubs can get scrubbed, which is like up to 8.5k, right, I believe. The win rate on Naga is really low. And so I think it's definitely something that is in scrims a lot right now. Maybe it was in the last few tournaments because it's getting picked so often it has to be kind of showing up somewhere. So I kind of want to see the strength of it.
Just to kind of give everyone a little bit of a reference at this point in the tournament of how contested this hero is. Second most contested hero of the tournament, picked or banned, in 96% of games. So it's must have only gotten through a handful of times, 2 or 3 times.
Out of it's been banned 71 and picked 4.
Yeah, so there must be like 80, maybe up to 80 games, 78, maybe not even that many.
Yeah.
And
But it's a strong lane with Shadow Fiend, so...
We're at 24 ignored heroes at the moment. That doesn't include unpicked heroes. There's more unpicked, I think. Something like 27 unpicked heroes at the moment. No snipers. No snipers
really?
picked. One ban. Yeah,
that's interesting, because, I mean, look at this. This was a first pick puck overall, and...
Right.
There's some heroes which have all been picked. I like the Void. People pick Void Spirit a lot. I like the Dragonite. People have been picking it up, and it's looked decent. I thought Sniper would be up there as like 3rd or maybe 4th, kind of like best heroes versus puck, quote unquote. But really, it hasn't been picked. Surprisingly,
no, don't see it here. Banned once. That's it. Uncontested hero, basically, or unpicked hero, among many others here so far early on the road to the International. As we have the 18th pick, Mars, coming out for Liquid. Looking at the bans from Yakutou Brothers, they're all very on-meta, on-brand bans. I'm just seeing what Liquid has drafted. I'm like, man, Liquid have got, like, everything. Like, they have a lot of strong heroes.
The other thing is that with this Darkseer pick, it looks like it's a Baboka Night Stalker, I believe.
Oh, yeah. Good point.
Which... I don't know. If I'm not mistaken... The Deluge that's what the Naga E is called when she takes that facet. I believe slows Darkseer through Surge.
Whoa.
I believe because I think it sets your cap movement speed to like 225 or whatever. So Naga's actually not bad versus Darkseer. Also, that's paired with a root, and I think Shadow Fiend is one of the better carries versus Darkseer because you just get raises, right? So you're all just magic damage, and anytime the Darkseer wants to walk into melee range, he'll tank like 1, 2, maybe even 3 raises. So it's a bit iffy. Like, I'm curious. It's definitely one of the heroes where, let's say you had a Marcy 4, and you just start instantly on the Shadow Fiend. Yeah, perfect, amazing. You'll kill him every time. But with this Night Stalker, I'm a little worried.
You're a skeptic.
Yeah. Unless, okay, they could do carry Night Stalker, but I don't think they should. It's definitely a Baboka Night Stalker.
Okay, hear me out. What if it's Baboka Dragon Knight, carry Night Stalker, offlane Darkseer, you last pick? What do you even last pick?
Sniper.
There it is, the last pick Sniper.
I mean, I think you picked the Dragonite intentionally for the mid lane. I think it'd be weird to flex it off. I think they'll just pick a carry, probably some.
Team Liquid's
I don't know.
To pick. Yakutou Brothers turn to
Monkey King. Is that a Monkey 4? It has to be, right? Interesting.
Ooh.
Okay.
10 seconds remaining.
I think it's probably just they like it versus Silencer. It's a hero that can scout. Also, just jumping on the Silencer. He's a pretty slow hero, and he kind of is bad at disengaging from these early game fights. So, just like a monkey stun with the Mars walking over. I wouldn't say I'm a huge fan of it, but I think it was just something that Boxy felt. Look at him. He's saying something. He's getting hyped over there.
Yeah, Mickey with a bit of an emote as well. Blitz giving the last words of encouragement. A nice hug. Aw, that's very sweet.
He's saying, okay,
Mickey,
like, you ready for the monkey carry and Boxy Shadow Fiend?
Yeah, he's like, Boxy, you're playing SF. You're going to raise them all. Mickey, come here, my sweet carry. You're going to be okay.
Storm.
Dude,
okay,
what did I say?
It's not going to be a... Okay.
It was close.
It's a
I was close.
Storm. It's a Boxy puck.
What?
Okay.
The reverse, but you were right. You were right when you said it.
Okay. Okay, wait. Let me think. Okay, so I guess they read that actually, Yakutou Brothers. They read that it was a monkey mid, and so instead of walking your Dragonite into a monkey mid, they picked Storm so they could have Storm versus monkey mid. But it is a bad Storm game, to be honest, even though it's the supports he has to deal with, and usually the supports are not as like a concern, right? You see like, oh, it's an enemy position 5 Silencer or Naga. You can't really care that much, but they're both really good for Storm. Like a single song, you can net during the song. So Storm dies to a net, he dies to a coil. Sure, once he gets BKB or maybe with the global to back him up, he's good, but it's not a particularly good Storm game. Especially with it being 24.
Yeah, the reason I have this look is because this Puck Naga support duo. Just
yeah, what I was saying. Yeah, he's concerned about the Puck Naga. I feel like that's a.
I hear what you're saying, and you're completely right. He does face those threats throughout the game. However, I'm a little concerned about the threats that Liquid have against themselves with these own supports. Like, certainly there must be something they're giving up in the early game or in the laning stage to have these kinds of supports, right?
Yes. Maybe. I mean, I think Puck is really bad at laning early game. Naga's good, for sure. Naga's laning is definitely really strong. And also they did put the Shadow Fiend mid now because it's a Storm instead of putting the Monkey. So a lot of lane swaps and setups, which is pretty funny. I still think Naga Monkey's a strong lane. I'm curious how this interaction works. I'm like 90% sure it basically means that Surge doesn't work. So even if you're Surge, I think you just get set to 230 movement speed, which is a really nice matchup.
It's always wild whenever there's a Night Stalker with a Night Rain facet, just messing
like the
with
daytime, the whole
yeah,
like,
it's just
pregame.
so weird. But it makes a difference, right? Because of course, if you don't have like some Slark or some, what else has good night vision? Bat Rider, right, in the game.
Bat Rider has normal night vision, bad day vision actually.
Yes, that's right.
It's Slark, Bane, Sniper, Night Stalker.
Oh, big 3-man Boundless Strikes. They're setting up for the Shadow Raises as well. But that's about all their control.
Looks like they want to cut this wave or something.
And again, though, he's ready for this. There's an Ion Shell, double Ion Shell, trying to chase him down with the last word. Boxy jaunting on in. That's the support Puck making the difference. In fact, might even net them a kill as he tosses in that Blood Grenade. Another Boundless Strike here, ready to go. They're trying to slow Mickey here to a crawl. First Blood drawn by the support Puck. Baboka was right all along, he's now realizing. Dodge one, but the mischief will be the death of him as Boxy. Nice little jaunt there, but Ollie's going to end up with a double kill. 2 Brain Drain out of the gate. A 2 for 2. First Blood to the support Puck. Experience for Mickey though, right? So I guess win for Liquid.
Yeah. I think it might actually for laning stage specifically, it might favor. Yeah, I would say it favors Liquid because I think with Darkseer usually these lanes you want to get like the double Ion Shell early, and just like shove this wave in. But now he kind of like missed this situation to like get this free shove. It's better he died though, because imagine if he was alive for the lane after pressing what, like 3 Ion Shells or 4 Ion Shells, and he walked in lane with 0 mana, so it could be worse for him. He's kind of just existing now for free.
I have unfortunately seen a Darkseer in a pro game take vacuum level 1 and then proceed to absolutely get dumpstered. It literally could do.
I think I did that once actually in a pub the other day. And I remember just sitting there level 1. Oh yeah, because I was versus Magnus, and I saw him start the skewer animation, and I skilled vacuum, and I actually canceled the skewer when we got first blood. But my 4 was not happy for the first wave and a half.
Nisha getting bullied here. Emo, decent start here. I love watching these kinds of more quote-unquote classic mid lane matchups. You know, these SF Storms, SF Quaps.
Nisha's going.
Yeah, Emo. He's going to fight into this one. The last raise. It's the short range raise, and Insania closing the gap. Oh, I thought there that static slide was going to be the death of him, but Insania reaches on up those stairs and strikes down Emo to secure the kill. Unfortunately, oh no, there is a ward here, or a rune.
Yep.
Okay.
Boxy just went to secure it. Those, oh, that feels so bad. I know for like Emo's perspective, it's like this thing where it's like, ooh, we're both like outskilling each other. Like I'm kind of beating him, he's kind of beating me, but it feels like so close that it's like you want to kill him in this situation. You'll be like, I killed him mid, I played better than him, and then just both supports are mid and they kill you. Oof. It just feels bad. It's like you wanted to have at least I feel like it feels better to get solo killed. Cause you're like, okay, like he beat, you know, I lost. It's okay.
D-ward now by Baboka, who is not going to be fruitful on his mid-rotation. How's top lane looking then? This carry DK, we didn't really say much about that because I think we were kind of caught up talking about this support puck again.
Yeah, caught up by like everything. I feel like everything got changed randomly in this draft. I think Dragon Knight actually is a pretty strong hero. I was gonna say it scales well, but he actually went for the green facet, which, oh no. Hold up.
Okay. Oh wait, no, it's top lane actually. That's the action. Boxy's gonna go down. I think that's 3 brain drain already for Ollie.
That's +1.
He's getting up there. He's getting quite intelligent, I have to say.
So
I think it's gonna make.
I was gonna say a lot of the carry Dragon Knights are going blue facet, and they're going the Frost Dragon because it scales like crazy, especially this new 25 talent. Obviously it's a very late talent, but you get 50% stronger, so you end up having some, I think like 60% slow and like 70% HP damage reduction when you're in Dragon Knight form, which is crazy. Oh wait, ball lane, there's a little dive.
Yep, getting ran down. There's that double ion shell doing work. Jingu Mastery, Boundless Strike, a little silence. Where did that come from? It looked gone on my screen.
The last like second, wait, what happened? Oh no.
The last tick of the silence.
Oh, and Insania.
Oh, he's gonna get dove as well. I've got the kill. We were watching mid here. I thought there was gonna be another attempt by Emo and Nisha to 1v1, go mano a mano.
Okay, wow, so falling is not going good for Radiant, and when you kind of give up these early kills to Darkseer, he snowballs really hard with just the ability to farm fast, but also the new innate where he gets like this health and mana back every time he gets a level.
You grandize.
Yeah, it's like you get this like 1 extra kill, now your level 4 is a little faster, so you have a lot of more mana than you normally would. And now, oh, now we maybe get another kill, now we're 5, and it's like you keep snowballing really quickly, especially in the laning stage. And he's gonna go for the Dom, and basically at the point he gets Dom, I think Baboka can leave, and he can just rotate, whereas in the past, a lot of the time you kind of just ask your position 4 to farm with you. I remember with Lelis, we would play Darkseer Tusk, and a lot of the time he's like, alright bro, it's time to farm. Because I'd have like Arcane Boots, level 7 Soul Ring, and him and I would just farm the entire jungle together. Which like, yeah, it was good for his game, but less XP for me as the Darkseer, and also it's just, he can't rotate to help the team. Right? Whereas now, you get Dom, you just maybe throw a shell on Baboka if you're feeling nice, but other than that, he can do his own thing.
Power Rune spawning in the top lane. Boxy securing that one here. As Liquid have been very active rotating the supports mid. Baboka up to level 4, but of course it is now daytime. So, and he doesn't have an ulti, obviously. So it makes life a little bit difficult for him. Ollie's fairly low level here as well, as Saberlight's just going to snipe. The Courier had the boots for Fly on them. Not bad at all.
Yeah, those are pretty good. That's a good core to kill. I think there's pings top. I think they want Mickey to gate there or something. Curious as to why they keep pinging.
I'm also curious if we're going to see any actions for the Wisdom Shrines here. It doesn't look like it.
I don't think so. Wisdom Shrines are a lot harder to contest than the XP Rune. I remember XP Rune was so annoying with like Monkey King carries or even anti-mage carries because they would like blink past this like tier 1 tower, randomly take the rune, click faster than you and get out. Now that it's like you have to stand there and kind of like channel it, I guess, in a sense, it's much easier to like contest and Nah, it's just harder to steal. It's like a full commitment.
Nice little micro play there by Insania, who throws in the mirror image illusions to mess up the stack. He's one of these guys who's going to be stacking a lot with these mirror image illusions, I would assume, pretty quickly. I mean, especially with a Mars and an SF, heck, even a Monkey King, he can stack pretty well here, as you can see Nisha moving into this triangle to clear a big camp.
Oh, it looks like he might try to go for a kill. Oh no, Emo. Wait, Emo's a sentry though.
Well, sentry
so
here.
He's gonna see. He sees Nisha.
Nice job on the no-sell there, just kind of walking past like there's nothing even there. So he's going to be aware of it. He continues walking down bottom. Boxy, still only level 4, does not yet have the ulti to play with, as Insania is going to snatch up that shield rune.
They want to mana. The SF ult so bad.
Yeah, they want to, but he's just continuing to walk away. He's got business elsewhere on the map. And so Nisha's not going to waste any more time in that invis. Gets to work on this tier 1 tower mid.
That was it was really good nerves by Insania. He was like staying on the rune and Emo like pump fakes zipping into it twice. And he just waited and he's like, okay, you actually have to zip. You actually have to commit your mana. Otherwise, I'm not clicking the shield rune. Whereas I feel like a lot of other players would just been like, okay, this storm is going to zip. I'd rather just click it early and not have to worry about it. Top.
TP's good spear here. He speared him a little bit too far away though, so Nisha can only connect the long range raise, but no brown boots here for Fly. Slowed to a crawl now and killed off by the 1-2 punch of Nisha. Nice kill.
I think that was actually the boots.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure if he had boots, he would have walked out of there after the stun. Okay, well, it's all adding up, and now Nisha's here. Really strong hero for tower damage early game, and I think this might just be a tower. Because he had Emo just TP bot.
Tower's going to go down. Liquid still getting the tower top, and they've secured the mid tier 1 as well. So things are looking pretty good for them. Got an SF top of the leaderboard here in terms of net worth. Wait, hold on. Flyfly's sneaking back in. We still have a Requiem. The Dragon Form into the stun. Insania not quite at level 6 yet, but he's just going to be able to walk away. No harm, no foul here. And Liquid back to work on that tier 1 tower.
I don't think it's worth it for Yakutou Brothers to bring heroes. They are getting timings specifically on Darkseer, and I think it's much better you play around your Darkseer. It feels so good when you get this level 7 and you actually use your Ion Shell like really early just to fight. And I think them forcing their whole team to TP top, where SF and Mars and Nago just all walk away, it's like you're missing this timing. Whereas now they kind of just chilled, they waited. This guy's 7 and now he's mid with a Dom. And just like a surged Centaur, probably just kill Shadow Fiend.
Smoke play behind Yakutou Brothers here. Emo looking for some action. He's got a illusion rune in the bottle, and you know, it could be a powerful dispel here. 4 heroes into this camp. Nisha trying to finish it off. Silence into the wall of replica. They're going to steal all the big creeps and the life of Nisha. That's going to be a stinging death there for the SF.
This might just be a mid tower push now. Puck is level 6, so it might end up trying to be a fight. There's a global silence.
The trees trying to bait here a little bit. There's that illusion rune to clear the silence immediately into the vortex. Emo, well played. They're holding on to the 1 power rune he got control of, but Mickey showing up to fight here, trying to lay down that boundless strike. The damage on the Baboka is just not there. And it's a 2-for-none trade. Tower is gonna go defended here for Liquid.
That's the timing, right? They hit Darkseer level 7, they hit 6 on the Silencer, because his game's been pretty good. He's 3-0. Now up to 6 Brain Drain.
Ooh, that's not bad.
That's significant. Honestly, 6 is a lot. That's what, how much gold is that worth? Like 450 gold? Having a good time.
Well, not to mention that translates to more damage now, right? With the Suffer and Silence facet because of the last word difference. Like you're just doing way more damage as a result. Yeah. It's pretty good.
And then just wait till they get this shard. This 20-minute free shard for him. It's up to 3 per kill.
Emo They're going to play for him here, but with the silence not connecting, coil down, Emo clears the ward, but it might be too little too late. No, a second zip, and he is out of harm's way, even with that Urn debuff applied. Vessel now for Boxy, flying his way. All right, so go ahead.
Go.
I was going to ask, now that we've seen lanes fully break down, I would say, right? We're into that early game. Support Night Stalker versus support Puck. What are you thinking here?
I take Night Stalker.
Okay.
I feel like having vision, just he presses ult, he flies, he sees everything, he has a silence built in. Even just pressing ult, like if he does nothing but press ult and give vision, I feel like that's a puck.
He's a nice follow-up too for Emo as well, right? Like that's why Vision's so good this game, because you have this DK, this Storm, even this Darkseer hero, who are all going to really benefit from that. Compared to some games where, like, if it was Beyond or someone else playing the offlane Night Stalker, it's like, okay, guys, the enemy offlaner ulted, just wait, just chill, don't fight, you know? Compared to this just a support, doesn't have the same kind of momentum here. Look at this damage! Diving the tier 2 tower, Mickey, he's gone. How much are they going to have to pay for this? They will be able to catch Baboka, but a very well worth it trade, I'd say, here for Yakutou Brothers.
Yeah, definitely. They force, what was that, 4 TPs? Bots still get the kill, get it on all the cores. Now they get to push them out mid. Someone's going to go top, push it out. And they also get the rune. Something that's always really big on considering is so fast plays on towers where you actually just get a kill and get out, even if it's a 1-for-1 trade, usually end up being worth more because of the amount of space you get on the map. Like, look how bad the map feels for Liquid in this next like 30 seconds to a minute versus what it looks like for Yakutou Brothers. Like, Saberlight's farming under his tier 2. There's a 1 core mid. There's 1 core like farming his own jungle camp. So you have to like push out the map and farm it. Whereas for Yakutou Brothers, DK gets to go top, push like 3 waves in for free. They still get to farm mid. They still get to farm bot. They're like split into 3 waves because now there's no TPs. So Liquid has nothing that they can do to pressure. It's kind of just, okay, guys, we have to wait and control the areas and like fix our waves because effectively all the waves are bad right now.
Yeah. It's time for Beyond to keep farming. It's another minute, by the way, or it's another power rune, I should just say. That was something that Liquid had done pretty flawlessly. I think they ended up with the first 2 power runes. It was like Shield and Invis, right?
Yep.
And then from there, it's only been Emo grabbing these runes. He's got an Arcane, and I think he's going to put that to work right now as the Dark Ascension. Nice reactive song here. Very defensive song. Big zip down on in, though, is Saberlight. He's still going to get caught. I don't think he does not have a TP scroll. And that is going to be a death for him. That's a result of the mass TPs from earlier, right?
Yep, and that's like, +1 brain drain.
Ooh, that it is.
Oh no, Mickey top.
Mickey.
Ooh, good read.
The trees. He's going to be okay for now.
Oh no, Emo still might catch him. See,
he's thinking about it.
If he goes down? Oh no, don't go right.
Fly. He's got 2 red items. He's going to go only red items maybe this game. Satanic and Mask of Madness.
I love red items on carries.
Just feels natural, right?
Satanic, Heart, Abyssal.
What Mask of Madness for the time being here for him. Ooh, they're baiting this amplified damage rune. Nisha. His smoke will break now here on Baboka, who's perfectly positioned here. Very nicely done. Gets off the silence. It'll, they'll kill him with the right clicks, but otherwise won't make too big of a difference.
30 down 5,000 gold for Liquid, which I don't think they really wanted that when they picked these lanes. Like, they picked Shadow Fiend to win mid. They picked Monkey King, I think, to win bot because he saw his lane matchup. And again, every time I see a Mars, I'm like, okay, it's not your fault, Mars. You're doing great. Just press that arena, press that spear. Like, you're doing amazing. But like for the other 2 lanes, I think they went a lot worse than they really needed them to. And so now they're in this awkward position where they're just behind on, honestly, damage. Darkseer's having such a good game with this mech now. He's almost halfway to a pipe, so he's gonna have a pipe in another, 2 minutes? And at that point now, it's so low damage. Like Puck's not gonna do damage through a pipe. Mars won't do damage through a pipe. Sure, you have like your SF right clicks and your monkey right clicks, but is that enough when they're just gonna be dying even faster to all this random ion shell storm going? There's a global silence, so you can't even protect each other. There's like a lot more robust damage, I would say, from Yakutou Brothers than there is for Liquid right now.
We're going to see a bit of that now. Fly, Blink Dagger ready to go. Insania does have another song, or does not have a song, I should say, for 10 seconds. He's going to get caught first as Baboka giving them vision with that Dark Ascension. No way out then for Insania. He will go down. That's another kill for Ollie. Is that 9? What, 8 or 9?
8 right now, 8.
Oh, he's big.
They have the double stacking heroes. They have Galvanized Storm, Brain Drain on
That's true.
Silencer.
Infinitely scaling. And we should say, Emo's been having a pretty solid bounce back from lane. I don't think he got completely crushed, but he did, I don't want to say die solo because it was the Liquid supports that secured it, really.
Hold
on. Saber Lights. Yeah, 2 ultis here just for Baboka. Down he goes. Wait, hold on. Emo zipping in? Yeah, he's going in here. You got to be careful, though. Nisha has got a Kaya and Yasha, so he's really quick on the draw on the ulti, fast enough even to get it off before the global silence, but now he's caught in the river and has absolutely nothing to fight with. Mickey trying to back up his mid laner here. 2-man vacuum. Not going to be good enough here for Yakutou Brothers to continue fighting. Fly links in here a second time. We'll retreat now back beyond the river, though. 1-for-1 trade as Liquid just taking a worse trade there, honestly.
That could have been a lot worse for them, though. I think.
Yeah.
The fact that Shadowfiend lives, I was really scared for him. And also the blink on the DK just like barely misses the puck. So I think in those situations, like, yeah, they do lose the Mars, but it's not the end of the world. I would be fine. I think every time you're behind, it's always better to trade kills and like you want to turn the game ugly, because the cleaner a game is when you're behind, the more likely you are to just lose.
That's fair. Plus with Baboka dead, it makes it a little bit more possible for you to make moves where he's not in position to be there to break every single smoke gank. I say that, but now he is once again in position.
Is that his job? Is it just break smoke ganks?
Okay, wall. Or sorry, make that a song. As Emo, did he come through the gate? They're willing to really fight into this, huh? Dark Ascension used. Careful for that long duration silence here onto Saberlight. They're going to focus onto Insania first, breaking the trees, breaking the cover. Saberlight running for cover, but finding absolutely nothing as the supports will fall in his wake.
And they all just take Tormentor. Which is bot. My like brain turned off for a second, but it's because I see nighttime at 20 minutes. I'm like, oh, the Tormentor's top, but it's Night Stalker rolled, so it's a bit reversed.
Unfortunately for Ollie, he did not get his free shard. It's going to be the shard for Night Stalker.
So sad. It's a good one. It's a free Midas. But
yeah, that's true.
Think about the brain drain.
That's what I'm thinking about.
He could be at 30. I know, like, it doesn't work retroactively, but if he had minute 0, he would have a. You could have 30 though. Think about it.
He's so big.
He can be so smart.
Scientists baffled by all the gray matter in Ollie's brain. It's ridiculous. What's going on here? Boxy? He's gonna be okay.
This is a.
Whoa, hold on. This could be a moment. Nisha's got Blink and an Amplify Damage rune in his bottle.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really sick how aggressive Liquid's being, and they're actually farming the camps in front of the Yakutou Brothers, but oh man, this is stressful. Just like one random
10K.
Yeah, one random DK stun, one random Night Stalker getting vision because it's nighttime. Storm hits a jump and you don't react properly.
Right. Or Beyond just gets his pipe off, or pipe and mech in the fight, and then kind of nullifies a good SF ulti or something.
Okay, they made they all just went away. Top lane is now their lane.
Yeah, now there's a BKB online for Fly. He's gonna go back for the red items though. He's gonna get that Satanic ready to go. Although, speaking of getting ready to go, Emo getting the haste rune and quickly getting out of here. Might not be fast enough. Ward placed down. Arena Spear combo.
Nice
global Silence to follow up though. Nisha, he doesn't have BKB, and he's stuck inside this back wall. Emo able to zip through the arena as Fly just getting in there. The Death Requiem's not going to change much here as Liquid already losing 2 cores here. Mickey just alive inside of that Wukong's command, but he might not have anything else to offer. But Boca jumps back on in, silences both core supports, sorry. Down they go, and Yakutou Brothers just fast on the global there. Ali, the savior of that team fight.
Yeah, I think even if he didn't get it right before, there was also Boca jumping in, so both supports were pretty much like ready to instantly go in. And this is my concern with Shadowfin in this draft when they picked it, is that I'll hold on to after Chico. Look at this, it was a really nice arena spear like on the storm, so there's no like waiting, no initiating, but just an instant silencer, Night Stalker, and silencer means that I think if you can't follow up with the Shadowfin instantly, then yeah, you're gonna lose the fight.
Everyone stays alive thanks to the Darkseer auras and the mechanism. Now Guardian Greaves are even coming out. Aegis on Storm, maybe the best Aegis carrier in the game, Gunnar?
Yeah, I think Storm's probably still the absolute best. You get to use your full entire mana pool, which is what, like usually like 2 kills in these mid-game fights if you like spend it liberally. And then now you're just like, oh, I'm back, guys. I have enough mana for the last 3 heroes.
Yeah, he's got this Kaya and Sanj, 9-second BKB ready to go now as well after that fight. And again, I don't want to say that Emo had a bad laning stage, but he was behind, right? At one point in this game, Nisha was top net worth, Nisha was farming big stacks, and Yakutou Brothers managed to kind of fight their way back into this one.
I was definitely nervous about the Shadowfin, and I feel like it kind of proved my point, where when you're verse Silencer, I feel like carry Shadowfin just makes more sense to me. Because like what, you're just a right clicker, you'll buy a Manta for global if you feel like it, you just sit there and you just right click, it doesn't matter for global. But mid, it's like the second if he globals your Requiem combo once, your hero's so bad in these fights, like it's so useless. And even BKB doesn't help him versus Silencer. He BKB blinks and ults. If the Silencer reacts fast enough, it's even worse because now you can't BKB off the global.
You know, oh, I thought he is gonna zip. Saberlight wasting a little bit of space and time here, but he's gonna get caught. Now you do have Mickey and Insania nearby, but they're gonna turn tail. They don't want anything to do with this. In fact, Insania, he might not have a choice in the matter. Fly getting on top of him beyond. He's gonna whiff on that vacuum, but a surged up Dragon Knight. I don't think that tower is gonna protect you here, Insania.
Yeah, it's 2.
2 in Breathe Fire. But this is going to be satanic here relatively shortly for Fly. He's disassembled already that Mask of Madness. Hold on. Could this be? No, I don't think so. Not with the Mars dead.
I'm trying to think of fight conditions. I feel like it has to be Puck jumps on the Silencer somehow. The pre-fight silences, and then during that silence you have to hit some sick arena Requiem combo with like a 3.5 second window to win.
Boca's just in there. Yule Scepter used instantly, but it's not going to change the outcome here for Boxy. Dark Ascension, so they're looking for a +1. Careful here, lads. The trees are not that safe here. But Boca, if he keeps going just up a little bit, he'll find him. No, good TP away. God, that really is a scary combo, that dark flying vision with a storm to follow up.
Yep. Boca making it look good. And okay, was the Puck pause for a bait? Did he intentionally pick it to make people think it's good so that he gets to beat it for free?
So that here in the 2-2 decider match, which is going to decide seeding, Liquid, they were going to bait it into picking it.
Yes.
He knew. He was like, Blitz is looking at this game right now, and Blitz is going to be like, don't worry, Boxy, it's legit, but Boca's a god. And now Boxy's like, wait a minute.
I was about to be playing this game feeling so bad.
Isn't it kind of crazy that you pick a pos 4 puck and then I guess it was first pick puck, right? And then the Night Stalker comes out and then you're like, well, now I'm just still counted as support. That sucks.
I feel like it would have felt less counter to the mid, even if it was versus DK.
Even with a Night Stalker in the game?
Yeah, it's like you have items at least.
I think we would have been saying the same thing that we're saying about the SF, though, to be honest. I think it's very similar, unfortunately for him. Insania kept alive, vacuumed on back and killed. This is just both Liquid supports here dying for a little bit of space. Oh, no, but it's going to be more int for Ollie. He's up to 17! Oh, my.
That's without the shard. All of that is hard-earned.
Dude, he's 6-0 and 13. That's wild. And there's a monkey in the game, there's an SF in the game, there's a Mars in the game, and a puck. And he's still got that flawless KDA. And he's like, you know what? I'm not dying. I'm buying a gem. Insania? Yeah, he's gonna have to run from that one with the Aegis being reclaimed. Emo. This is gonna be a bit scary, trying to avoid the spear, zipping, zapping around. There's the TP. Do they have the stun in time? Yes, the interrupt. And nothing Saberlight can do, just taking in a deep breath, a deep exhale. He's gotten caught there.
Okay. Let's envision we're Liquid. Wait, actually.
No, hold on. There's no time for vision. It's just another fight here. Nisha baiting them away. They don't have anything to cancel this TP. So away he goes, but that is a BKB to run away. Never feels too good.
Okay, back now that the BKB's cooldown. You're Liquid. You're whatever play you want to be on Liquid.
Okay.
You know, you're in this situation of the game. It's really dire.
I'm boxy.
Okay, you're boxy. Your team's like, how do we take the fight? What do you say? What do you even think? Like, how do you see this fight playing out?
Guys, this silencer has to die. He is destroying us. Now that there's a BKB on our SF, he can still destroy us. I think he has to go. We have the BKB for Baboka's crippling fear. Uh-oh. That's not a good start. Emo, he's in already on him. Baboka to follow up with the silence. The Saberlight, he can't do anything. The spear, Arena, it's gonna come out, but it's in tandem with the Song of the Siren. And Fly, he's beating the crap out of Insania. You've already lost 2 cores. Down go your mid barracks. Ollie's still being chillin', waiting with the global silence. Oh, no, I mean, this...
At least 2?
I think it's Megas. He's got a moon shard on Fly. This DK spitting.
Moon shard's crazy. Okay, so they still have Shadow Fiend ult and they have 2 stuns up? Or that will be up, I think, before the Rax dies.
Okay, you're right. Oh, the Dragon Form ended. Oh, sacrifice the tomato. Give him the buff. Not even, dude. They're killing these structures too fast. That's it. It's Megas. Glyph of Fortification's gonna come through. Still 15 seconds. Okay. Nice spear back. That's a good start. And no! Still no chance to get off the ulti though for Nisha. And look at the repositioning. Emo, he's being dragged back. The vacuum, it's huge though into the wall of replica. Insania's dead. Saberlight's had to buy back. And Nisha just has to duck and cover, running back to the fountain. There's backdoor defense. Saberlight hitting another spear here, but they're immediately going to turn on to him. Emo's unstoppable, jumps onto Mickey now. He's trying to get off the ulti, a huge heal there off the Boundless Strike, but Fly able to stand and fight in the Wukong's command. That's a boxy buyback here on the support puck, but it will do nearly nothing as GG is called. Team Liquid, they fall here to Yakutou Brothers in game number 1.
Kind of got crushed, to be honest. 7-35?
Yeah.
I think if I have to say, okay, this is why I think one wrong. I would say the bot lane went really bad. To be honest, like how the Darkseer and the Nightstalker kind of dove, got free kills. I think that ended up being really bad for Liquid, and I think they just snowballed. There was that whole mid fight where Darkseer carried mid was level 7, and then even these like kind of missed initiations where they jump on Hero and then he's gold to back him up. Just hurt a lot when you have this like aggressive magic damage kind of fighting team.
I think you're right about that. I think what I didn't consider with the Baboka shift to Night Stalker position 4 is actually low-key how strong a lane that is in theory with a Darkseer, right? Having like Surge, having that Dark Time, that Night Rain, having a Silence in addition to like a Surge and double Ion Shell. I would have thought a Monkey King could have laned into that though, not gonna lie.
Yeah, and I think the lanes might have been better with Shadow Fiend carry.
Yeah, maybe.
And just do Monkey mid. I don't know why, it just feels more stable. You'd have Shadow Fiend Naga, which is a pretty good lane. And then I'm not sure.
I think it's tough, right? I think genuinely it's pretty tough because then this first pick puck also getting shifted in the first place because of the Dragon Knight, maybe because of the silencer response. Like I wonder at what point Liquid decided, okay, this is no longer a core puck. Like was it immediately after the silencer came out, or was it later after they saw the DK?
I think it was the DK. I think right after the DK they definitely had a pause, and we were like, okay, do we want the puck mid or do you want to do something spicy? I mean, asking for puck 4 is not really, I don't know. I think that's always gonna be a mid player call to tell your team like, oh, I don't want the puck, give me something else. I don't think Boxy's ever gonna be like, give me puck, guys.
Is that your Boxy impression?
No, Boxy's way too cool for me to do an impression of him.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Ever since he showed up with the shades, I had too much aura.
Dude, I agree, and I get it. Those stage lights are bright, but you won't catch him blinking. You won't catch Ollie blinking either, dude. 7-0 and 21. Hold on, I'm just checking the post-game stats. 23 brain drain.
Yep. Okay. Balanced. As I've said a lot, I think Silencer is one of the top position 5s of the patch, like one of the best supports. And oof, he showed it this game. Laning stage, really solid. He has a DK, so it's a bit easier for him to play, but still played good. And then just after, I feel like so many kills. The first, he got what, 2 kills? He got a double kill for first blood. And I think all this stuff adds up to just making his hero feel unstoppable.
Yeah, and just a really solid game. I think it's a stat that is really going to highlight, you know, why we talked about a lot about what we did. We talked a lot about the decision to shift who went mid ultimately for Liquid. Silencer did just about as much damage as the SF did that game, you know? And that was an SF who was landing raises throughout the entire lane. It was just tough, right? It was just a tough game having that counterplay. And Yakutou Brothers find a very, very solid win here in game number 1 of the 2-2 round here on the road to the International over Team Liquid, guys. We are going to be going to a quick break. I'm sure Liquid discussing what went wrong, what they're going to do next here in game number 2. We're going to go ahead and think on that ourselves here, but we'll catch you guys in about 5 to 10 minutes with our second draft. We'll see you soon.
Hello, I am here with the oldest player at the tournament, Insania. I'm also the oldest person working the tournament, so 2 old men having a chat. Coming here as the old man of Dota now, has that changed your mentality at all coming into the tournament?
Not really. I've been looking at myself like move up the list over the years. You go on like Wikipedia, you look at the oldest people, and you were like, you know, I'm like 6-7 people off. Now like as the years go by, people are like slowly dropping off, but I'm still like going strong. And now I finally made it to the top, so.
Hell yeah. I mean, you come in here as a reigning champion.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. So how has your guys' season been, obviously coming here as champions? How has that changed your season, and how would you rate your season overall?
I think we had maybe a little bit of laziness because of winning TI last year. I think this year for us was in many ways quite relaxed up until a point where we were like, okay, like we really need to get our stuff together because it's not happening. Right. And I think it was around the times of we played PGL Wallachia, and I remember before one of these events, I had a wedding in Hawaii coming up in June, and I told Nish, like, hey, I really need to make this wedding. My cousin's getting married, it's in Hawaii, I really want to go, and we need to get everything together. And Nisha just looked at me and went like, don't worry about it, I'll get you there. And in order to be able to go to the wedding, we needed to be directly invited to TI.
Okay.
So then Nisha kicked it into high gear, and I think as soon as he did that, the rest of the team picked up steam, and that kind of fixed our slow start to the season.
So do you think that maybe having a a commitment in your diary for a wedding or something like that is a bigger motivator than...
I think Nisha's a good friend, and if you need something from him, he will put in the work and he'll like make sure to push the team forward. So yeah, I think for him also it's kind of nice to have something to like work towards.
Yeah. What about your expectations for this TI coming here as champions?
Expectations is a funny word, I think. I try to like not really have expectations. Obviously, I'm hopeful. I think we're a strong team. We can do well. I think top 3 is within grasp. And then I think everything after that is kind of just who shows up in better form.
Right. And speaking of form, I mean, you feel like the chemistry is good on the team at the moment, but do you feel in your scrims and in your practice like we are really playing at our best? Or do you still think maybe we're going to see the best of you once the serious games start?
Yeah, I think Liquid as a team, just in general, we will probably look at our best somewhere in the playoffs. I think we have this thing with like... Okay, I'll just be real honest. I have nothing to fear. Our coach doesn't do any work, right? So he has no idea what's going on until the tournament begins. And then...
We're talking about Blitz here.
KP and Jab's amazing.
Yeah.
Blitz, on the other hand, he doesn't really do anything. Okay. So he doesn't know what heroes are being played until like he's seen a lot of games happen. And that's usually where Liquid looks quite shaky. I think you can kind of tell from our drafts. And then the longer we go into the event, the more games Blitz has seen and the more ideas he has for like, this is how we want to draft. This is how we want to do things.
So if something doesn't work out, we can blame Will.
Oh yeah. Don't even hesitate.
Perfect.
Like, please go to social media.
Yeah.
And
start a Reddit
Blitz
thread.
know. Yeah. Reddit threads. Absolutely. Even if it's not like draft related, make it about the draft.
Probably yeah, fair enough. Now, last question, because I think this is probably the one I'd like to close on.
Cool.
I have heard some rumors, and you've talked about it on your podcast, that you were thinking of calling it a day and retiring from Dota. Either, this year or after TI, next year? What's the deal?
Yeah, so for me, next year would be the absolute maximum. That's like something I set for myself already. It might happen this year. Who knows? I haven't really decided yet. And for now, I just want to try to play the best Dota I can, and then we'll see what happens after.
And what's the reason for this? Is it just you are sick of the lifestyle?
I mean, part of it is like kind of getting tired of traveling, but part of it is also that I think love this game, but there's also more to life than just Dota. And I mean, I think I'll always be interested in what happens in Dota, but just playing it, I think, is kind of reaching the end for me. And I'm kind of looking at other goals in life. You know, I have a girlfriend, kind of develop that into what comes next.
Yeah.
Maybe kids in the future, who knows? So, yeah, just other goals.
Other girls?
Goals.
Other goals.
Goals.
Oh, man. Aiden, thank you so much and best of luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
Fate gives no warning. It simply casts you into the abyss, where some echoes never stop reaching back. Every leap, every crack in the stone were invisible hands shaping the hunter within. Discipline sharpens instinct until the arrow obeys thought alone. There was peace in the fall, a silence only the wind could understand. But even in that quiet, allies found me. I did not choose this path, but I walked it to the end. And when the moment comes, my hands do not tremble. Now, I walk alone, so innocence never follows in my footsteps.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back here. We are on the road to the International. Day number 2 continues here. Thanks for joining us. We hope you're enjoying the coverage. Seek and Strike and Gunner bringing you the action as we are about to get underway with game number 2 of Team Liquid versus Yakutou Brothers. Gunner, we were talking about whether or not this is going to be a 3-game series because that was... I don't know. I mean, maybe you just chalk it up to draft and go again, but we've seen Liquid fight hard and dig deep in these kinds of series to come back, right?
Yeah, I want to say it's draft because I expect better from Liquid. I think even some of the games in this tournament, they've looked better. So I think it's really easy for players, especially Like when you're in these high stake tournaments, the game ends, and the easiest thing you can say is it was a draft error, because it takes the blame off you. You're like, oh, well, it was hard to do X, Y, and Z because we didn't have the right heroes for it, or oh, we gave them too many good heroes. So that's like almost always a response I hear a lot of people say. Interestingly enough, I think that's one of the best things the Eastern European teams do, which is they're way more direct when games end. If you ever watch, you know, like I think it's like the PVISION videos behind the scenes, or like Aurora, the games end and they're like, okay, this is what we did wrong. You died here. This was bad, or we didn't use these timings. They're way more gameplay direct. And so I hope Liquid is being more gameplay direct, and they're just saying, okay, guys, we like didn't make any good moves. And like, yeah, I do agree that the lanes were weird. The draft was weird, but I think if they were on their A game, they still would have won the game, even with the draft.
Yeah, maybe that's something you could talk a little bit more about here, as we're just waiting for our draft ticket going for a bit longer. But I remember talking to Astini before, you know, back when he was coaching Bait. He coached you guys on Nouns. Now he's over on PVISION, right? But I remember talking to him about like this kind of concept about trying to reset teams between that kind of 10 to 15 minutes you usually get between maps, sometimes even less. And he's like, sometimes it's easiest to just be like, guys, it's my fault. I messed up. That's on me.
He does,
you know,
do
like
that,
that's why like he clicks the buttons in the draft. He's like, no, that was my choice, right? Like maybe can you talk more about that kind of a mentality shift, perhaps?
I know for a fact he definitely does do that thing where he's like, guys, it's my fault. I made this choice, even though, you know, maybe when the series is over, he'll like pull the guy who like actually was doing it, or was like the guy who suggested is like, hey, this happened. But at the time, it's especially for coaches, I think the best coaches don't really have pride in the moment. They have to have their goals to win. I think Blitz is someone who's really good at that. If you ever watch any of the videos with Blitz, it's always like, guys, like, just believe in yourself. Like we could do it. We got this, which is really good when you're in these stressful situations, because a lot of the time you kind of get in your head and you overthink like, oh, I made all these mistakes, and like, oh, this and this and this, and oh, maybe this guy on my team didn't do this thing that I said, or we should have, I was saying in the game, oh, we should smoke gank and control this area, and we weren't. Like, there's like all these things you start to overthink, and when you just reset back to, let's just play good. New game, play good, reset. Like this game, I would say, again, it's laning stage. Focus on your lanes, specifically the safe lane. I think was the biggest issue this game. I think mid went okay, top went as expected. And if in their safe lane, they're able to fix the problem, because I think that really snowballed the game. Like a lot of the issues in terms of the map were because of this Radiant safe lane. They lose their tower, where there's a really nice move by Nisha to top, and even Nisha took mid tower and took top tower. But then I think just losing that bot tier 1 and then like losing their tier 2, having to force all those TPs, it's just not the best.
Yeah. And I think, you know, for those that stuck around during the break and saw the interview with Aiden and Pyrian Flax, I think this team does have a pretty healthy relationship with their coach, to the point where like they joke about it. It's become like almost a joke. I remember I was doing some content with them at a previous tournament at EWC, and it was like nothing to do with Blitz, and they just called him Bits. They were just like riffing on him. He wasn't even like in the room, but it was just like a way for the players to just like kind of have a laugh, like just to like keep things chill, you know? Like I think that's like a pretty good sign for sure. And I think it's all in good fun, right? We saw how seriously he took it last year, like crying after.
Yeah, he cares. He cares a lot.
Yeah, he cares a lot.
Also, the, like,
I didn't mean
suit.
to completely. Go ahead. Sorry, I wasn't trying to ignore the graphic, but that
No,
just wanted to show.
I like his suit meta, that he like always wears like a full like suit for the big stage games, and it's like to show like he's like, I'm prepared, I'm ready. I spent the time getting ready this morning because I want to look good for us to win. And I think that stuff is actually really good for like mental, and like we're ready. My coach is ready. He looks fresh. He's good. We're ready to win. And on that graph, the big thing I noticed was Shaker was really high games and win rate. I think it was like 21 games played, like 66% win rate, which is crazy. And And Ursa as well, actually, surprisingly. Not as many games. I think it was like 11 or 12 games, but it was also around the like 66, 67% win rate, which I'm a bit surprised because I think the hero feels like good. Like it's just a solid carry, but I didn't expect it to be one of the like best. It's second best hero of the tournament technically.
Yeah. 13 games, 70% win rate is certainly a high watermark. Disruptor's fallen off a little bit from his success in early day one as one of the most picked fives I'm looking at right now. 31 games, 45% win rate. Anyone else really kind of getting above or below there? Yeah, a little bit. NP, like we saw on that graph, 61% from 13. But really, Shaker is setting that high watermark. I mean, that's just something
Shaker's
else.
the big one. Puck. I think if they just played Nisha Puck, like they just drafted like this Puck is our mid, we're not flexing it, I think the game would have ended up better.
10 seconds remaining.
I think I fall into this trap. I know this was there was like a meta where it was Ember 3. Because like Devi Lama was playing it, I was trying to play it, or like I was trying to get my offlaner to play it. We're like, guys, let's just first pick Ember. And yeah, you can flex it, and it's like, oh, you have to pick these fours for it. And you have to do like all these things versus the hero's so good, just put it mid. And I feel like Puck's in that situation where it's that good, just put it mid. So they do pick the Puck. I think it should just be a mid. Don't flex. Don't use your brain. Don't think. This is Nisha's hero. And whatever Yakutou does, let them do it.
43% win rate here on the Puck from 21 games, 38 bans. Let's see how Yakutou Brothers reply. There is no Night Stalker. Pardon me, but there is still a silencer in the pool if Yakutou Brothers just want to run that back. I don't see a reason why they wouldn't, to be honest with you.
Yep. I believe that should be 2-1, right? I believe.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, that's not right. And it is going to be the silencer again.
Okay.
Wow, such a sultry entrance from him there.
Yeah, he's just kind of like. Silencer's cool. He's just mad all the time. He just hates everything that's spoken, any noise.
10 seconds.
I like it. I think Silencer's just a solid hero. Early damage is good. The global's great. The damage I think actually is pretty significant. Even people are rushing Ags sometimes if they're not really that greedy, and Ags Silencer hurts in the team fights. I think the last game he didn't go for Ags. I believe he probably just went like normal support items like Glimmer Cape and Solar Crest or whatever. But if given the chance and you get Ags, be ready for some crazy damage.
So now I'm wondering what Liquid are thinking in response to this, right? They've banned the Night Stalker, they have banned the DK and the Void Spirit, so 3 really bad matchups for the Puck. I would say 2 bad ones and then 1 counter DK, right?
Yep. Shaker's banned by Yakutou Brothers, so they don't have that option.
Yakutou Brothers turn to pick.
I'm always going to say Sniper. Every game that it's not picked, it's Sniper.
It's never picked, bro. It's just never picked. Again, unpicked. Let me refresh Dota Buff here. But at the start of our day here,
still unpicked.
Still unpicked, right? Let's see.
Surely, there's no way it got picked in the last hour.
Yeah, he's unpicked. He is unpicked.
I believe hero versus Puck.
27 unpicked heroes, 24 completely ignored.
Maybe you just pick Quap then. Cares? Okay. Mars, they're just ignoring the Puck, pretending it's not a problem. For Liquid.
Seconds remaining.
Just pick a carry again. Ursa's good. I don't know if they can pick it now and be confident, but like some Ursa Disruptor maybe, or like Ursa Enchantress. I think Enchantress is really nice for Mars and Silencer, and Insania is a really good Enchantress. It speeds up the game, has the tempo. No, just Disruptor.
I'm hoping at some point to see Insania Oracle, but I'm not sure if this was the game with it.
I was thinking the Oracle. I really was. But I don't think it's good in this game.
Yeah.
Or like just in general, because you could do the plays where it's like you cast your Q on yourself, and if he globals during your Q channel, you'll purge it instantly from yourself.
Right, and then you can just ulti your friend.
And you
to
can
save him
global
and
your like
purge
puck
him.
or whatever. Yeah, but it's
hard.
It also feels bad versus Mars.
Yeah.
When if he gets the vision facet, it's like you can't save your guys in the arena.
Oh, that's a good point. No, that's a really good point. Yeah, Disruptor, you can just throw his spells in there, right, and not have to worry about
everything's
it too
kind of
much.
AoE besides Glimpse.
All right, Liquid. What will you show us then? Will it be a Saberlight hero here potentially? The second support? What is Blitz thinking about? You know, they could go. Well, no, Naga would be weird here.
I like Terrorblade maybe? Flash. Storm.
Wow,
Okay.
snap picks from Yakutou Brothers.
Wow. I was not expecting some of those heroes to be picked. So Storm's surprising into puck, but obviously last game it looked like it didn't matter. It was a support puck, but and then Lesh. Okay, please tell me it's not a puck support with this Lesh pick. Please tell me this is a support Lash or a carry Lash or something like that.
I'm
Like,
reserving
please
my
look
guess
in the eyes
until we see 18th pick. I think we'll have this idea clarified for us here shortly. All right, I think it's a support puck. I don't see any other way. Can we see Boxy's camera perhaps here for Liquid? I want to see his reaction to this. What is going on here?
10 seconds remaining.
This seems.
5
Are we getting baited?
remaining.
This can't be support Lash, right?
I hope
Yakutou Brothers turn to
I hope not.
Well, Boxy's cool, calm, and collected. Yawning, another day in the office here. Another puck support game. And I think they need an offlaner, right? I think there's no. They just need an offlaner for Liquid.
I'm disappointed, but it's okay. We move on. I would love a tanky hero, maybe Zoo, but all the Zoo's kind of banned. Tanky hero. What tanky hero? What is
10 seconds remaining.
Magnus is okay. Brew is okay.
Yeah, Centaur is not looking too good just because of the arena.
Mars, yeah.
Otherwise, you have what? You've got like a Doom. You've got no Enigma with the silencer.
Doom. Okay, I would say it's gonna be like Axe. Axe Primal or. Where's it? Axe or Primal?
What about some Wide Hunter? What about some Tide Hunter? Tide TA, you know? Classic
Tide TA
TI
gives you
strat
everything.
for Liquid.
Tide TA gives you everything.
Dig deep.
I don't like it versus Morta that much.
Yeah, because of the AoE silence. And the
Yeah, it's
fear
like
is
you
actually
can't
pretty
purge an AoE silence. I think also I don't expect this Morta to be a carry, but I think carry Morta is also decent versus Tide. You just ult and just 4-shot him.
I mean, I guess you're right. They have 24, but I'm almost certain this is going to be for Baboka.
Yeah, I'm like
Really
90% sure it's gonna be a. Or it's a Ben. It could be Tide. Could be.
No, it's the Axe. Good call there. I think it's the better hero.
Yeah, I think it's just a tanky hero initiator goes in. We'll buy a BKB relatively early. Okay, now Yakutou Brothers pick a carry.
10 seconds.
Any carry.
5 seconds remaining.
Doom? Doom seems good as a carry if he wants to play it. think good Radiance game. It's good versus Axe. Like, it doesn't really die to the Axe call. So you're like, now 2 of your cores don't really worry about Axe too much between the Mars and the Doom.
I feel like, don't you want a little bit more burst, though? You got these heroes you don't really want to be standing next to for too long in these fights. This Lash, this TA, Axe. I don't know. I'm just thinking. I'm afraid of like a Doom just kind of getting walked down by a Lash and a TA a little bit.
I could see that. I just think he does have protection from Global plus Mars. I think if you want that more damage, you pick Morph and just tell your carry player to be better than the enemy team.
That's what Morph players always think, right? I mean, and generally speaking, we've seen a lot of success on this
It's looked like that this tournament, yeah. I could see Morph, but I've seen Morph versus Axe, and the matchup's a bit hard. Like, even if you get the strength Morph off, sometimes you just die. Okay. I'm not a big fan of it, I'd say.
It's got to be just for the lane, though, right? Like, certainly this is a hero that they think is going to be able to be an Axe in the lane, or at least not let Axe cut lanes from minute 2, all that shenanigans. Wait, by the way, it's a 4 Lesh for Liquid.
Okay, well, saved. That's what I said. I was like, I hope it's a 4 Lash.
The last time Boxy played Leshrac was in 2021. He played it at ESL 1 Fall 2021 versus Evil Geniuses.
Oh, I've not. 2021, so that was NA Evil Genius, right?
Yeah, that was EG with
South
King
America EG was
Jungles.
what,
No, this is South American. This is Costabile, Teal Liquor, ADR.
2021,
they
really?
Yeah, they did lose that game, I should say.
Okay.
It was a 24th last pick Lesh for them, by the way. So, okay, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm thinking. So, I like this more. Having a Puck as your mid actually gives them kill potential in Storm, as opposed to last game where I feel like he was definitely just a burden. He's like, I'm going to coil the Storm, and then the Storm would get away. No mobility, so also something that is weird as to why like it feels that way, but I think if you start with coil as Puck, you do way more damage. Versus if you start with silence, then you do less damage. I think it's because when you start with silence and then they break the coil, they stun and they instantly zip, whereas they break the coil, then you silence and you get like this more chip. And I feel like in the last game, since he was so immobile, he ended up having to like silence at the start of every like engagement to get onto the Storm. So it was just like nothing happened. But as a core, as a mid, you actually have this like mobility. You're ahead in gold, so you can be more aggressive. But
really quickly, just as far as facets go, I think it's fairly standard for everyone. Misanthropy for the Lesh, so a ton of damage on the Edict to heroes, but nothing to the structures. Thunderstorm, so not going for the, what's it called? It's not called Coagulate. It's got some fancy name. The one where you can activate your... That's like a Bloodseeker one or something. I don't know. I forgot the name.
Transference?
Transference. Yeah, Transference. Thank you. I got it now. You just had to make fun of me, and then I remembered. One-man army for the Axe, and then it is the Vision facet for Mars, so Bloodsport.
Which...
Everything else, fairly standard.
That one's not amazing this game. It's like maybe a glimpse you'll save. I still am a fan of... I think the other one's just better if you don't have a reason to take the Vision one. But there's definitely some Mars players who have a different opinion that it's like, just take the Vision one every game. Even if there's like only one spell that will affect it.
Runes go 2 apiece here out of the gate. I don't see any lane shenanigans so far. Beyond that ward behind the tower, I think everything else is looking fairly standard.
What is... Oh my, this is a 4-man gank level 1 bot. Saber Light's just here. Dude, I'm already mad.
Okay,
I'm already mad.
On. All right, so they don't see anything top right now.
Guys,
Beyond, playing it safe.
Top lane is missing.
Top lane is missing 30 seconds into the game. Boxy is running from your tier 1. There they go. Oh, good effort there for Boca. Try to cancel a potential TP.
Imagine you cancel that. Okay, there's a gate, so it wouldn't have been the worst, but Saberlight? Okay.
All right, Ollie making sure that the camp stays blocked. I always love doing this. Whenever you have a ward in the camp, also body block it just to make them doubt.
Yeah, so they don't know. They maybe like 1 free extra minute of it being there.
Right. Dude, Dota's such an information game, though. Talking to the StarCraft pros, like, StarCraft's a game all about information. What you reveal makes a huge difference. And I think a lot of times, especially in lane, Dota can be a battle similarly fought as Boxy takes down Ollie's courier.
Top lane I already think is gonna be bad. Like the way that these first 2-3 waves played out, I feel like it's gonna just be bad for Liquid. I'd be surprised if the lane goes good.
Fluffy almost caught the wave there as well. That would have been even rougher. They will manage to stack it there.
It looks like he's gonna just pull the last 2 creeps and they're gonna connect these 2 to those 2. And the range creep also got killed off by the small camp before. So a lot of small things that I think will add up. And then mid, definitely a much easier lane for Emo this time. Not having to lane versus Shadow Fiend, he lanes versus Puck, which, you know, still strong lane versus Storm, but I wouldn't say it's as dominating as the Shadow Fiend is.
Ollie's taking a point in Glaives here, by the way. Nearly kills Boxy with it. I think he's done that to just try and prevent these pulls from being free.
Yeah, I think when there's a creep shenanigans, it's really nice if you have them over attack. Because while this one guy is trying to like pull creeps and make it so if you hit him, you're gonna aggro the creeps in a really bad way and mess up your equilibrium. Now you just get a free way to attack every single time.
Good old orb attacks.
I hate orb attacks. I
can't believe
actually, I've said this on stream, I think orb attacks need to be removed from Dota.
I low-key agree. I don't think it's fair that Druid Rangers can stand in the wave and auto-attack me for free.
Yeah, I think it's like, I don't know. It just feels like a very, I would rather the heroes get buffed in other ways than have this like artificial way for them. Like think of Huskar. Oh, laning versus Huskar and just having him burning spears you and it doesn't aggro any creeps for it. Man, I just wanted to walk up to the wave and you can't ever. Versus someone like, what, a sniper? Every time sniper trades with you, he gets creeps that hit him. Why does Huskar not get to have creeps on him?
I think Ice Frog, all he's got to do, someone's got to counterpick his mid-ember with a Huskar, and then we'll see orb attacks gone the next day. Literally, he'll probably do it during one of the death screens. Like, the game will end, and then the Huskar player will try and play Dota again, and it's going to say game client out of date.
Oh, you know bot? Oh, Nisha.
Yeah, rotations. Once again, the one-on-one, the mano-a-mano. Emo might be better off this time, but no, Lex, the auto-attacks, and Boxy easily able to run down Emo. First blood 4 minutes in, as once again, the Liquid supports making the difference at these minute 4 water runes.
That was crazy by Nisha. He baited the Remnant on the rune, and then he winning rifted past it, I think, onto the rune, and stole the water rune when Emo was like on top of it early. And I think there's a chance that he dies there if he doesn't pick up the water rune.
I think so. I think he does. I think he was on like 60 HP or something like that.
Yeah.
Even this Ring of Protection casually making a difference, I'd have to say. Oh, well, hold on. Doesn't let you tank that many tower shots though, but Nisha's okay.
I like Emo going for Electric Vortex. I think a lot of Storms kind of don't value it early because they're like, oh, I had the moving Remnant. I can just like hit my Remnants off of that. But even in the last game, I think he was 1-1-1 at level 3, which is like the old school Storm build. And I think that's why he wins these trades, because he just like walks up, he presses it, hits you once or twice.
The first stolen intelligence. Flyfly's coming mid? What are we doing over here? Is he just collecting the creeps?
This isn't enough damage for Silencer.
They're going to try and get through Boxy. Lesh, very fast hero, though, and he's already got the brown boots. Basically, Tranquil just has him locked. He's locked all 3 components, by the way.
does not want to make Tranquils, I think.
I think so. Very deliberate
I do not
locking.
want those. I want mana boots.
That's so funny.
Have you ever actually built them though?
I don't know if I've ever accidentally built Tranquils. No,
Really?
I'm usually pretty deliberate on my boots, and I'm never too efficient buying these, you know.
I see.
little,
It's because
mini
usually
items.
what'll happen for me, it's like you get the boots and you're like, I want a Windlace. So your Windlace, everything's good. And then it's like, I'm gonna buy a mech or something, or I'm gonna buy Pipe of Insight. It happens.
Look,
especially the mech. The mech what's happened to me on these like Shens or Shadow Demons or Darkseers.
I have had occasions where I bought too many headdresses. That certainly has happened. I've shown
How
up
do
to
you
fights with
have
double headdress.
Multiple headdresses.
It's just, you know,
It's like
it's
fashion.
just when you're really good at the game, Gunner. These things they just happen, right?
Oh, the better you are, the more likely they're to happen. Okay.
Yeah. That's just
good.
don't think about it
That's
too much,
good.
okay? It's just double headdress, okay? Don't do it. Don't buy it. Very bad. But it happens.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, the auras do not stack.
No, they certainly don't. But you know what does? The aura stacks. The auras don't, but you do get aura showing up to fight with two headdresses.
Yeah, aura. Is this Riz? Shows up to the fight with 2 headdresses.
Chat, is this Riz? My line has 2 headdresses.
Chat, is he trying to Riz me up by giving me a lot of HP regen? Hell. I'm gonna answer for you respectfully, no. It is not.
No, that's fair. That's very fair. Nisha off to a blazing start in this mid lane though after the kill, very similar to last game, I have to say.
Definitely, it's so frustrating to play with these like the random rotations. Okay.
Yeah. Last
Ooh, nice
word,
silence.
the calling, the silence, all pretty
so
good, but
close.
does get a jaunt away. Coil up onto the high ground is going to be snapped. Boxy from behind, looking to close the door here, but Emo with some good pathing.
dead
He
shot.
avoids the stun. He'll live because of that. Baboka will not. But a good reaction by
Beyond's here.
Liquid. It's Beyond. Ooh, just a little late on
okay.
that spear. But it's fine. He had an arcane. He's got another one ready to go. You might as well throw him.
I definitely think that like 4-minute rune that Boxy's done twice now in a row, and even Insania is kind of doing, it hurts Emo a lot. It looks like he's just this like aggressive mid player who wants to win the lane, and then it's no longer a fair fight for this water rune. What?
Well, this isn't going to be a fair fight either for Beyond. I don't think it's that
That's
easy to go. Insania walking all the way up for the glimpse, maybe trying to bait a reaction
Use a
here out of
spear.
Beyond. Yep, spear is going to be used there onto the Templar, and Boxy's got more than enough damage with the level 2 edict.
I think he held the spear for a bit. I don't know if he would have lived. There was a lot of Lush damage coming in, but he probably he needed to find the angle to stun is what I think he was trying to do.
So a rough start for him there. Saberlight's been doing fairly consistently. I think what he hasn't been able to do, though, is really bother Flyfly's farm at all. So Flyfly richest here on his team by a wide margin, but his mid and his bot lane are lagging behind here out of this early laning stage.
Especially Emo, I think is the surprising one. He's barely at 2.7k. Like he's closer to Lush than he is to the enemy mid.
Yeah, that's true. Boxy's off to one heck of a start here. 4 years since he's played the Leshrac, but he made sure to lock those Tranquils. And he's going to be blinking in. I kind of like the build.
I get so mad when there's a Lush with a blink. It just feels so annoying that this guy presses Edict, blinks in, and you're dead. He could be a level 7 Lush and you just die.
And then even if you kill him, if you don't run away, you're just still dead. You just die.
You just die. Oh no.
Emo. He might just be dead here as well. Insania's got Static Storm into the coil to hold him down for good measure. Global Silence is going to cover him, but doesn't really make a difference. Boxy, he was too fast to get off the Edict. Maybe if the Edict didn't come out, maybe, but unfortunately that's going to be Global down, and a Liquid who will continue to rotate into this top part of the map. Not a whole lot of action from Yakutou Brothers, and with Emo dying a second time, I'm starting to wonder who and how he's going to be able to connect with his team to try and get back into this game. Because we've seen a carry Abaddon. I don't know how to put this politely, but we've seen carry Abbas kind of do nothing before. And I'm a little bit afraid that's what Fly is going to be forced to do this game.
I would hope not. I think, yeah, I was going to say it looks like he's probably just going to come bot and fight this tower with the siege creep, but everyone from Liquid is kind of rotating in.
Yeah, how do you fight this, especially without a global?
Just by kind of fighting together.
Well, Saberlight's in here. Pretty good damage as well out from Nisha. The dunk's not going to come through. Fly activates the ulti, so in the meantime, they'll turn for Baboka instead. Good stun from Boxy, secures the kill onto the Abba, and Nisha with a double kill. Liquid, they bring the numbers, they outfight Yakutou Brothers. I don't know, man. Liquid, I think Liquid are making the right macro plays and really making this Abba look bad. He did not have this bad of a start as this Liquid lineup would have you believe, but it is now 8-1, and this is a carry who's still probably, what, 4 minutes, 5 minutes maybe away from his Radiance?
Yeah, which is a big
Emo's
time.
had a terrible start. How do you kill someone in this arena at the moment?
I think with global plus arena, any hero is killable. Like even if you spear the puck will die, supports will die. It's just a matter of connecting anything, which,
Just feels a little awkward. I think Liquid are in the mood to fight. You've got this Axe with Blade Mal. You've got Nisha popping off right now. You have a Leshrac who, what, 3 points in Edict right now at the moment? Are we already in max Edict? We are
3,
not, but
yeah, he just had
3.
6.
So, again, getting there. There's going to be an arena, which doesn't get much.
Was that just for fun?
I think so.
Okay.
Just a zoning arena. Okay, here we go, though. Into the triangle. The bait. Boxy here to break the smoke gank as he is trying to stack the camp, but he gets up the edicts. So he's doing a ton of damage. Eventually will fall.
Nisha's here.
That's a big kill. It's 500 gold right there to Emo. Baboka will go down as a result. Unfortunately, seems like he will be the first dunk of the game. Well, unfortunately for him. Good for Saberlight. Good ward place down there into the Static Storm. No way out. Another kill for Nisha. 4-0-5 on the puck so far.
Definitely starting to snowball a bit. Yeah, I mean, you're concerned about Abba. I'm also concerned about that he's top net worth of his team and doing kind of nothing. But I feel like he tried to make that one move bot and be like, okay, guys, let's go kill this tower. But nah, the tower stands, 80% health. Abba's 1 death though.
Yeah, and my concern is it's like, maybe my read on Abaddon is just wrong. Like, that could very well be. But my concern is, hold on, this is maybe an opportunity. Emo gonna get caught here. The global silence to try and give them cover. Beyond coming on in. He's got a spear. Oh no! I don't think it caught. Nisha, he is kind of ticking down here to the last word. I think it would have killed him regardless. And now Insania in a little bit too deep. Very good kinetic field. That will save his life. All right. I thought they weren't going to get that. Very nicely done. Yeah, big pick off. And that'll buy more time for Abba, because just finish my point here, Gunnar, because maybe there are other people who have the same impression of an Abba, but he doesn't strike me as the same hero as like some Phantom Lancer, some carry Naga, some carry Anti-Mage who are like, don't worry, he's going to be useless for 30 minutes and then he'll carry us the game. Like, I know Abba can get there with like a ton of items, but compared to like a PL who will just spawn like 50 illusions, or an AM who's going to blink in, mana void, and then like win the fight. Like, Abba just lumbers in with Radiance. Is that really gonna be all that? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it feels awkward when it's like, oh yeah, you're gonna get your big timing, but it feels like late because of how the game's going, and now it's not this. I have Radiance, guys. They can't fight us. It's like, oh, okay, guys, I can use Radiance to farm my next item.
Yeah. At this point, it feels very much like a farm item, and I mean, we'll see. We'll let him cook, because it was a 24th Abba, wasn't it, from Yakutou Brothers this game?
Yes, it was very last pick.
This time around, Liquid maybe breaking the ankles of Yakutou Brothers. Ollie's just being dove underneath the tower. Good reaction. Does not save Ollie's life, but a nice kill there all the same. Casual coil drop there from Nisha. Yeah, because like you look on the other side of the river, right? And Mickey has got this Dragon Lance, he's got the Deso, going for the dagger timing, and then a BKB to keep himself covered. Feels like that power spike will be, one, sooner than the Abbas, and two, just impactful, just very impactful.
Yeah. So you're saying TA is a better carry than Abba?
You know, I might just be implying. Yeah, I think I'm a little biased caster here. The TA better carry than Abba at the moment, but you know, we haven't really seen an Abba game where he wins the lane and then kind of dominates from there. I'm not sure if that's really what he does even, because it's like, okay, you win the lane and then you get an 11-minute radiance instead of a 13-minute radiance. Or even this game.
13. It's gonna be 17. My guy does not have one yet.
Yeah, no, he's still pretty far behind. Beyond is unfortunately a bit behind there on trying to catch the puck as they have forced the borrow time. This is bad. Boxy, he's blinked onto the back lines. He's forced out a global here. It's not half bad though, this global. It's good enough for the kill on a Saberlight, but you've already lost Fly. A big static storm here. It's gonna catch Emo with the coil to hold him down. Emo silenced up. He's going absolutely nowhere. And the glimpse to condemn Beyond. It'll be a full wipe, a triple kill for Mickey as he wets the Deso with 3 stacks of damage already. Oh boy.
I think the second you see this like glimpse and there's just what 3 heroes in the static storm, you know you're in trouble.
Oh yeah. Here's another look at that fight.
So they missed the initiation on the Mars or on the puck, which it's hard. I don't blame them for missing, but it's like here, right? Abba pops his ult. It's like, oh, this is a good dead shot. And they're like, we're all gonna fight around this calling, but it doesn't really matter. Puck's just kind of fighting through it. And then pretty much like, oh, I was so close. Storm almost lives. There's like half a second or less. Oh.
It's just so much damage. That blink on Boxy, just getting on top of the silencer. He forces the ult, I think, a little early there. And then I think if they have it to cover the storm so he doesn't get static storm, maybe that fight looks way better, but just support diff. Really nice blink in. Dunk number 2 for Saberlight here. 2 seconds away, by the way, from that borrowed time.
And now it's a snowball in the other direction.
Yes, sir. 10K in 18 minutes, 18-5. And does this Abba have a Radiance yet? We on Radiance watch still? No, he's got Radiance. It's completed. Okay, okay.
Yep, he finished, I think, like right before he died.
18-minute Radiance. In the meantime, there's Deso, there's Dagger, there's Dragonlance, and a BKB soon enough. I'm looking at Boxy, dude. Boxy, this is a offlaner who has just 1,000 more net worth than you, and that will be quickly even less, with 300 now swinging in the direction of Boxy.
Is he being bought to set up already, too?
Yep, here's Insania. Oh, Static Storm instantly. Yeah. Saberlight to follow up. Do they have enough for a dunk? Yes, they do. This one is,
it's rough.
Yeah, this is rough for Yakutou. I don't know what they do. High ground, I guess. You always have high ground. Maybe some Miracle Roche fight here, but it's looking tough, honestly. I don't know how you start these fights right now for Yakutou, brother. That's kind of where I'm struggling. Unless Liquid are gonna, you know, just get a little bit too confident moving around the map and open themselves up to some pickoffs, which is possible. I think in fair fights, Yakutou Brothers are really going to struggle here.
I think it's... I mean, I wanted to say Storm BKB timing, but then I clicked him and he's 100 gold. So it's not... 4,000... Saying... I have some bad memories of people being like, I need one more item. There's I'm not gonna name any names.
Okay.
I used to have this carry who would go like, okay guys, I need this item. He's like, I need a BKB to fight. And we're like, okay. So we wait, we just delay, he gets his BKB. And the enemy gets like a butterfly and he goes, Okay, guys, wait. I need an MKB before we fight. We wait till he has his MKB. The enemy has like a Satanic. He's like, okay, guys, wait. I need a Scotty before we can fight. He has a Satanic. And then eventually they're going high ground, and he's like, wait. So,
he's like, Glyph, throw your bodies. Bye back.
Yeah,
I'm almost there.
We did not win a lot of those games. And I don't think they can wait. Which
catch potentially here. Hold on. Blink away though. Could not get through his refraction charge. He had one more. And now the rest of Liquid here. They're coming in for revenge. Flyfly does get this ulti off, but Boxy's in the midst of things. That's only going to actually heal up Flyfly to full. Not a bad fight. A good arena onto 2. The jump on in, this time from Nisha. And now the follow-up from Mickey with the BKB active. Static Storm to cover them. Down goes Beyond and Flyfly. But Emo, he's kind of unleashed. No! He's been glimpsed away. He's back to the top lane, and that leaves both supports now for Yakutou Brothers completely isolated. Hold on, though. They got hands. Oh, no, Baboka. The dead shot wasn't there, and that's going to allow Mickey to get off another refraction. He still dies.
He walked into the calling.
He did. Nisha gets on top of Ollie.
Oh, no.
Wait, so the fight's actually not that bad?
That's not that bad. I watched it. He was in there. He was fine. The tower was not in there. He's cruising the tower, and he just... Oh.
Is he about to... Okay, Boxy owns him with the Yule Scepter. Very nice job. Cool as ice. Sunglasses on. I'm just solo killing the mid. Well, not really solo, but you get the idea.
Okay,
wait,
so...
Let's see that fight again, because that was crazy.
I think at the start, I mean, if they canceled Mickey's blink there at the very beginning of that fight, that could have been so different, because I think his BKB was not, it wasn't delivered. So actually, if he cancels his BKB at the very start, it would have been terrible. But Abba's ult gets popped here, and then I think that kind of ended up being a bit too early for it to get popped. And they get these 2 free kills, but then now Lesh goes back in with the TA, and they just kill these 2 cores for free. And even Emo just TPs in and gets glimpsed back. I hope they see the calling.
I think we will. I think it's going to be at the tail end of this. So here's the calling.
So he's fine. Everything's fine.
Everything's chill.
Good. He gets his kill. And then here he walks. And he just...
Yeah, I didn't really see his face. I think he leaned back a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe he thought it was going to end.
I don't think he was expecting...
Or like he wasn't expecting... He thought he had one more refraction charge than he did? How many... That just deals 1 instance of refraction, right?
Yes,
Calling. And then the tower shots, 1 each. It's okay. I mean, it'll still end up a Roche for Liquid. The game feels very similar, but it is a small gold injection.
Was not really impactful in terms of like the journey of the game. Like, Liquid still feels ahead. I don't think it's given Yakutou Brothers any damage. Or like HP to survive Liquid's damage. Like it didn't really change the amount of items that they have.
And it's not going to change the fact that Liquid are still coming up high ground as soon as Roche drops. Blink Dagger, 8-second BKB and an Aegis for 4 minutes and 23 seconds on this Templar Assassin. Jump on in is pretty fast. Boca, silence, no chance to be able to get off the Pierce the Veil. A call is going to pull Beyond a little bit further away from the tower, from the high ground. He's going to get this Arena of Blood up. Global Silence, a decent spear on the 2. Can they take down the puck? BKB activated, 300 HP. Away he goes. Fly will be glimpsed away. And Liquid,
damage?
Low, but not out. They're going to be just fine.
Okay.
GG. There it is. Oh, wow. Okay, fair enough.
All right.
Nisha having a laugh.
I think that's a fine call. I think it makes sense. Again, I think that the game was in a position that it was pretty hard for it to be winnable. But I feel like TI is the one tournament where you rarely see those like early game GGs.
Yeah.
Like more often than not, it's okay, guys. We're gonna fight till our ancient's dead. But actually makes the read. Okay.
Well, who called it? Was it Fly or was it Emo?
Emo. It was Emo.
Yeah. Okay. I have a feeling that this Abaddon is a hero that if you're gonna see him succeed, it's because one of his other lanes is going there. Not to say he doesn't do anything in the game, but I think he's this kind of hero who, if your other lanes are lost, then there's really not much you can expect him to do.
Yeah, I can see that. That it's a lot about you have kind of low-ish damage, but you're really tanky, and then you like show up and you make your other guy tanky so he gets to keep doing damage, and then because you have another guy, it's like you do damage.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Or maybe it's a bad read. Maybe it's also because this is just not really that great of an aphotic shield game. You know, there's an axe, there's ground targeted abilities like this Edict, this Pulse Nova, you know, this Static Storm being the big one, right? That kind of don't help your team at all. Because I could see, like, if there wasn't a Storm or this many silencers or something, maybe Abba shows up to a fight early, he gives a really clutch Dispel to the Storm, and then the Storm escapes and lives, and then the team fight looks better. But it's just like, it wasn't that kind of game for me, which is a shame because it was a last pick Abba.
Yeah, I think it kind of looked the same as we saw. I think it was Yamson playing it, right, from Wildcard. And in that game, I felt like it had the exact same impact. He kind of just sat in the safe lane area, maybe died once, got kicked out, tried to go for the enemy tower, didn't get anything. I like the hero. I think the hero's strong. I think it's not something that you should shy away from, but something about it's not clicking. Either maybe the hero's just bad, or people aren't playing around it correctly.
Tell you what though, Nisha, a really strong game here. Boxy as well, I have to say, really a standout player to me. I was gonna say, once again, his first Lesh game in officials since 2021. Coming back to it on a win. And honestly, I think more so than just like highlighting specific plays, was just more of like his macro moves around the map. Him and the rest of Liquid just showing up to fight early, kind of realizing, hey, this Storm's pretty far behind. Hey, this Abba's not really relevant in the early game. Like, let's just fight. And having the abilities and the wherewithal to just be there and fight made this draft look really good.
Yeah, I think Puck mid looks better than Puck support.
Good takeaway. Good takeaway.
That's my takeaway. You pick it support, it loses. Pick it support, it loses. Pick it mid, the enemy team picks Storm into it. Okay, like yeah, like if I can first pick Puck, I pick Puck first pick of the draft, and the enemy doesn't even respond with a mid first, but a late Storm. It's like, okay, yeah, like give it to me. Give me this game. All I have to do is play versus Global Silence. Like I can do that.
That's very true. Yeah, and that has me looking forward a lot actually to our third draft, because it's been two similar openings, identical openings even, right?
Yes.
A first pick Puck into a silencer. Game 2, Liquid making those adjustments with the bans, specifically on the Night Stalker, and then the DK in the second phase. We're going to be going to a quick break, folks. When we come back, we're going to have the exciting conclusion, Game 3 between Liquid and Yakutou Brothers. Do stick around. We're back in about 5 to 10 minutes.
I'm here with Emo from Yakutou Brothers, and we're going to talk a little about your story. Firstly, what was your reaction to getting the call that you were in fact going to be at the International?
非常的惊喜和震惊吧，因为没想到呢，对，有这个机会。
How strong do you feel then? I mean, are you in shape? Are you ready to go?
准备程度应该是有10分的准备的，然后实力的话可能只有6到7分。
And what about the team's mood? How are you feeling at the moment?
就是那种准备打比赛的，就是一种比较认真的情绪了。
Excellent. And I see that you've got Zeal with you as well. You've brought him in as the coach. What's he bringing to the team, and how much has he done already?
他主要就是帮团队大局上面就是大方向上面地图运作有比较大的提升。然后再加上他以前那个26分钟没放出大的9仙，就是可以帮3号位有效的怎么样想好把大招放出去。
Excellent stuff. That's very important to remember when you're in the off lane for sure. All right, so what's your most loved and most hated change to the mid lane in all of Dota history?
就是比起 Dota 1来说 它那个灌屏是我可以灌屏是我最喜欢的一个改动。然后我最讨厌的就是现在的英雄都肉的难以杀死，他现在一点力量能加22点血，还有中立道具和笛子赤红甲的加持，让我觉得现在的酱油的肉度肉到不可思议。
Yeah, agreed. So, do you have a plan on how you are going to play this Road to International and the International itself?
啊，想好了，就用我那个无敌紫帽刮痧，一刀刀把别人砍死。
Alrighty, I'm looking forward to seeing that. And finally, what would it be like if you were to come in, you know, as an unqualified team and win the International? How would that feel?
那绝对是我人生里面最爽的一段经历。我觉得如果能这样，我可以，哎，算了，说这个不太吉利，好吧？就绝对是人生当中最爽一段经历。我到临死之前，我都不可能忘了这段经历，好吧？
Alrighty, thank you so much for coming to talk to me, Emo. Looking forward to you playing the International, and thanks for coming to talk to me.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are on the road to the International. It is Seek and Strike and Gunner joining you here for the last series only on Stream D. There's still a lot more Dota to be played today, Gunner, but we already have our first few teams eliminated. We have our first team going directly to the International now, that main stage later on. And, well, between Liquid and Yakutou Brothers, we have ourselves a Game 3 draft, which is just about to get started. Gunnar, how would you summarize this series so far for viewers who are just tuning in?
Puck support bad, puck mid good.
I think that's very fair. And with that, let's just jump straight into our draft, right? Because that kind of has been what has determined it's felt like the game for Liquid, at least. Lesh support, I think we're maybe still, jury's still out. We'll see if that one makes a return.
It's not bad. It's better than puck support. I'll give it that.
It is, and I also think it's better than Abba Carry at the moment. That one still has not really convinced me personally. Okay. I don't know if we'll see it again from Yakutou Brothers, but it being a 24th pick, it flopped pretty hard, I would have to say. And good news, we will see at least a different mid laner. We'll see Nisha on something. Well, I suppose he didn't play puck both games, did he? But he won't be playing it for game number 3 either, as it's been banned out.
I'm going to say something surprising is that Liquid was first pick all 3 games. So I don't know. Oh, okay. Wow. Quick picks. But yeah, I was going to say that means that both teams like the pick order that they got. Like Liquid likes being first pick and Yakutou Brothers also likes being second pick, which is usually really funny. Were they rating all 3 games too on Liquid?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, interesting. That's a bit weird to me because usually I think teams always prefer Radiant as well. So it's surprising that Liquid got Radiant and first pick all 3 games. But I don't think, I haven't been paying attention to the coin flips, so I don't know, and I don't think there's a graphic for them, so I can't say like who's been picking what, but there's a change up though. Like we said, there's no puck. Shaker, which is, I think we said that it's like the highest win rate hero with probably over 10 games, something like that. It's 67% win rate.
Yeah, he's real good. That bodes well for Liquid at the moment.
Definitely does. And well, I was gonna say you can't put Shaker support, but you can.
You certainly can.
I think, yeah, no, just I don't like that. You take your support mid. And you're like, nah, let's not put this broken hero mid. Let's put it on support. Give our mid a real last pick. That's going to be great. Nope, Liquid just be boring. Shaker mid. Nothing crazy.
This is going to be Yakutou Brothers' 3rd game, I believe, with the Dragon Knight. I'm trying to see these drafts. I don't know if they've always picked it so early, but they like to run it usually carry. Because I see Storms in both of these games, so I would not anticipate this being a mid DK.
Okay.
Yakutou Brothers turn to pick.
Yes.
Rubik, maybe? I mean, Rubik's a weird hero to pick, but it's always good for a Shaker. Clockwork's also okay if they want to pick that.
10 seconds remaining.
What else? I've been seeing Dazzle fall off, so maybe not Dazzle. Is Batrider in the pool? Okay, there's the Clockwork.
Nice animation. Batrider is in the pool. He's still here. So that could be an option. And then we're still looking for a different mid laner as well. Were you thinking mid-bat into the Shaker, potentially?
No, I think you just put... I guess if you're saying the DK is probably carry, right? I was gonna say the DK can go mid, but people like Shadow Fiend for Shaker. Invoker can be okay. Storm is on. Oh no, Storm's banned.
Yeah, Storm's been banned. Yeah, but he has been the solution that they like to run with. This Lycan is also a little bit of a flex pick at the moment. Nisha's taken it mid once. I suspect the Shaker is anticipated mid, but that could always be swapped.
Yeah, I think if it's going to be flex, it's going to be mid or carry offlane. Sorry, not mid. Also, I don't know if you saw, but earlier today, Yatoro played Lycan. And he went the Alpha Wolf talent, or not the Alpha Wolf, the Ghost Wolf one. I don't know what that one's called.
What? Really? Spirit Wolves or whatever?
Spear Wolves, yes. So he went like Radiance, Harpoon, Spear Wolves kind of thing.
World?
And they lost. So it's not that good, but he was very tanky. I think when you're level 7, it's like 500 bonus health every time you click your Q.
Yeah. Then you can't use them to micro and harass supports. Well, we'll see. Liquid, they're keeping it open-ended here as they will pick up 15 Disruptor. Hero looks really good on Insania, so he'll take it for a whirl again. As Saberlight maybe considering whether or not he'll be playing the Lycan.
Every time I see Disruptor, even Shaker, I kind of want to say like Shadow Demon, but I feel so bad playing Shadow Demon to Lycan.
Yeah, you just die to wolves. You get your little heels nipped at all game. Saberlight just A-clicks the wolves onto you, and he gets kills, and he says, bada bing, bada boom, I'm the greatest.
Maybe Pugna is okay?
Ooh.
Good versus Lycan. Obviously, Lycan's going to end up with a Nullifier, but you can't worry about cores when they have like 3-4 items. I think Bat's also decent. I don't think Bat is actually that bad for Lycan, because you're really fast with the Facet, plus you can just go Ghost Scepter, you can like Blink Ghost. But they need another core. They need their mid. I don't know what mid they want. Okay, I think it's Timber mid versus Shaker. Naga. Ooh, okay, so that's... Again, I think this is the same interaction as Surge, that when Naga slows the Lycan, it slows him through ult, which is like one of the only things in the game that can slow him through ult.
Okay, that's pretty interesting. No, the Timber makes a lot of sense in these against these tanky cores showing. I was wondering if maybe we would have seen another Mars. Also was kind of top of mind.
We could still see a Mars last pick.
That's true, actually. That's true. If this is going to be a fly carry DK, we still could see a Mars. Okay, Liquid 18th pick then.
Pick your core, pick your carry off lane. Probably your carry. I think if they... I don't know if you'd want to play, but I feel like Void carry might be good this game. Void Spirit. Okay, Monkey King's kind of similar, but skill's a bit harder. Like, has a better time buying farming items and going. I don't know why, but like Void Spirit, so the pub build is Mage Slayer into Radiance, which I think would have been a really cool, good build this game. Like Mage Slayer versus Timber, but goes with the Monkey King. He could also buy Mage Slayer Radiance, or just Mage Slayer, but I think most carries just skip that item.
Okay, Liquid ultimately here with 23rd pick. I'm curious what Yakutou Brothers are going to end up banning, where they think things are currently lying for Team Liquid, and whether or not we're going to see another surprising position 4 flex from Team Liquid as we have in games 1 and 2. Let's not discount that possibility. I think Yakutou Brothers, their draft a little bit more straightforward. We are currently making an assumption that this is a DK safe lane, which would probably put the Timber mid.
Yeah, I would assume it's just Timber mid versus Shaker, which it's not like a perfect matchup because it's a melee hero for Shaker, so, but it's definitely decent. Like, I don't think you should crush the Shaker, but he should definitely win. Maybe it's like some 55, 60, like 55, 45, 60, 40, that kind of lane.
10 seconds remaining.
Do you think Kunkka's playable at all? I'm kind of liking a Kunkka for Yakutou Brothers. I'm jumping the gun a little bit here, but
no, I mean Kunkka's definitely a good hero. I think it's actually, if anything, underrated. Some of the teams pick it. I know. I want to say Tanic played carry.
Yeah,
no, it was a mid Kunkka,
so.
Or maybe it was carry. Maybe it was a Satanic carry Kunkka. I saw it a couple games and it looked good. I think they lost the game I'm thinking of, but it still looked pretty decent.
I'm just thinking we're going to see the usual suspects ban, right? Like the Doom's gone, Enigma's going to go. We might see like a Mars ban, I would say, from Liquid. or probably a Mars or something, I reckon. It's an interesting where to ban there. More to Doom. Acknowledging a little bit of flex that Liquid are currently.
It could be Monkey mid and then like, you know, Shaker 4, Lycan carry. Or Lycan offlane, I guess. The new carry. I don't know, I don't think they put the Monkey mid. Just put the Shaker mid, guys. Don't do this.
Don't overcook.
I hate overcooking.
Yeah, okay, so the Mars is going to go like predicted. Yeah, okay, so for Liquid, let's see. What idea do they have? Where do they want to counterplay? Because I think the scary thing is right now Yakutou Brothers, especially with last pick, if they want the Timber into a certain matchup, they can kind of force it, right? They have a little bit of flex.
Yeah, they do have flex. I don't think Liquid's really going to give them a reason to flex here, though. I think there's going to be like a pause for some... I mean, something tells me Pug outside of Clockwork. Okay, Shaman. Shaman. Offlaner versus Shaman. Zoo's all banned. What is it? Beast, Lycan... Ban? There's another one I was thinking of. There's a third Zoo I can't think of right now.
You're not thinking of Enigma, are you?
I am thinking of Enigma.
He's gone. He's been banned.
He's gone, yeah.
He's gone. He's a goner. Trying to think. Who else is like a helm carrier? I feel like almost anyone can be a helm. I mean, everyone was expecting
everyone can be a helm carrier.
Yeah, right? So
I mean, every hero wants to buy it, but
then what? Do you just go Darkseer here then? Do you go Darkseer, Helm? You got a good lane partner, right? Pretty
yeah,
good
Darkseer looks great.
Vacuum.
To be honest, I like it. Their stuns are a little lacking. It's just like Clockwork-ish Dragonite stun, but
something different then.
Okay.
So who's the core?
Phoenix offlane.
For Beyond?
Yep.
Yeah, you're correct. Good call. Liquid with a much more straightforward draft that everyone will lock in, and it is going to be Emo on the mid lane, Timbersaw then. So the third game of Phoenix offlane here on the road to the International. Pretty good setup. Pretty good game for the ultimate. Not bad, right? The Shaker and Monkey King don't always get right on top of an egg. Okay, I kind of like it.
I do like it. I've seen Phoenix offlane actually look really good in some games where you have a pretty solid early game. You get this like Vessel timing, and then you just kind of walk at the enemy constantly. Because when you're level like 7, 8 early with a Vessel, no one expects your damage because everyone's used to you being like a level 4 Phoenix, level 5, not being able to be a take hit, dive in, and it's just like your W that does damage. But now when you're this full hero committing to fights, it adds up.
Yeah, pretty solid team fight as well, right? It's no vacuum, excuse me, out of Song of the Siren, but you do have vacuum. Sorry, you have Song rather into Supernova, into the Chakrams being set up, into some nice cogs to force heroes to stay around. I guess it means he's going to be going for the Dying Light facet as well, which means his lane's not super strong, but he's a strong laner, much stronger than you would anticipate. Like you're kind of getting at.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of like it, but honestly, I think I like this Liquid draft just a little bit more. I'm not sure where it is. I think there's something clunky about this Yakutou Brothers lineup, in my opinion. I can't quite put my finger on it, though.
Yeah, I think... to me, it's the Lycan. I feel like the Lycan's a bit... not responded to properly. And for me, that's scary. Lycan's been just like randomly first picked or like first phased in a lot of the games this tournaments. So that's like the hero I see that's a concern. But honestly, I don't really mind their draft. I like Dragonite as a hero. I like Phoenix as a core. Phoenix core always usually looks good. So I wouldn't say it's like some out draft for Liquid. If anything, I think that if they mess up and fall behind, I think that they'll just get snowballed really hard by the Phoenix.
All right. I mean, we'll see. I could see that as well for the core Phoenix. So I do think Supernova is a pretty powerful setup for the rest of the team fight. We got some smoke on smoke action. Nothing too shocking here as far as facets go. By the way, we still have pack leader. It's not Spirit Wolves. Thunderstorm, no transference. Maybe just the only thing to note is chicken fingers for Boxy instead of greater serpent ward or massive serpent ward. I think we've seen a lot of big snakes usually.
Yeah, usually. I'm curious. I'm thinking. So sometimes you'll do it when you have stuff you want to hit. Like I know for Undying, you'd rather have multiple shaman snakes because they'll kill the tomb faster. But this game, it's not really. Nothing comes to mind because it doesn't work on egg. Obviously.
No, only hero attacks work on egg. Which means that Helm auto attacks work on egg now, because they got changed to like hero type. Is that a thing? That can't be a thing. Is it a thing?
No, because imagine if Visage Birds did damage to egg.
Right, that's kind of what I'm thinking too. That's where my brain went.
I don't think Bear does. Bear can't hit egg, I think.
Yeah, Bear can't hit egg. That's true. That's my favorite thing.
Yeah. That matchup is annoying. Oof. This matchup versus Lone Druid and TA mid. TA mid used to just feel so bad for Lone Druid.
Uh-oh. That's not a good start here for the Phoenix. In fact, it's first blood for Insania.
What happened? They just walked him down?
I think they just walked him down, man. Just Boundless Strike and a Thunderstorm. Baboka, I don't know. I'm surprised, honestly, that because Clockwork's a pretty darn good level 1 bodyguard.
Yeah.
That's not what you're looking for on the Phoenix. You don't want to start falling too far behind, especially against a hero who is technically melee, but sometimes hits like a ranged hero. That Monkey King. You got no armor right on this Phoenix, so you give him that little bit of an advantage, and he might run away with this one. But I'll tell you what, Emo having a fun time as well in this lane. Nisha, no stick yet. Just saving up for the bottle first. I thought maybe he'd start with a stick, as did Emo.
Looking at top, I think top is. I'm a bit worried for Yakutou Brothers top. I feel like they might not shut down this Lycan first few levels, and then they'll just farm. Oh, solo kill mid.
Solo kill off camera, just a level 2 Whirling Death. That's I think all it was. That's all it could have been, really.
Yeah, I mean he doesn't even have a bottle. He just killed him.
Well, that's one way to stop the liquid supports from rotating at minute 4, although I suspect that won't stop him, actually. Just kill him first. How to not die at minute 4? Just kill him before that. Strong start for Emo there.
Yeah, I'm surprised that this lane is going this well for Emo. I know this lane should be favored because it's Timber versus Strength Hero, melee, but getting a kill just solo like 2 minutes into the lane like that is not how it's supposed to go. It's supposed to be just Shakers a little behind.
You know what probably makes a pretty big difference here as well, I reckon, is it's with that stat loss on Whirling Death. Because you crit, obviously you crit Shaker right on the Enchant Totem. And when it stacks, you probably do like way less damage. I'm sure like it just makes the trades that are normally super easy for Shaker suddenly very unsustainable. Like I think you really have to shift.
Yeah. I can see that. That it's like if you press a Q on your Enchant Totem, just like 15-20 less damage.
Yeah, right, per hit. And then if you have 2 of them on, you lose even more. Like, just feels tough, right? He's got his little bit of armor, and I know reactive armor's not really all that anymore, since they've reworked it a ton. But it probably adds up here pretty well for the Timber, all things considered.
It's so good in these random melee lanes. Come on, don't contest the rune. Just give it. Yes, thank you. Give up the rune. I got worried. I don't know. Every time I see Emo walk to the floor.
No, dude, he's gonna have to lock in and fight to the death. Can't you tell he's dueled? He's basically dueled. Wait, down bottom? Okay, there's gonna be the action as Beyond. He will manage to evade a death there. Good job focusing onto the killable hero in the bottom
Top
lane.
two.
Fly. Gets up the breathe fire. Look at those body blocks. My goodness, the micro from Saberlight. It's on a point. More wolves summoned here. Ali, he's going to go ahead and mirror image as well. Somehow that Naga Siren, she slips through the gap there, trying to escape. Deluge capping that movement speed. The auto attacks the wolves, and of all things, it's going to be the Ether Shock from Boxy to secure the kill.
So this was my concern, right? That they're not going to press the Lycan the first like 2-3 levels,
Beyond.
2-3 minutes, and then eventually just wins the lane. And
Dying Light. Careful for that Dying Light. Beyond. Oh, get under the tower. I think he's dead.
20 health. 20 health.
Just lives. Just lives. And Insania, that's a back-to-back death. He's not going to have TP here, actually. I don't know if that'll make a difference because Beyond is so low HP. I don't know if they can really make a play. And Monkey doing monkey things. Good cogs. Very nice cogs.
He can die in like about 10 seconds on mid cave. He's not too careful.
Right.
Like that one dive with his W on.
Boxy's just getting harangued by these mirror image illusions.
This guy's alone. The monkey's alone, guys. Go, go, go. Believe in yourself.
Moment. I think if Disruptor shows mid, I think they might have a play to make. Okay, so now they'll know as Ollie's going to get caught here. Keeping our eyes on bottom. No aggressive moves here quite yet as Ollie tanking the aggro. He's going to prevent a stack at the very least. Wow.
Ooh,
very
so
nice.
close, so
Still
close.
dies. Still dies to Insania, but nice dodge.
Yeah, I was so close to getting to that many neutrals. It was like 20 health, 15 health.
Okay, they're going now bottom onto the Monkey King. Let's see if they can get the kill. Boundless Strike. Baboka is now going to find Insania here in the mid lane as Beyond connecting on the Fire Spirits. He's got one last one, I think. But it's not going to matter as Baboka, he's just going to end up taking too much damage. Down he goes.
And now mid, he's
Careful
dying
mid
with the DD rune.
Yeah, amplified damage active. That chakra's going to do a whole lot. Oh, and the Whirling Death even more. Fissure just in case, but that'll be Nisha having to go home and having a regen. And I've got to say, Yakutou Brothers, they've been doing an excellent job making sure that this triangle is not stacked whatsoever. So the natural recovery mechanism that a lot of Shakers usually rely on in tough lane matchups, it's not really here at the moment. And I love this move from Emo, choosing to gank this top lane, trying to relieve some of this pressure. But Saberlight and now Nisha, both in this top lane. Boxy's already dead. Let's see what Ollie can do here against two cores.
Timber is strong. So he's actually going to be able to protect his Naga.
Yep, he will live. The tiniest bit of space as well for Fly, who's not too bad off, all things considered. But again, our concern is they have not really interrupted the flow state that Saberlight is in. He's top net worth here at the moment.
Yep. He has his Helm of the Dom coming on Courier.
Action's bottom, though, I think, on that smoke. I don't think they're going to kill Nisha here.
They might get the Disruptor, though. If it's close. Monkey's coming back with the Shaman.
Yeah, they're going for it, but they're running into a smoke here. Boundless from Fog into an easy kill there on Beyond. Baboka, he was stunned as well. Nothing he could do.
Take the creeps.
And instant D-ward as well. That's stinging. As a Liquid off to a decent start here. It's just a 1K lead. It's not the 3K we had this early last game. And Yakutou Brothers with much more active cores in general. This DK, I assume, will show up to more fights and apply more map pressure than the ABBA ever did in game 1. But Saberlight's off to a much better start here as well, which is perhaps the biggest concern at the moment.
If you're anti-Saberlight or if you are Saberlight?
I think if you're anti-Saberlight. I think if you're anti-Nisha, you're happy this game because he's not off to the best start either. Beyond having a tough game, Nisha just barely more net worth than him. This could change things on its head, though. That was an Echo Slam committed and a wonderful bit of rotations from Liquid to secure the kill onto the Timber. Oh, we didn't get the haste rune off. Uh-oh.
Curious what building was going to go. Oh?
It's probably trouble for Ollie, too. But Boca,
get
in here with the
He's
cogs.
going to hit 6. Yeah, he's 6 now on Phoenix.
So we kind of curse dive on over. Beyond holding on to that. It's got one vessel charge, but they might need to deploy it up top lane. Saberlight getting active here. Uh-oh. Hard to run from someone who's hasted, really. All the trees cut down. Saberlight will be forced back. This Emo giving chase onto the creeps, it looks like. We'll keep our eyes down bottom, though. Baboka, he's sneaking around that tower. He's just going to run on in. Should be a fairly easy kill. No way out of this one for Insania. Did he get his vessel or his urn charges? I'm not sure. It's always something to be careful of when you Icarus dive.
He has
good.
2. I'm going to assume that he got like...
Yeah, that was his first one. Perfect. That's always a concern when you dive away. Sometimes you're out of range.
There's based on assists. If only.
If only. It's an Invis room battled up for Nisha. Spion, pretty good work on this tower, actually. They managed to clear the waves out. They've booted the Monkey King, so that tier 1 tower is theirs. And DK, of course, being just a naturally tanky laner, I believe he has managed to defend this tower. This tower's barely taken a scratch, even. It hasn't. Brand new. You can return it full price.
Yeah? Is that how you know it's like, oh, this is a good buy? I can return it at full price.
Yeah, exactly.
Top fly. A bit of trouble. Good read to kind of just turn and hit the creeps. I was scared. I was scared of like a glimpse.
Me too. There's no static storm quite yet. And like it, just a few seconds away from the shapeshift. So Saberlight's got that ready now. He's fairly tanky though with this armlet. Bonus armor and everything.
I don't think they should go on him. I think they want to play the like hit their timies game. Let your Lycan get his helm down 2. Let your Shaker get his blink. A Monkey get his echo. He's not going to go at Radiance. I'm so sure he won't.
I don't think Monkey should. I think with the game that Nisha's having, I mean, he's what? He's the poorest core of them all at the moment. He's struggling, right? He did get a kill there on the Emo. But there will be action now as gating from the bottom lane is Beyond and Baboka. This is a really dangerous time here for Liquid. Let's see if they get caught by anything. Static Storm, it's Insania in the backline, so he's going to be caught first. Beyond gets off the Supernova. Ooh, Saberlight, they get the kill there onto the DK, but he's got this Vessel debuff. He will live. Oh, just barely, though. And Boxy
denies himself.
I think denying himself to the Ancients, so not half bad there, all things considered. They get the kill, they lose both supports, but one's a deny, effectively. Okay. Yeah, Saberlight was close to die, and you know what might have saved him there? Sister's Shroud.
Old Sister's Shroud. The good days.
1 or 2 auto attacks. I think that fight looks way differently for Liquid. Instead, you see this mid-tier 1 tower going down. Saberlight able to keep his creeps alive. Just throwing these skellies from the Dark Troll Summoner.
Oh no, tall.
It's a glimpse I hear. Baboka dying to Wolves, dying to Thunderstrike. Unable to deny himself to the Golems.
This game feels the most even out of all the 3 games. I feel like in the first 2 it was like a stomp both ways, and now this game's like, okay, it's a barely 1k lead, it's 13 minutes in the game. You take a tower, we take a tower. You pressure mid, we pressure mid. It's like they're kind of responding to each other, but not reacting, if that makes sense. Reacting is kind of like, oh, someone's doing this to me, I gotta do this to them. Or it's like, you're not the ones making moves. You're always like debating. You see what they do and you're like, okay guys, let's CP. Let's CP, let's CP, let's CP. And I don't think either team's had that issue. I think both teams are kind of like making their own plays.
Really nice smoke from Yakutou Brothers. Nisha, it's got the regen running, but it's not going to save his life. He could have wanded and maybe echoed, but I think he's dead no matter what there. Really nice smoke. I think Liquid read that perfectly. They had wolves that kind of scouted basically they were about to smoke. Hold on, Fly's dying.
Unless the armor
with song. Ooh, just a little
if you let
late.
that armor toggle off.
It's a funeral song, unfortunately.
Oh, that was, I think even if he tried to not toggle it, I think he would have lived 1 more hit. Oh, no. That would have been so crazy if he lived.
Liquid reacting well, though. Put themselves in position to pick up a kill on the enemy safe laner. You know who I'm a little bit surprised has been... I wouldn't call him passive. He's got 3 kills after all, but I thought we'd see a little bit more of Emo ganking side lanes. He's got this Kaya now.
Yeah, I think he could have ganked bot, but bot doesn't really have a good catch.
Great hook shot. Echo Slam still going to come
Good
through. Emo still dead to rights, though, but there's a Supernova on top, and Nisha trapped inside of these cogs, trying for the kill on the Baboka. Will succeed there, but dead here to the follow-up from the Dragon Knight. A double kill for Nisha. Still pretty good for his money, for his game. Blink was on the way, I reckon, but now he's 800 gold closer to that shard. Okay. Flyfly just farming snakes, though. That's always the tough pill to swallow after you're a shaman and all your snakes get eaten.
Do you respect when people do the thing where they just like micro all of the snakes to try to deny each other?
Of course, that's me, dude.
Oh,
of course I respect them. That's me.
You just see them all like start trying to like cancel their attacks and attack each other.
Yeah, of course.
I get so
there are some cosmetics which have like a really rough animation, but there are some Serpent Ward cosmetics which have like a really smooth attack animation, and those are the nice ones I like to equip to make sure you can just deny everything.
You don't like ugly skins?
I don't. Well, you know, I'm a little bit more form follows function for me. You know.
Okay.
It's got a. I'm the guy who's buying my skins to confuse enemy laners, or I take the Slacks method and I dress up my heroes as ugly as possible. Because it's like a hidden taunt, you know? It's like they get angry.
Have you
when
seen the Primal Beast one? I think it was like Zai used to do it. Have you ever seen that?
The one where he looks like Big Nyx Assassin?
No, he'll use default head, and then like a Yeti body, and then default arms. And so the Yeti body's way bigger because it has like fur and stuff. So it's like you have this like massive body and then these like tiny little arms that are a different shade, and your head's like really tiny compared to the model.
Oh, you're just talking about Puffer Jacket, Primal Beast, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just got his winter coat on.
He's just a little chilly.
Yeah, exactly.
Ooh. Okay, but Boca wants to go for Monkey, but he's gonna be walking over this observer. Oh, I think he saw him. No, he didn't. Not enough to go at least.
Smoke is going to get interrupted here. So it's just a kill here onto Ollie. Not sure if that was really the blink reveal, but it could have been from Nisha, now that I look at it. Well, Ollie tanking that gank perfectly. It's going to allow Beyond and Baboka. Well, maybe not Baboka. Did stop to take the Watcher. Nah, he's okay. He'll make it out.
Game slowed down a bit. Hasn't really been a big play or like big team fight outside of you know, the one little catch that they had on Ollie, but I don't I'm thinking of who likes a slow game. So Timbersaw scales really hard versus their draft with an Ags, because I don't think that there's like a lot of damage on Liquid. Like Timber gets Ags, he walks into 5 heroes, he's fine. But on the same side for Liquid, there's gonna be AC in about like 3 minutes or so, which is a really big item. Just for dealing, even for dealing damage. Like if you look at the enemy heroes, Clock has 6 armor, that goes to 1. Naga has 9, that goes to 4. It's like sure against like the Dragon Knight, the Timber, it's not as big, but even getting your team a little more damage, maybe your support lives an extra auto attack, or you know, you should push buildings faster. I just think that the AC is going to be this really good timing, and I've also noticed a lot of the Lycans that are successful are going this.
Oh, Roshan will be contested here. Beyond, thinking about his opportunity. There's a Static Storm that makes things a bit more difficult, but Insania's dead, not without getting off at least the Static Storm. Almost good enough for the kill on a Baboka. In fact, they have to use the Song to get this Ancient Thunderhide off of him. He will live. In the meantime, Saberlight going mano a mano versus Flyfly. There's the Wukong's command set up. Good fissure. Isolates Flyfly from the rest of his team. Nisha going in. Has the Echo Slam. They've caught Beyond with that. And the Hex. No chance for the Supernova. Down he goes. Saberlight with a double kill. Liquid winning the Roche fight as they rebuke and rebuff Yakutou Brothers. Straight back into the pit to finish off what they came for.
Timber. No, he doesn't want to go. something felt weird there. Like there was a Monkey King ult that was dropped for almost a full duration, and then there's like 2-3 seconds left. The Phoenix dives in and then just dies.
Yeah.
I don't know, guys. I don't know. Look at this. So he runs up with the big ancient creep, sees the clockwork, kind of pokes him down. At the same time, they see the disruptor on the low ground, so they kill him. And I think it's here. It's like, sure, Fly goes in. He's really aggressive. Like, this is good. I don't think he'll die. Like, what is it? Like, one stun? He gets caught by something? Yeah. He gets stunned by the fissure into the chain stun from the shaman. But I think they could have just lasered him from far. Like, he still had laser on the Phoenix, so you just laser maybe on the high ground above him, then you egg.
Right. Yeah, I don't know, because it was weird, because Emo timber chains back up to the high ground, and then Beyond just goes in, like deep. So I don't think they're really on the same page there. I also think, like, it wasn't that good of a... I don't think it was a bad Wukong. It's like it zoned, it allowed Liquid to set back up and, you know, get ready to round 2, if you will. But it wasn't like a Wukong's that was going to allow Liquid to finish Roche. I think that's easy for us to say. I don't think Yakutou Brothers had vision on Roche's HP. Maybe they were afraid the Shaker and Lycan were just going to finish Roche, and that's why they felt pressured to go in. But I think if they watch the tape, I think they're going to be like, we probably could have chilled. Like, they still Elder Dragon for him for a while.
They watched the tape.
You gotta watch it, you know? Watch the X's and O's. Get the coach in there. Get Coach Yakult for you.
It's my favorite. I love watching the tapes. Do you watch pro team replays a lot to feel like you're getting better?
Yeah. I watch the replays, of course. I try and watch the replays, and I try and watch their streams. I'm always in the chats.
I think so. For me, my actual take is for a lot of people to improve, the best thing was pubs. Actually, more than tournament games. Okay, tell me that your pub players play like either of these teams at all.
Not even close. I mean,
exactly.
but we're built different. You and I is a nice way to put it.
Okay.
You know, I'm building double headdresses in my games, and you're getting drafted. You know, on teams. It's a little different.
Sure.
Fly here. He's in some trouble. Nice Static Storm's going to prevent a song from coming through. That is if they even had one. Glimpsed back in. Fly still dead to rights. We'll go now.
That was the whole team though. That was 5 heroes bought.
Sorry, they killed him through song. That was on it. I thought I heard it, but my volume was just a bit low. Nice kill. Nice kill by Liquid. This BKB cannot come fast enough for Fly. And Emo's at his Ag Scepter and is quickly farming his way up towards BKB. Despite Liquid having a pretty significant net worth lead, I mean 3K, 22 minutes. You still have a very farmed Timber Saw ultimately, and items are still getting completed.
I think so. It looks like they're smoking. I don't know why they... Oh, okay. So there's BKB on Phoenix, which maybe is going to let him go in, but there's not really any timings.
BKB Phoenix, maybe they feel no Shapeshift, no Static Storm.
Yeah, but it's just the windows for that are so small.
Yeah,
it's like they have 20 seconds to get a catch before Lycan ult, 10 seconds for Disruptor.
Yeah, I hear you. This map's so big now, it just takes so long to get out of your base.
And also with Aegis being a minute away.
Right, yeah. No,
I think they were just scared of getting jumped by the Shadow Shaman.
Well, it's going to allow Yakutou Brothers to get back out on the map, fix their lanes, get a little bit more pushing in. Like I said, we're pretty close to that BKB now on Timber, and I believe the DK. But Liquid, they're going to go ahead and look to make a move now.
Liquid is smoking and a good scan on Dragonite. Fly, go base. Oh, he's so close to getting out.
Oh, stunned. Fissure into the follow-up totem with the blink on, and Fly. He's in a very tricky place here. His Courier only delivering the Mythical Hammer, not the full BKB, and no support for him, no TPs. He'll die right outside of his tower.
The game, I think, is starting to slip away a bit for Yakutou Brothers, but they still have the damage, I think, to take a real fight. I just feel like the last 5 minutes or so, it's kind of just been pickoffs for Liquid. Like, they gave away Roche, they gave away these random like kills bot lane, and I don't think you can afford that, especially versus this like heavy push draft for Liquid. Like, the second Liquid gets an advantage, they can drop wards, they can drop Lycan, and that's really not. I think just get your items, get their BKBs. The Timber has his now. I think you really need this Dragonite. Like, you want to use your heroes to protect him. I think even Naga should just start following Dragonite around and just save with the song.
Yeah,
because you do have the damage.
She tried. I also think low-key a strong item here is going to be this Phoenix Shard. I think beyond I don't know, it's a really good plate mail game too, honestly, so I'm having trouble just saying ignore the full Shivas, because that is a big, you know, damage spike for your team. But I also think if you can get off a good egg with BKB and throw down a laser during it, I also think you're sitting quite pretty in that fight.
Yeah, no, I don't think this net worth lead really matters right now. Like, it's like only 4k, and their draft is good. Again, like Dragonite gets a stun on a core, I think that guy will die to the Timber damage in an instant. It's just, I feel like they haven't just found the momentum or the jumps.
Yeah, and these items are coming online. Oh, you know what? Saberlight did not go for the AC first. He actually built BKB and then Orchid. So there has not been an AC in these fights, which is a little scarier, right? Because that means that power spike is still coming. For now, though,
yes.
Liquid hitting a triple BKB timing here shortly. Saberlight's got his. Nisha's just now flying his out, I believe. And Mickey had his just about a minute ago. So we should see another move from them, or maybe they're going to wait for this Roche timer. But that has bought time now for Fly to finish up his own BKB. So what do we have? 6 BKBs at the moment, if I'm not mistaken? Indeed.
I feel like that's a calm before the storm. I think this next Roche fight is going to be really big. You're going to see Liquid's going to, I think, especially even with the Dom, he might just start splitting it up from himself to push these random lanes in as you get Roche on closer and closer to spawning. Because if you make it awkward, you make a guy show, maybe the start of the fight's 5v5. And also, look at this wolf scouting. Oh.
They smoke under a wolf? Yes,
they smoked
did.
right directly under a wolf. So Liquid knows exactly what's happening, and they might even set up for a little bait here.
See the reaction from them.
Lycan's baiting.
Taking things off. There's going to be the shapeshift. Fly catches him immediately with a stun. The Centaur Conquer even following up. Pretty good. Fissure is going to block off the rest of the team. Baboka, he'll go in. Echo Slam, good enough for the kill, only onto Baboka. But that's the Supernova Sun committed, and the fight's not taking place anywhere around it. All of a sudden, Insania able to get on top of Beyond. This BKB on cooldown, and Saberlight will begin to run down these cores, assisted by the Glimpse. The Wolf Scout here by Saberlight is going to end up winning Liquid the fight. They're up 8k. They're going to go high ground. Roche spawn, but they've got business on the enemy high ground, don't they?
That, I don't know if Nisha meant to block the hook, but him actually blocking that hook, meaning that the clockwork kind of was on this guy with a BKB, it hurts, because if the hook was supposed to hit the shaman there. And, well, okay, Insania down in the back line. I mean, Fly's still strong. But this looks like a free Rax, and maybe they can look to chase down heroes. They do have the clock ags, they have the hook up still, but...
Okay, quick stun there. Fissure blocks off the monkey, but of course he can just simply leap over the Fissure. And Fly goes,
even have to
delicious snakes.
Okay. Oof, and that's the big swing, right? That's not what Yakutou Brothers needed. I am starting to feel worried about the burst damage versus BKBs. I think, so in that last fight, you saw Shaker pop BKB, Lycan pop BKB, and they just run at cores. Like, Shaker kills Clockwork during the BKB, just Echo, just kill the guy, it doesn't matter. And then at the same time, Lycan just popped BKB and ran through the song and killed the Naga Siren. And the fight just kind of turned into 3v5 with the stuns. And at the same time, Yakutou Brother Course had to pop all their BKBs because they're worried about random fissures, random hexes, random disruptor ults. And so it's like, they don't have the damage to kill during BKBs, whereas Liquid does. And now it's to the point where I don't even know if they get this perfect jump, if they can kill a core. Like, I think if Lycan gets jumped alone with the DK and Timber fully on him, I don't even know if he dies. I think he's just gonna pop BKB ult and run away.
Yeah, he's pretty big now. I mean, he doesn't have that plate mail yet for the AC, but it's coming soon.
3,000 health rush.
No song, right? Yeah, no song for 15. Only a potential hook shot, but there's so much in the way.
Oh, he
Ali!
snatched it!
He snatched the Aegis! You thief! How did he get away with that? He's gonna die. He'll pay immediately for that one, but well worth the cost of admission. As Mickey, he's gonna get jumped by Fly. Yakutou Brothers dividing and conquering. As there's even a hook shot now. They find Saberlight taken down. Oh my goodness.
I was looking, I was like, Timber's walking to the pit, he has no blink. There's not really a good angle for the clock hook, and then Ollie just blinks into the pit. I can't believe that.
The classic Naga Siren blink into the pit. Of all the heroes to expect, you know, I would have rated Ali on the Naga Siren this game as least likely to snatch it. Literally, the least likely. This is already after the snatch.
It.
Can we go back?
But no, we missed it. But it's so. It's just like the fight gets so split. Nisha actually just pretty much died 100-0 on a stun to the DK, which I'm actually surprised that he was that squishy. And then Lycan uses BKB to kind of try to dive the Phoenix in the backline, so then his goes down, gets hooked. Oof. Okay, so Dragon Knight does do damage, and Nisha is squishy. So I think, I guess, looking at that fight now. Oh, here we go. Here we go. You can see all look.
Dude, he just gets in there.
Gets it. He just gets it.
My man, literally, he just says, you know what? Someone's got to save this game, and I guess it's me. And just gets in there.
If they manage to turn this game around, it's actually because of that Aegis steal.
That's so.
Which is
2
crazy.
heroes in the pit. What, 9 Serpent Wards? No vision, right? They don't know really where Roche was standing.
They had clock. They had the.
That's fair.
Rocket flares were out.
That's fair.
So he knew exactly what was going on, but still just doing that on a Naga Siren, getting in there.
What a baller, honestly. 0-6-4, but Ali's been playing a pretty solid game. You know, he's been breaking all these smoke ganks a lot of the times, honestly.
Also, his queue up he's going refresher. So he's gonna have 2 songs. Okay, so I see the angle for the team fights now.
Okay.
So Shaker's actually really, really squishy. And he dies to the DK Sun. So DK has to either jump the Shaker, kill it, Disruptor, or Shaman. I think these fights where he gets baited and jumps the Lycan are really bad, which I think is what happened in that like fight where they obviously their smoke got scouted by the Lycan at the start of the fight, but you have to hold back. I think sometimes to be like, okay, I see the Lycan, I can't jump him, and like hold your blink, let them maybe jump you or something else. Even Monkey, I think, might be able to get bursted by the DK plus Timber. I just think anyone but Lycan. Just any hero that is not Lycan. You want to jump, you want to go. And Blink is now finished for Timber. Daedalus is now up for the Dragon Knight. They're getting their items. Shiva's even for the Phoenix.
Well, that's the thing you were saying, right? Even with this 6k lead, even when it was about 10k before Ali saves the day and snatches the Aegis, you were saying Yakutou Brothers, they still have the damage. The draft is there for them, right?
Yep.
Even with an item or so behind. And really, everyone's pretty comparable if you just take a look at net worth, core to cores. The only one who's not able to go band for band right now, it's Beyond, right? He's the one who is further behind. But his team fight impact can be that much greater here. Careful for Boxy. I think he's got a BKB even.
Okay, they might try to turn
here.
I don't think he dies.
Wukong's command.
This is dangerous. Fly flies around.
Emo just leaves, though.
Oh no, help Fluff.
Now, do we have a potential counter initiation? There's going to be a Hex first onto the DK. Does get off that BKB, trying to turn and fight, but Ollie's dead through the song. Beyond activates his BKB as well, trying to keep up Fly. The heals, no, just not strong enough. And Beyond, he doesn't have an Icarus dive, only the egg, but what's going to protect him? That's what's going to do it. The Clockwork jumps in to save the day. Emo to follow up with the damage. They get through Saberlight, but what about the rest of the team? Emo
still has a BKB.
He's echo slammed, and the control again from Boxy is there. The jump in, but I think that's chicken fingers of all things, which is going to put a dead Phoenix into the ground. Beyond's going to go down. It's just the Clockwork now here, Gunnar. Boboka, he's very annoying, but I think eventually he too shall die. Almost gets Nisha, by the way. So that is going to be a 1 for 5.
I don't think that... So Emo didn't press his BKB the whole fight because Insane has an Axe. And so I think when he went in there, he wasn't expecting the Disruptor Axe.
Oh, no.
But... Oh, there's some... I think the initiation from Fly trying to get on the Shaker, like, he did the same thing where it's like, oh, I want to kill the Shaker. But, like, if you look at this fight, this was pretty bad for Liquid on this initiation. They actually wasted the Wukong. And I think if they played this a bit slower... It would have worked out better, but they force Fly in. His Naga Siren gets scared, so she blinks into the Monkey King ult to Song and then just dies to it. And now it's like you're down 2, and they still almost win this 2v5. I think actually if Emo pressed his BKB here on this Blinken, they would have won the fight.
Yeah.
Like, that's all it took, but he walks back into it is the issue, and he's not able to really like stop from dying.
Insania's reaction as well was really clutch there. The Static Storm coming out at that moment stopped the Cog. I think if there's Cogs, that could have been an even more troubling fight, but that's going to be the power of the Ags. Insania, strong positioning. These Liquid supports, I think, really making a big difference. You can see in these fights where they're not getting jumped first, the impact that they're having, right? These random hexes, these glimpses, the Static Storms just being there when they need to be. And the Yakutou Brothers... Yeah, again, I think you're right. Just kind of forced into a bad fight. I don't know what it is. Whenever there's like a somewhat what feels like ignorable Wukong's command, it just like enrages Yakutou Brothers. They just go in because there was that first Roche
They
fight
just don't jump on it.
They just jump in.
I feel like it was just play it slow. Like, didn't the Shaman used BKB? So it's like the second he shows in the fight, you can jump him. They drop Wukong's command. Your Timbersaw didn't even use any cooldowns, so I think he maybe used his Ags, but like, okay, that's fine. I don't know. I think even so, it's now a 12k lead, but I feel like their win conditions are the same. It's just that the lose conditions are even stricter now, if that makes sense. Like, maybe now before, if you jumped the Lycan, you could have kited. But now I feel like because of this gold deficit, if you jump the Lycan, you just straight up lose. Or you mess up your jump on the Shaker, you lose. So in that fight, he went kind of half on Lycan, half on Shaker on the DK. I think now he really has to be like, okay, I need a clean jump on the Shaker, or I need a clean jump on the supports, or if Monkey King's alone, I can jump him. But like wherever this Lycan is, I can't bait my team in onto going onto him.
I reckon the Shaker's a good bet. Oh my goodness, the blink's out in time. Ali might be left. Fly's gonna get tickled by that fissure. But otherwise okay.
Emo's looking.
Sorry, make that Emo. Gets the jump in. Boxy with the BKB. Drops his Serpent Wards, but that is going to be Static Storm committed. And Emo's tanky. Hookshot to cancel Boboka. He just goes in. I think he's just dead instantly. Return to sender there on the corpse on that Enchant Totem. And Nisha, he's chasing for more. Emo will get glimpsed back on in. Doesn't have the BKB active any longer. Mickey forced the BKB from that, but it's going to be Emo who's just killed off easily. Mickey with BKB, more than enough damage to ignore that song. And they're still trying to fight. They're going to buy back. A stun there onto Insania, the fissure. But again, it's Boxy completely unbothered, just full channeling. For the second time these shackles in these fights, he will be left behind. Or will he? Oh my goodness, he's a hard one to kill. He's got that hammer as well. Another shackles to Beyond. No way. Another full shackles. Down he goes. They're getting baited so hard. And Fly's, he's still going on in. Finally, they take down Boxy. Fly with the BKB active, putting in some work. But a buyback now from Boxy as Liquid sensing a moment of weakness, sensing an opportunity, want to go for more. Fly lands a stun on Tanisha. Suddenly, he's stunned in return as Saberlight gets off the shapeshift. He's going to be able to run these guys down. A hook shot's not going to change the fact that Fly is dead to rights. as Nisha ends the fight on a double kill. That's just game. I think that's just the game here, Gunner.
Unless all he can hold. Okay, never mind. I mean,
GG?
oh, he didn't get egg off.
I don't believe it.
I think they just got outplayed in that fight. In the last 2 fights, honestly. Like eggs not getting used properly. I think Fly's jump was a bit slow and or not on the right targets in these last 2 fights. I think Liquid kind of just was baiting them. And Boxy, I don't know how he's living so long in these fights where he's like full duration shackling. His BKB's randomly going on cooldown and it doesn't matter. He had Shard, which was really cool because the Shadow Shaman Shard means that you can use items when you're like in that invulnerability state. And he had a Lotus. He had a really big Lotus. So the second he turns into this chicken, he Lotuses himself. So now he's at 900 health while invulnerable. And he actually lets him like kite further. He gets a full duration shackle into a Hex on the Phoenix. And just kind of everything lined up.
Well, I know we talked about not having the most amount of stuns on this Yakutou Brothers lineup. Sorry, I pronounce it differently every time. But it is kind of just wild how many full duration shackles I saw this game in general from this shaman. And then again, I think really what it was for Yakutou Brothers was just kind of not having that little bit of that voice in the team comms who's like, guys, wait, wait, just give it a second, make this jump in, right? Because it's like this kind of a fight that from Fly, it was Fly both times, right? Blinking and kind of dragging the fight, now that I think about it, into the Wukongs.
Yeah, and I think even this last fight of the game, Emo going in, and then I feel like not having the backup. I feel like if they knew the glimpse was gonna happen, right, like back into the team, I feel like if Beyond went in because he had his BKB still at the time, if he like goes in, BKB's on this glimpse. Yeah, here. So this is a little after, but I feel like this is like a little too late, right? Like Emo's already dead, and Beyond still has his egg. I feel like when you see your Timber get glimpsed, you gotta help. And then here's the bad part. Like imagine he gets his egg off right here, and then Fly blinks over the cliff. He stuns Mickey right here, right now, and they take this whole fight around. Yeah, they could have won this fight if that happened, but I don't know. I feel like a lot of the time it was kind of mixed signals from what the team wanted to do. Like Fly wanted to commit really hard on the fights. The rest of his team wanted to kite, and usually when that happens, when you have like multiple ideas of how to take a team fight, then it doesn't end up working out.
Yeah.
Whereas you compare to Liquid, their goal is, hey guys, we have a bunch of stuns, all short cooldown. We got Fissure, we got Monkey Stun, we got Shadow Shaman, we got Glimpses. Like just keep walking backwards slowly, and the further they chase us, the more spells we cast. Just like over and over, just casting spells.
Yeah, I think in Chinese they call that, like, instead of kind of, they call it like pulling the fight, like almost like, you pull noodles to kind of make them longer if you go to hot pot or whatever, right?
Yep.
Normally Chinese teams are pretty good at that. They're like pulling out fights, just delaying fights until they have like the upper hand. And I don't think in this decisive game 3, right, which was by far the most even game as far as draft, as far as lanes, right? It was the closest game we had. I do think that Liquid at least showing more resolve, more patience in those moments where their nerves were tested. And that, I think really that's the difference maker here in this series. Ultimately, it means Liquid, they'll have better seeding heading into the last day of on the road to the International, rather. And Yakutou Brothers, well, we'll see where they get seeded. Standout performers, just to kind of wrap up our thoughts on this game from Liquid. Boxy, I think, was strong to me again. Yeah,
I would say Saberlight actually for me kind of really popped off. I think he had a lot of really good plays, like the smoke reveal play I would say is a really big one that I noticed. So he scouts this full smoke from Liquid, and then he positions himself around kind of the tree line, knows the second that they pop, because he also is still scouting the area, pops his BKB, runs in, he forces the DK to blink on him, waste his stun, doesn't even die, and he just kind of was this tank hero that went in every fight where they needed him to go in, and I thought it was just really good, and it was what they needed.
I agree. That vision, that intel, gave his team kind of the right information. I thought this was a really interesting game as well, right? Because it was one where Nisha started on the back foot. I believe previously in the series, it was more emo, kind of having to play a little bit more recovery from the lanes. So not how it worked out this time. And just being able to play around Saber in that early game. Yeah, I think you're right about that. Strong game, fun game, and the last one for us here already. I don't know if we want to show what the bracket looks like now, just so we can kind of frame everything bigger picture with what's going on here on the road to the International. Of course, we started all the way, just 2 days ago here, and 3 teams eliminated thus far. I am shocked to see Navi amongst the eliminated teams. I'm happy to see Nigma proceed, of course, as I can't deny, a Nigma Galaxy fan. But they'll be moving on to that elimination round. And it seems like we still have some more teams to qualify directly to the International. Those teams, Team Tidebound and Falcons, and then PVISION versus BB Team will be taking place over on the main stream. And I think that Spirit versus Aurora game also happening later today over on the B stream. This is going to be for today, yes, indeed, where Team Tidebound and Falcons are going to be facing off soon. Your prediction for that match? That's going to be a banger. It's a rematch, isn't it?
I think so. I think so, yeah. I think that was a rematch. Or it should be. Falcons has looked... I feel like they're playing better. They lost to Xtreme, I think, in one of their series, but Xtreme's just been looking unbeatable, so I don't even blame them. But I would say that's a series that Falcons should win, especially with how they've just generally been a consistent team throughout the years.
All right, and that PVISION BB Team game is happening there. Pardon me, I have to correct. It was XG that beat Falcons. Falcons did not play versus Team Tidebound yet. That'll be happening for the first time later today, so very, very exciting. And then, of course, to see the rest of the seeding PVISION and BB Team happening on the B stream. That should be happening very shortly, so you guys can jump over there. This is the results from the C stream. So Aurora actually taking a game over Spirit. Now that's another 2-2 round, so that's not going to result in an elimination, so no need to worry those who may have selected Team Spirit as going on through. But Falcons getting the 2-0 over Liquid. And then what else? Tundra. Wow, Tundra 2-0 by Heroic. Shout out Heroic there. You're getting the upper hand in their seeding. Okay, cool. And then this is what? This is our stream? Yeah, indeed. Yeah. This is our stream. What do we have going on tomorrow, though? I mean, it's a bit early for us to start thinking about tomorrow, of course, because we're only halfway through the day, as the main stream still has much more to play. I
think tomorrow's gonna be a lot of the 3-2, like 2-3 teams playing. Basically, it's just full eliminations tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, should be the deciders, eh?
Yeah.
Starting at 1 p.m. Oh, well, that's actually not correct, because that's the wrong time zone. But we'll see. Well, stay tuned to the mainstream. I think they'll be able to show you guys a schedule there. But Gunnar, I think that's going to wrap us up already for the day. Just one quick series for, well, not that quick, but one good series for us here.
Good one.
Liquid will take them down.
I think it was nice to have a third game that was a bit closer. I think the first 2 games were a bit one-sided. Like the first game definitely looked like Liquid was a bit out of it, and then game 2 it looked like, okay, Liquid's on fire. It's gonna be a reverse sweep. But then in this third game, I definitely think there were times where Yakutou Brothers had a chance to win. I even think there were chances in the game where I was like, I think they should win this fight, or they should win this situation. And there was like an Aegis steal from them, a random crazy team fight Roche. But unfortunately, Liquid just team fighting and just looked a little too strong. And I think that was really the key to this game. It was just the team fight execution, as opposed to Yakutou Brothers, which I feel like they chased. They overextended, they chased, and they kind of gave Liquid opportunities to close out the game.
That's what happens, man. And you can't do that versus teams of this caliber at this kind of a tournament, right? They're going to take any opportunity they can and really use that to exploit, get back into the game, and ultimately take victory here as Liquid 2-1 over Yakutou Brothers. That's going to wrap us up over here on the D stream, folks. We'll see if we're back tomorrow. I think there's a really solid, I think we may not be back. I don't think there's even that many games, only 5 games, and probably a lot of them over on the mainstream. So if we're not back, it's been an honor and a pleasure to bring you some of these Road to TI coverage, folks. Thanks so much for tuning in. We've hoped you enjoyed the coverage, and make sure you stay tuned over to the mainstream to figure out who is going to be qualifying to TI and who is, well, I don't think there's any more eliminations today, but who is going to be playing tomorrow in those elimination matches. Thanks again, folks, for tuning in. Stay safe, and until next time, bye-bye.